And we have begun. Hey guys and gals, how you going? It is Cas from In the Trenches with Cas here. We've got an introduction video about to commence in a moment. This is one of several marathons we've done in the past for important candidates where we're just basically going to fill in 343 minutes, thank you Daz, to try and make a difference to people that are financially in a position where they will never escape from where they are without outside influence. You can't work harder to get yourself out of the grind, so to speak, in India. Okay, so thank you, team. The best thing you can do is watch this introduction, which we'll put on in another 2 minutes. Wait for people to get in here. But thank you in advance for giving us some of your time today. You know, you don't have to be here. I do because I said I would, and I'm a man of my word sometimes, if that makes sense. We've got some interesting things to talk about today, and the intro video will explain a lot of it. But guys and gals, before that comes on, worst case scenario, grab an iPad, put the stream on it, put the silence down, and throw it into a corner and let it play out. That's still going to help us out as well. 60 minutes timer instead of the 343. No, mate. No. The 343 is going to happen. So every time this gets to an hour, it resets. It'll all make sense in a minute. John Doe. Eric Mason. G'day, guys. How are we all? Great background. It is a great background. The Pepsi looks good, but I don't like what it stands for. How are we going? When we get to 20 concurrent viewers, what we'll do is we'll whack on the actual stream then. Sorry, the introduction. This is a marathon. Ruscan. G'day, mate. How you going? I actually feel awesome today that as a retired veteran that we continue to give back rather than just talk. And that's what today's about. You know, I've got some surprises for you on this one. And there will be some freaks that stay on there for the entire time, no doubt. I miss Lauren on this one. I do miss her on this one. Lauren is a fantastic number 2, voice of reason, etc. Angus Foster. You spelled Foster wrong just like the town does. Okay, we're on 23. Let's get to it. Here's the intro, team. Hey, team, how you going? Welcome. This is the introduction to today's marathon stream. I hope that I've got enough water, Coca-Cola, to get rid of the cotton mouth, which is already set in. Today is about you. It's about Chanda. It's about people power. It's about faith in humanity. It's about us coming together and for a cause that is greater than ourselves. For an individual named Chanda and his family in a country where it is almost impossible to have mobility within your financial position in society, which matters. And we're going to do what we can to help him. Now, I've already raised and throwing in a lot of money myself. This will be signified with every time you see, bam, a Coca-Cola get opened. That is a $1,000 donation from me to the Chanda cause. Sounds like a lot. How much Coke will I have? Who will keep up with the stream, which goes for 343 minutes? Thank you very much, Daz, for the suggestion. And how can you help me? Well, all you need to do is have the balls, so to speak, to reach into your pocket and donate $5, $10, and put that down as a pledge to our Commonwealth brothers in India, or to become a member, or to become a Patreon member, or whether to put a donation or a PayPal link in comments that allows you to make a donation there. This is about giving a little bit, but a lot of people giving a little bit. When in doubt, leave your iPad with the stream on and walk out and go away for 6 hours. Come back. You're still contributing to AdSense revenue. Guys and gals, this is about us making a difference as a channel. Now, Patreon members will be able to call in. We're going to talk about subjects. We're going to answer your questions together. So let's do that and know that people are predominantly good, especially from our channel. And sometimes the sheepdog, looks after the sheep when they least expect it. Chanda didn't ask for help, but we chose to help him. So let's do that and let's be proud of it and let's make a difference. Thank you very much to all of those in advance. And that's about it. See you later. That's Cas in the trenches, about to gob off for 300, and 43 minutes. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your time here for however long that may be today. We've already had a whole bunch of people throw coin into the hat here and become members as well. The link to PayPal, if you prefer to do it that way, they take less of a cut than YouTube does, will actually be at the very top, pinned at the top. Okay? I'll let you know updates as we go, how we're going on Facebook and what is happening on there simultaneously while people are here. So we've got Jay continuing on his fantastic existence on this channel from over west, which some say may one day become part of Australia. So Jay is supporting us there. We've got Dwayne Duffy, has now become a bearer of coffee. Not so cow. We love the coffee. I can't afford to have one now in case my lactose intolerance leaves a mess. Cassie, had a good conversation with you today. Cassie's a teacher, and she's got a loved one in the military too. So thank you for representing with a yellow cow. Straight down, we've got the hero of Troy, Hector. Fantastic. You're never going to beat Achilles, but then you go. He survived for the day. We've got Certified Evil. I'll never actually quite understand whether he is actually evil. We've got the oldest Josh around representing the youngest Josh. So, what we can say to you today is, bam, we have 37 new Patreon positions left. 37. The top 10 are getting personalised messages to them from this stream. So, what better way to make a donation by joining Patreon, and then ultimately that also is your donation into the stream to support Chanda. Just some facts on India, in case you don't know. Did you know they've taken over China in the amount of people that they've actually got in their country? 1.33 billion people with an average life expectancy, with a average age, which is, I believe, below 40. It's insane. The smell of turmeric was not what I thought it would be. I loved it. I don't like their food. It's not like Western Indian food, and I'm not a vegetarian. I'm definitely not a vegan, right? Hey, Ruskin, bearer of coffee. Thank you very much, mate. Not Too Cow joins the crew. Can we get some thumbs up for Rusk, or Rusk, as they'd say in New Zealand? But did you know on the global chart of richest countries, etc., there's 195 countries in the world, and India becomes 191. Australia is number 11. So when you look at transparency of what people have, what they don't have, etc., India is far behind in many ways. Yoik says, hey, Kaz, is there a podcast with Zero Limits and you happening? Zero Limits, I couldn't find that episode 106. If someone could send from Patreon that link to me, that would be really appreciated so I can reach out and talk to them. That'd be great. Scotty G, here he is with the thumbs up. For Rusk. We've got Bailey's hat, throwing his hat onto Elton John's bed, which makes it his home. What else are we going to talk about here today? We've got a story, a dilemma story, that's going to happen when the clock gets to, we'll say, 10 minutes to go in this hour. How's that sound? And it'll be very interesting, and that piggybacks off some of the comments that we got for the video about RS, about Robert Smith, and what your thoughts were on that. So it'll be very interesting to see how this paints the picture and illuminates the fact that rules of engagement, as I was speaking to Cassie today, not only do they become the 10 commandments of the sort of things to do or not to do during a conflict, but it's written up by leadership and lawyers, the two groups of people that don't hear a shot on a battlefield. So we're going to go into that one with a story that paints a picture that makes you probably think, holy shit, I never thought about it that way from the participant on the ground. Do you know what that means? Oh, why not have a Coke? Oh, yeah. Who's going to keep up with how many Cokes happen? And we all know what a Coke means. $1,000 donation. Well done. Thank you to the Patreon, the members, AdSense, and all of those that contribute financially to the channel. This one is for you and goes to Chanda. So good. That tasted like $1,000. Good, mate. Only 10 minutes late today, but made it nonetheless. Christopher, you don't have to stay for the whole thing, mate, but at least get the iPad, put the stream on, and chuck it in a corner. That way the AdSense will come over too. So cheers to those. That's $1,000. Guys, if you can, whack in there now. Go up the top, $5 or $10. Would be much appreciated. Today is not about our feelings. Today is about giving. We are a thinner version of Santa. So let's get that done. What do we got? So the story, rules of engagement breakdown, India, yep. The Patreon call-ins, anytime that someone from Patreon decides to call in, do so. If you're not on Patreon and you want to be on Patreon, the link is in the comments below. When you go in there, there's no difference between Alpha Company, Bravo Company, Charlie Company or Delta, and that entitles you to be on the bat phone. You'll see the number there. Text me or call me, and I'll know you're good to go. Right. 48 minutes. We're not even nearly done, are we? What do you guys want to talk about? Hey, Maisie, how you going, mate? Thank you very much for the turmeric-coloured donation that's going all the way to India. Thank you very much, sir. Well, let's have a quick call in there and see how we're going on Facebook. I've got 2 seconds, team. Let us know what you want to do. And can we get some thumbs up each time someone puts a donation in? Because we all know that everyone's doing it hard these days. But the time for giving is never when it's convenient, is it? Okay, we'll do these on the hour from now on, team. I'm not going to interrupt your time that you're giving so respectfully at the moment. Well done. Well done. I'm going to read the names here, but not the last names because we need to respect people. Anonymous. Okay, Scotty. Maddie. Another Maddie. That Maddie was on my PTSD course with me. He's an ex-policeman. Thank you very much, mate. We've got Robin. We've got another anonymous. And the first person to donate to this when we put it up there last night was Mick. Mick was my section commander 30 years ago at the School of Infantry when I was an IET, Initial Employment Training guy. They were different times, man. They really were different times. And here he is 30 years later, helping me with my mission to help someone, in a foreign country. People of colour. So there's some good, there's a good reason to donate right there, team. What else we got? Keen to hear some worries, Kaz? I can do that for you. ARL, hey Kaz, leaving tomorrow for Kapuka. Do you know what's amazing about that? One, you don't need to take any money with you other than to buy yourself a can of Coke on the way, so make a donation now if you've got anything. But you're about to sign up, oath or affirmation, right, at the same time that the King's allocated public holiday for his birthday is happening. So you'll be swearing and certifying on the crown of the King on your enlistment day on his public holiday. Fantastic. It's going to be cold. We can't do anything about that. But you've got new friends and people that you internally roll your eyes at who are going to be sleeping in beds across from you, the school shooter, as we like to call them. What are some highlights or standout moments from throughout your career? Oh, that's an interesting one. So we've got Nick there that will actually be in the same platoon as ARL. We've also got a bunch of guys from Brisbane that are going as well, and they're on their way now to head towards Sydney so they can be on the bus with you. See you there. Can you give him his name in actual Kiwi so it becomes Nook instead of Nick? And thank you to our Kiwi brothers out there. What are we going to do today? Yep. Okay. We're going to try and watch some videos after too and do some live reactions there. Okay, we also had a Navy class of over 80 that graduated today to the status of Popeye, which are about to go and meet their olive oil and then head off to their IT training that goes for 18 months. That's a long time with a ROSO, return of service obligation of 6 years. So to all of those from the Rogers division, Anzac class, if I had a hat on, I'd take it off and say mucho respecto to our Navy guys there. Fantastic, and I hope you do well. Keep your hands off the golden rivet. Hero Troy, what's started your interest with ancient Roman Greece? Playing with toy soldiers, watching Spartacus when I was a kid. The fact that through history I realised that they were the first professional army that didn't just fight seasonally, especially after they got out of Republic or when Gaius Marius took over and did the Marius reforms to the mules of Marius. And I just think they prevailed over much bigger armies and they look cool as hell. Jacko, g'day Cas, heading off to Kapuka 11th of July. So, okay, so that's the month later, yep. Your videos have helped me a ton, mate. Cheers a million. Jacko, if that's the case, don't thank me. Put $5 down there for Chanda and we'll call it even. Thank you very much, mate. All I want you to do is succeed and have a life that you actually live. Rythan, Kapuka tomorrow. Birthday present for the king, 343. There you go, and that's how many minutes we're going to be talking for. Fantastico. Nick. Hey, Cas, I've been told I'm flying to Wagga on Tuesday. That's not normal. Where are you coming from, Nick? I've never heard of someone flying to Wagga, but it is a beautiful town, even if it is a racial slur. There's a lot of people that know each other. Someone should walk into the hallway and they say, hallway 11. You're like, no! Hallway in the trenches with Cas, and watch how quick you get back to it. I know, we've got a confusing one. Someone with two first names, Adam Cameron. Did Kapuka this time last year, much rather do it in winter than summer. Look, it sucks in summer too, to be honest. It really does. Field wouldn't be fun during the cold season. No, it's not. It's not. But one of the things you should have, I've never heard from someone from Sydney flying to Wagga. I've never heard that. Okay, is one of these. They probably won't let you use it in Kapuka. But we've explained before, this is one of the best bits of kit that any soldier can have because you can use it on the range. Okay, you can use it at night time to block light, to block precipitation. Instead of putting a hoochie over the gun, you can have two umbrellas so soldiers sit there, okay, stoically warmer than what they would be if they didn't have it at all and require a highly reflective hoochie over the gun. Very easy to pack away. It can protect your notes while you're giving orders or getting orders. You know, the umbrella, you may get laughed at, but the person who laughs at you will probably buy one the next time they go out as well. The other thing you can get yourself is a salami. Now, the salami, don't get excited if you're from Navy, Cavalry, etc., or X57. They always put it in the wrong area. No one-way lane for them. No one-way streets. Everything's on limits. But one, the meat goes a weird colour, but it doesn't go off. So you can be eating the pepperoni, the Hungarian salami. It fits in to any location on your pack, you know. And in the midnight hours, when you're on gun picking for 3 hours, 4 hours, depending on where you are, it's a lifesaver. It is. Hero Troy, what's your favourite John Wayne movie? Oh, I think it's Cowboys. John Wayne movie, the one where he was after getting the young guys into shape, teaching the school kids and looking after them, and he was an asshole through the movie but turns into the tough guy by the end. What was yours? True Grit? Drop some of the names down, Hero Troy. Have we got anyone from Patreon that'd like to come on now and actually have a conversation with me? Wait a sec. Robbie Kent. Hey, mate, have a great stream today. I've donated via PayPal. But, okay. I read that too quick. The Alamo. Absolutely. Rio Bravo, well done. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I had a good conversation with Rob the other night too. It was a good one. I like the Patreon being able to reach out and actually talk to people and learn a bit about their lives, and sometimes get told I'm off the reservation on some subjects a little bit, and then it drags me back on a little bit more common sense comes out. Look up No Duff Industries. Yeah, I have. He was in the ADF in the infantry, and he has heaps of great tutorials, including how to pack your pack. The problem there, Joey, was that was an illegal channel, and I didn't want him to get in trouble either. That's why I never really brought him to the front. I didn't do those sort of things. It's not my kind of bag, talking about packing your pack and ration packs and all that sort of shit. I prefer above the line tactics, leadership, all that sort of shit. We've got a story coming on in a minute. We'll see what you think about that. This is going to be a long stream, isn't it? Yep. It's like a pack march, really. For those that are looking at joining, just remember when you do pack marches, that basically what happens is you will graduate. What I mean by that is you will do probably a gear testing phase where you'll do a march. It might be for 5 kilometres where it's to test your gear. Where does it rub? How do your feet hold up? This is what the pace looks like. This is how to carry your gear. Make sure it's not sideways on your back. And you understand how to move as a form body of men. Okay? If you fall out of that, that means you can't keep up with them, which means you're not resilient enough, fit enough, and you'd better have an injury, which will probably still result in a back squad. Okay? But that'll probably go from 5 straight to 10. And then after that, it can go anywhere to 15 to 20, etc. When I was going through the School of Infantry, okay, my section commander, because we were down in Area 9, we quite often, came back from field weeks where we walked 20 kilometres back up the main range road, which is a dead straight line and sucks. Hero Troy, what's the funniest thing you've seen on operations? Well, I did most of the funny things. Got in trouble from officers for feeding it was in Rwanda actually, for almost everything to do with people and animals. So we got told because officers were flying over and doing the bare minimum time they had to do in Rwanda, getting medals and getting home. So when they'd go through the mess where the food is the worst food I've ever had, Army Reserve cooks, they were fucking disgusting, but they didn't have good food to deal with either. And we were told don't ever feed these hawks because there'd be hundreds of them on the top of the headquarters building. So what would happen is new people to country would walk out with their plate in front of them because the food stunk, the meat was purple, and they'd hold it in front of them. So they'd get attacked, dive bombed by these hawks that would take their food, and there wasn't enough food to go and get backups. So they'd get laughed at. Okay, they didn't have thick skin. They complained that privates were laughing at their demise. So it became a charge-worthy event to feed the animals, the birds. Now, I got in trouble for throwing a rissole and dived on the ground like I was throwing a grenade at my mate Darren Smith. And someone saw that and I got in the shit. I acted like a child. And then from there, I went to the guard room, put my Kevlar helmet on top of my body armor, and then started smashing myself everywhere with meat, with rissoles, with, the purple steaks. And I put it all over myself and got the guys with their cameras ready. And I went out there and let the hawks treat me like a pinata, which got a lot of, what would you say? I got in the shit for it, but not really. It was like, he's a dickhead, just let him do it, whatever. And basically got told don't do it again. That was funny. I got chased by a monkey. We weren't sure if it had rabies or not. It was on the ground one day. I was pulling some funny faces at it, tried to posture aggressively at it, and got chased with all of my equipment, with my platoon commander, all on video. Again, he never really truly lived that down, and people still laugh about it till today. We had people that laughed or didn't get down quick enough when they went and saw the gorillas in the mist at Rwanda, the real gorillas, and people got tossed. At one night at a live fire ex, we weren't allowed to leave the live fire trenches that we were digging because of backblast, because of overhead gunfire, because of illumination, the tactical story, etc. But I had to run something bad, and I went bolting from the position where I wasn't allowed on a live fire activity, put my webbing down, quickly grabbed my pants, pulled them down, threw crap everywhere. It was basically very turmeric orientated, thank you, India. And then I got back to my trench, and I felt amazing until I realised I'd left my webbing out there. And because it was in the long grass of high range, I believe it was at Firebase Barbara, the only way I could find it was basically with my feet, searching for it with my feet, and I found the shit before I found the webbing. Let's put it that way. So there's a whole bunch of different things. You know, your whole military career is about laughing, about pulling jokes and making people's story times, you know, for years to come. JG, pack marches are great, but the little legs aren't a gift. Man, it kills me, the pack march, but you never let anyone know. You're not allowed to complain about the pain that it causes. You've got to pretend it doesn't hurt you, which causes more pain for those that can't hold their composure. Hey, Foxy, how you going, you camel riding freak? Cleaning the room and listening to you. We're almost done. We've only got 300 minutes to go. Thanks for your time too, Foxy. James with the one-handed salute there. What's the funniest thing? Yep, pack marches are great. Yep, Krav Maga Institute. Keep up the great work, mate. Jack Ivy. G'day, Jack. How you going, mate? What's the worst geographic environmental conditions you've experienced? It'd either be Timor, the heat, and the fact that all the ground there is volcanic, which means you're never comfortable, or it could possibly be Tully itself, where even the greenies keep away from it. You know, it just never ends. When you go to Tully, it's thicker jungle than the Amazon. That's a fact, Jack. You know, it made that way because of cyclones that have destroyed the canopy, which means that the sun came through and allowed undergrowth as well as, what would you say, all of the thorny bushes to thrive down at ground level. So not only are you getting satched, during the day and getting waterlogged, so your skin just rips on the wait a while when you hit Gympie where the sun comes through, or your body just falling apart, marching with your pack on your back, hoping you don't get to attack in a single file in the jungle, especially if you're the rear section. At 300 metres, you've got to fight through to the front even before you get to the forward line of troops. And even after an attack occurs with someone that looks like they've had a few too many soccer ball hams at Christmas, telling you that you're wrong no matter what you do, the mosquitoes are sucking the blood out of you. It feels like you're paying maintenance to 7 women. It kills you. But then it gets freezing cold at night, and then the rats come after your pack. And then you've got to do a 4-hour picket as well. It never ends. If someone chucks a wobbly, and is taken out, Kazavac, no enough casualty, you've got to do their picket time as well. And even then, when you get out of there in the morning, you've got to get up before the sun comes out, so you can differentiate colour, because that's also the time where dawn assaults occur for those countries that don't have night vision equipment. Hey there, Gracie, how you going, mate? Thank you for becoming a member of Coffee. I'd love a coffee now, but I can't trust myself. Anyone going to Kapuka tomorrow? Mr. Price, we've got about 5 or 6 people that are going tomorrow. We've got people from Brisbane. I know their names. We've got people from Sydney that are going. Where are you coming from, mate? Yep. And you've got Nick there below you. Russ, hey, Kaz. Question for you, do you know how far back you have to provide your medical history when applying for the Army? No idea, mate. That was 30 years ago for me. It's more, do you have anything that is something that can stuff you around, mate? leaving from Newcastle. That's where I joined, mate. That's where I joined. 2 seconds. Oops. 2 seconds. Where is our timer? It's called the countdown. I'm just going to move that off my freaking head for you, team, for a second. There we go. That's a lot better, Miss Jane. Not as good as that, but. So, two heads talking. Simon Powell. You haven't missed anything, mate. As a matter of fact, I'll quickly put this introduction video on for you guys, just so that you understand what this is all about today. Great to have you here, Director. Hey, Tim, how you going? Welcome. This is the introduction to today's marathon stream. I hope that I've got enough water, Coca-Cola, to get rid of the cotton mouth, which is already set in. Today is about you. It's about Chanda. It's about people power. It's about faith in humanity. It's about us coming together and for a cause that is greater than ourselves. For an individual named Chanda and his family in a country where it is almost impossible to have mobility within your financial position in society, which matters. And we're going to do what we can to help him. Now, I've already raised and throwing in a lot of money myself. This will be signified with every time you see, bam, a Coca-Cola get opened. That is a $1,000 donation from me to the Chanda cause. Sounds like a lot. How much Coke will I have? Who will keep up with the stream, which goes for 343 minutes? Thank you very much, Daz, for the suggestion. And how can you help me? Well, all you need to do is have the balls, so to speak, to reach into your pocket and donate $5, $10, and put that down as a pledge to our Commonwealth brothers in India, or to become a member, or to become a Patreon member. Or whether to put a donation or a PayPal link in comments that allows you to make a donation there. This is about giving a little bit, but a lot of people giving a little bit. When in doubt, leave your iPad with the stream on and walk out and go away for 6 hours. Come back. You're still contributing to AdSense revenue. Guys and gals, this is about us making a difference as a channel. Now, Patreon members will be able to call in. We're going to talk about subjects. We're going to answer your questions together. So let's do that and know that people are predominantly good, especially from our channel. And sometimes the sheepdog, looks after the sheep when they least expect it. Chanda didn't ask for help, but we chose to help him. So let's do that and let's be proud of it and let's make a difference. Thank you very much to all of those in advance. And that's about it. See you later. That's Cas in the trenches, about to gob off for 343 minutes. See ya. Hey, team, so there you go. You know what it's about? Simon, bam, first can down. That's $1,000. Hey, KP, how you going, mate? Cane and Peppers, how you doing? We've got an interesting one. We'll talk quickly in a moment to Wazza Rooney 173. But we've got XT there saying that his mum is doing a live fire exercise in higher range Townsville, the 6684 and the assault grenade range. Thoughts on those weapons? It scares me that your mum's doing it. She's from 4 Reg, which is artillery, working as a QE. Yeah, it sounds like a waste of ammo to me. The units don't get enough of that for themselves, the infantry units, to be able to giving people a try before you buy. And yeah, there is no reason for your mum to be qualified on those weapons at all. That's an unusual one, especially, I don't mean to be nasty, but I don't believe in women at assault grenade ranges. Have you ever seen a woman throw a ball, let alone a 455-gram grenade from a lying position with a 15-metre casualty radius? No thanks. No thanks. That's like watching them trucks drive around those bloody mountain passes. Scary as shit. But I hope she has fun. I just don't know what the capability is. Yeah. Vythin, get a stretched tuck with a turbo. We've actually got a picture here of the tuk-tuk shop here. We'll show you in a second. XT. So what the hell, man? Hey, mate, I recently enlisted in reserve, but going full-time to make a big commitment. Excellent. I'm doing the 5-week Kapuka in late July. Am I missing out on a lot? Yes, you're missing out on a lot. What will happen is you'll do the Army Reserve version, which means you'll have training shortfalls. I don't understand why you didn't go for the full-time training if that was what you could have done. Okay, but that's okay. What I suggest you do, mate, well, today we're hoping to fill out the rest of our Patreon members, is jump onto Patreon, and that can be classed as a donation as well. And then you and I can actually have conversations via the bat phone, one-on-one, tailored for your wills, wants, and needs. Was saying the best and the worst memories of working with the Navy. So, that would have to be the best. What the hell, man? I've been following your channel for a while. Cheers for the advice. Not too cow. And when I saw what the hell, man, I thought that was the actual a statement you were asking me what's going on, not, as your name. Great to have you here. Can we get some thumbs up for Rythorin? I can't even pronounce that. And what the hell, man? That's an easy one. So Navy. I've only ever had real positive experiences other than the smell of arse, sweat and shit that comes with being in the Navy, trying to keep as clean as possible while you're there. But the good things, and the food is always, for some reason, pretty crap there. But the lower rank you eat last, as opposed to the Army, the leaders eat last and let their soldiers eat first, which is the way it should be. But when you get on Navy ships, I've been on exchanges with New Zealand, with USA, plenty of maritime operations with the Australian military as well. I absolutely love it. I hate doing ship to shore, getting wet when you get off something similar to an LCM-8 or a swimming vehicle armoured vehicle that goes into the salt water, because when that dries out, you're an itchy goddamn mess. You really are. And you'll have seen that on things like Saving Private Ryan, etc. We still do the same sort of thing today. But the one thing I love when you get on a Navy ship, especially when you're infantry, especially when you're light infantry, is the first thing they tell you is you don't have a job on this ship other than to just not get in our way. Leave the people alone to do their job. Their class is operational in peace is what they are in war, or when they're disembarked on shore for that matter. So I love the fact that you're in a shade deck or you're in a barracks with your entire platoon inside that one room. Fast travel, I'll tell you that. Stacked 3 high like a club sandwich. But when you're not sleeping, which is what soldiers love the most, you're taking the piss out of each other, playing cards, gambling, having a great time, telling stories, PT at a minimum. The reason for that is there's only a limited amount of washing facilities and you can't afford for people to be having long showers, that's for sure. But I love the diversity of training. I love the ocean. The rules are weird. I didn't like the fact that they throw plastic overboard. I don't like that. That made us very, very angry. To be true. I love the fact that when we went to the US Navy, they are so regimental. And they've got a barber's chair that sits out on the deck, which you can and bounce it up so that the captain can sit out there and get his fresh air for the day. You're not allowed to touch that unless you're cleaning it. But Australians couldn't be told. Went straight to his chair, jumped on there, jacked it up as high as they could from his favourite position that he liked to have it, with his coffee cup in it and all that sort of shit. I absolutely loved it. I loved working with the Navy every time, other than sucking in the diesel fumes as well. When you do a ship to shore, especially when you're using American ones with submergible decks, which means the front of the ship opens, water floods in, it doesn't make sense, the boat should sink, but all it is a massive, smog fest of diesel, and then you get in the vehicle, and it has to be closed down, because you're inside there. You'll have done your helicopter underwater escape training to try and save a few of your lives if one of these vehicles sinks and hits the bottom of the ocean, where the Kraken or the octopus's garden may or may not have mercy on your soul. But your helmet becomes an awesome vessel for catching any of the fricasseed chicken that comes out of your intestine. Thanks for that, Simon Powell. The Patreon there. Just call me Wraith. That's deal. Here, Troy. Were you at 2 when it went amphibious? No, I wasn't actually. But all of the regiment was basically amphibious before that. Light infantry, we did everything. Air mobile, naval, tracked vehicles, wheeled vehicles, helos. You did everything as light infantry. Dismount. There's advantages and disadvantages to almost all of them. How's life been treating you, Simon? I think I found it for you, Hero. What's the most mischievous thing one of the boys did on a ship? Look, one of the only ones I can think of is we got told not to clean weapons on the shade deck. And we cleaned weapons on the shade deck. And basically what happened was one of the guys, the spring, fired his bolt off the ship into the ocean. Yeah, sorry, was there? I was looking at that awesome answer question mark. I was thinking, oh, shit, he wants more. Dougie, what did you do in the Air Force, Simon? There we go. Talking amongst yourselves, that's a good thing. We're going to get ready for a story, team. We're going to get ready for a story. Series like this. We got a little bit of flack. It was good. It wasn't trolling that happened with our video on Robert Smith. Okay, let's have a look at a couple of the comments before I read this story out to you, shall I? Okay. XT, would that be right? That it's for her sub 4. Okay, that might just be desperate. Apparently, there's a retention bonus for 5 years of 50K. That's a lot of money, man. But if someone's going to get a retention, this is the thing they need to remember, XT. Do you want that person? It shouldn't be just they choose to stay. I believe that there should be also an opportunity, for the Army at the 4-year mark to say, don't bother re-signing on. No one wants you. So that way people know that when they get out of bush, when they've always got injuries, you're useless to us. You're good to no one. And you're taking up a position even if it's not their fault. It's the higher you go, the more use you have for the military. That's a fact. But if someone has been inconsistent with their service, it's a good time to release them. Collect supply, okay. I'd take that money, but in any advice to someone at the moment that's done 4 years, etc., that is thinking, what should I do? They've just offered me a retention, is don't tell them that you didn't consider getting out. Just accept that retention. And what are you going to do with it? You're going to put it into a broad index ETF, maybe get some dividend shares and then add to it. So by the time you get out, you never need to be on a pension. I don't know. It's up to them. So where are we? Comments. Here we go. Put a thumbs up there if you actually watched. If you watched the actual stream about Ben Robert Smith that we did. I think it was on Thursday night. Yeah. Okay. There's a few comments there that I actually did comment to, and for some reason they haven't come up here. One of those was from Vaucluse Vanguard. He said, as a soldier with over 30 years experience, that doesn't actually, for starters, saying you've got 30 years experience, that doesn't actually explain what corps you're in or what your actual open mind exposure was to some things that there's a bell curve of relevance within the army. It's one thing to say you're in the army. It's another thing to say you're in for a certain amount of time, and that doesn't automatically make you an expert at certain topics that you delve into. Okay. But as a soldier with over 30 years experience, been to 2 wars. Okay. Which ones were they? I predict he means Iraq and Afghanistan. And been to a handful of dangerous places. Cabramatta, Penrith. No, I would not want Benjamin Robert Smith at my back. Why not? I would want the SAS soldiers who gave evidence against him. I was not there, neither were you, as you keep saying. But SAS soldiers and attached arms personnel were there. I dare say he was a black hat, someone that was attached. And they have shown courage in speaking up, spoken out and given evidence. Just as if they had seen an armed robber gunning someone down during a robbery. That doesn't make sense at all. When an individual actual suspect or non-combatant has been captured, disarmed and cuffed. If you kill that person, it's simply murder. It really is not that hard to understand. It is not something professional soldiers do. There's a million circumstances, mate. And saying you're back there for your 4th, 6th, 10th tour has nothing to do with it. Okay, enough of that. Do you not think, that the more tortured your soul is as a soldier, it is more likely that you are going to stick with the place where your skill is most needed, where you have the most relevance. Okay, I'm not trying to attack this comment. It makes absolute sense that you don't get out while the knife is still hot, while the flame is still blue. That's why the musicians are still stick with a profession that's killing them with drug use, alcohol, and the fast lane. The more times you go to that area and get subjected to that, that becomes your new code of conduct. And when you're being rewarded for conduct that you've been told is not up to standard 10 years after you got home, and now we want to evaluate it with criminality, okay, to me, it's not straightforward. And we shouldn't be looking at it like it's straightforward. And I guarantee there is things that people know about some of the individuals that were handed in, detained, arrested, released, that went out back and did it again, that if you knew that that was what was going to happen, that you wouldn't allow that to happen on your watch. I explained to young Cassie today that one of the things that really tears me up is the fact that here we've got our highest decorated individual, yet at the same time, nothing is ever said about the Rwanda deployment, that thousands of civilians were killed while Australians were not allowed to help them. So, which is worse? Taking the life of someone, potentially paying the penalty for the rest of his life with this. There's no way this is going to be a good chapters for RS for the rest of his life. But the rest of us that were at Rwanda are told because a lawyer, because an officer said, okay, our rules of engagement don't include children, women, everything that would be part of your value system if you're in any country, including your own back at home. Our job is not to protect them. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that a greater evil than taking the life of someone that arguably probably was, part of a Taliban or a clandestine group that was fighting guerrilla warfare against Australian forces and coalition forces? I think when you're not there, you've got to be careful what you say, because this man can't defend himself, or it becomes admitting guilt, and he hasn't been found guilty of anything yet. Hey, Pricey, how you going, mate? He just pledged to Patreon. So what's going to happen from here, mate, is you've just unlocked the very first one. That's going to you, mate. I'm sending that to you. Mr. Price. Nick Price. Bam, number 1. Thank you, sir. Well done. That one now goes over here in the be deployed basket. Who else wants number 2, number 3, number 10? Can we get some thumbs up there for for Mr. Price. Great to have you here. Well, okay. That in the background, team. You know, for those that don't know, let's look at this for a sec. This is the actual one of the dealerships that was in Gurugram, Delhi, India. And what, because we're going to talk for a second before we go on with the story, we're going to talk about Chanda for a moment. Now, Chanda, have we actually got the picture of him here? No, we haven't. I'll put the picture up of him somewhere in the next 4 hours. But Chanda is a bloke, probably a few years younger than me, you know. But when I went to India with my mate and we got over there, basically what happened was our entire, hey, John Diggs, how you going? Second to none? Absolutely. We landed in India. We realised we'd made a mistake with our planning. The next day we were told by one of the journalists that we were going to have a shit trip if we didn't trust him. And he took us into the tourism office. And then from there, we basically planned and worked out a tour where we could have had the cheap tour, the medium tour, or the expensive tour. We said, we're in India, let's take the expensive tour. And it was like $1,700 for the next 10 days. And they said, that will also give you your own driver / interpreter, someone that can speak English at a good level with a reliable car. We said, let's do that. We handed over the dineros. And then Chanda come walking in, shook our hands. He was dressed well. He was cleaning his car before we saw him. And he was with us for 10 days. Now, he was like a rally driver. I never felt like we ever got taken over by another car. He was taking over everyone, and he drove us everywhere for 10 days. And his patience with us was astronomical. But while we were speaking to him, we found out that he, at one stage, was in a lucrative position. Okay, he had money. He'd worked all his life. He had 2 daughters, a son named Hemant, and his wife. And basically what occurred was his son was meant to go to Switzerland or Sweden, and from there was going to make those Western dollars. And he was going to look after the family. But guess what happened? He didn't. He went over there. He was there for 2 years. He came home. Now doesn't live near Gurugram, doesn't live near where Chanda and his family are, and has never repaid the money that he'd actually sold all of his business and that to look after him for the long run for his family. So he told us all about that, and it was heartbreaking. And all he wanted was a way that he could make money outside the tourism industry, where some of the money went back to his family so that he could get his daughters, one's 26, one is 24, married. Because when they get to 30, it's all over. You know, tell me if I'm wrong if you're from India there, but they're considered basically leftover ladies after that. And probably because their chance of having a large family is now over. So he's already got 2 suitors for his daughters who have they've organised to marry them, but it costs $2,000 per wedding. Okay, $2,000 a wedding doesn't sound like much, you know. But remember, India is not a rich country. They don't pay tax. They fall between the cracks and they don't get rediscovered. 1.33 billion people, more people than China. So I said to him, so what would change your life? And without a gap, he basically said, if I had my own tuk-tuk. He used to have one. He said a tuk-tuk, a 3-seater, because you can navigate that through the crowds better. They're also electric. He's also a mechanic for them, so he knows how to operate them really well. And spatially, he can use them properly in traffic. But he said that's what it'd help. If he had one of those, if he had 2, it'd be insane. Because then he could give one to his son as well, and they'd both be working for the family, because family comes first in India, unlike a lot of other countries, including Australia, for some reason. They do family better. Second to the Air Force. That's Simon Powell. That's enough. Trading the camper for a tuk-tuk. I'd get a few tuk-tuks for that. Yeah. So let me just say it's going to be a pleasure. I wish I was there to actually go over and give the funds to Chanda. He doesn't even know this is happening for him at the moment. I told him on one of the last days, you don't know who's getting into your taxi. You've been praying all your life. You've been working all your life. I don't think his education level is that high, because there's social branches within Indian culture as well. But this guy is 100% a lovely dude. And he really threw it out there for us. And when I told him, mate, you don't know who's got in your taxi this time, and my pledge is to help your family out. And this is what we're doing right now, team. We're helping his family out. Okay? You saw one can open. This stream has got a lot to go. For those that don't realise what we're talking about, each can that I open is a $1,000 pledge. Hey, AM, how you going on your Cas? Got to keep moving today. Have good team, long time in the trenches. Chat, attaboy. Hey, attaboy. Thanks for the donation, mate. And guess what? You just knocked us over the $100 mark. Thank you very much, mate. We're a little bit further ahead in Facebook, but they've been throwing money in since last night. How can I put family first when it's duty first? Because by doing your duty first, then what you're doing is actually providing for your family. This is how you do it. If something has passion in it, man, you've got to stick to that because it might be the rest of your life. What we got? Okay. Are we ready for a story? Are we ready for a story that will piggyback off what we're talking about, rules of engagement, will piggyback off laws of armed conflict? We'll give a little bit of an understanding about some of the reasons why things go wrong on the battlefield, why sometimes the officer and the politician need to have walked in the steps of the soldier to understand that they're asking the impossible, giving a rule book to an army, okay, or to the guys on the ground that do the bleeding, the dying, the crying. You're giving them the rules having never walked in their steps, understanding that war is messy. I've got a story that I wrote and I want you to hear it. Okay, then we will play that as soon as, remember this is not charity today, team. As soon as I see a $5 donation go in, the story's coming on. $5 donation from anyone will kick us off. Tick the like button if you can, team. Where are we? While we're waiting for that dineros, what we'll do is go through another few comments on the Robert Smith scandal. 2 minutes to go until we're into the second hour. 2 minutes, as she said. Where are we? Okay. Dwayne Duffy says, man, this was a great and very interesting episode last night. For some reason, it kept stopping and going back to the start, so I'll try and watch it again. Okay. Kaiden says, in regards to Ben Robert Smith, some things should stay on the battlefield. We shouldn't encourage bad behaviour, but we just need to accept where one team is fighting by laws of armed conflict and the other is not, that we need to adapt to the battlefield in order to win. But Australia wasn't sent with rules of engagement that allowed them to win. We've got to remember that too. Foxy, there we go. Send the story over. I'll say it for it. Okay, thumbs up for AM at morning. Foxy Fox. She looks after the camels. Not too cow. Story's coming right now. Okay, and just so you are aware, this was meant to be a video that was coming to you as this story today, but I don't know how it broke, but this is a $500 professional microphone. This is a Zoom microphone like that, not working. New batteries, everything. Done. Your viewing pleasure, your listening pleasure, killed. So, What I want you to do is put yourself in the position. I didn't necessarily give this, okay, a time era. I kept it neutral. You can tell it's around your Vietnam sort of era. Okay, that's 1 hour down. Bam, bam. Oops. We're back on the second hour. Not so cows have made it. All right. So this is the story. Listen to it, think about it, and then we're going to talk about it. Hey, do you think Churchill was a better leader because he served before being a leader? I think without Churchill, they would have lost. He had to make the hard decisions when no one else was capable of it. You know, it just looked bad because he enjoyed his cigar and his port too much. That's all. It doesn't always make you a better leader, but it means that you understand what you're asking people to do, and it's called leadership. There's more chance they're going to follow your lead, which is the reason the Prime Ministers of Australia, after World War One, after World War Two, you know, were better leaders, loved their country, and did it to make the country better, as opposed to now, which is all bullshit, lies, Brittany Higgins, whatever happened there. You know, I've never seen anyone get paid out so quickly for something that had no convictions. $3 million? That doesn't make sense. Lisa Wilkinson should be ashamed as well. Hey, John, thanks, mate. I wish that Coca-Cola would sponsor me, my friend. But here we go. Don't mind my reading here, team. I wish that I was doing this as a more developed, and it will come out as a mainstream video. I've just got to get a new microphone. The rain continued to drizzle down, leaving the Australian Infantry Rifle Squad soaked to the bone. The mosquitoes were constant. And it seemed like there was no escaping them. The monsoons had been now going for months. The squad had been operating in AO Grasshopper for the past 6 months, and they were getting tired and restless. They'd been tasked with holding a contested piece of ground, and it seemed like the enemy knew every move they made before it had occurred. The section commander, Corporal Bilston, was a seasoned soldier with a tough exterior and a no-nonsense attitude that sometimes led more with his fists than his commands. He knew that it took to get the job done and was respected by his men. Number 1 scout, Carl, was also known as Pac-Man for his ability to find the enemy positions, similar to a video game. He was the eyes and ears of the squad and had saved their lives more times than he could count. One day, the squad was in concealed reconnaissance observation post, observing an enemy-held village. Suddenly and unexpectedly, an enemy platoon of more than 30 fighters appeared out of nowhere, patrolling through the village. The Australians hid in the creek line, getting as low as they could possibly get, and not moving an inch. Praying they wouldn't be spotted, as the platoon passed, the sound of bells around animals' necks. A civilian teenage boy, he couldn't have been over 13 years old, appeared from behind them, bringing his herd directly toward their hiding place. Corporal Bilston's eyes widened in panic, and he gave a throat-slitting signal to Pac-Man, indicating that it was him or them. The lads looked at their commander, waiting for his order. The tension was palpable, and the silence was deafening. The situation hung in the balance, and everyone knew that the decision made now would determine the rest of their lives. Bilston screamed silently at Carl, through sign language, through verbalisation, to kill the boy, to save them all. Strauss, the number 2 scout, looked at Carl, begging him to hurry up, through tear-soaked eyes. Carl drew his K-bar dagger, noticing the engraving that his father had had inscribed before his deployment. "I'm proud of you, son." This was the gift his father had given him before his deployment. It had always been a source of comfort and reminded him of home. Carl was in the decision dilemma twist. He was asked to make a heart-wrenching decision, to silence a boy or refuse the order and face the consequences that meant death for all. He knew that what happened next would define his future, and he had to live with the aftermath of his decision regardless. In a split second, Carl made his decision. He couldn't bring himself to kill an innocent boy. Even though the boy could compromise their position, he couldn't bring himself to take a life. He handed Bilston back his K-bar dagger and whispered to him, "I can't do it." But Bilston wasn't having anything of that. Bilston grabbed the dagger, crept up, grabbed the boy from behind and plunged it into the boy's chest, silencing him before he could make a sound. The squad watched in horror as the boy's life slipped away in the mud, his blood staining the ground around him. The rain continued to drizzle and the mosquitoes continued to swarm, but nothing seemed to matter anymore. The future of the patrol had been decided, and Carl knew that he would never be the same again. He would never forget the sound of the boy's dying breath or the look of horror on Strauss's face. He had made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. As the patrol moved to the observation post, Carl couldn't help but wonder what else he was capable of. War was messy, and he knew that sometimes people had to make tough decisions to survive. But could he live with the secret he was now carrying? Would he ever be able to live with himself after what he had seen and done? The dilemma question to the reader, which is you, is simple: him or us? Could you and would you do it? War is messy. Can you live with that secret? The Australian Infantry Rifle Squad had to make a decision that no one should ever have to make. But the truth is, people in war make tough decisions every day, and they have to live with the consequences for the rest of their lives. The truth is, war is not just fought on the battlefield, but inside the minds of soldiers who carry the burden of their decisions for the rest of their lives. So, that is the story. That is the story. If you were Bilston, and maybe this was your second tour, or sixth, like Robert Smith, or in fact you were Carl, Pac-Man, or Strauss, nothing within rules of engagement, nothing talks about those situations, and those situations occur. Okay, they happened in Bravo 20. They didn't take the boy out. It happened in Lone Survivor, we saw there. And it's happened many other times where civilians can give away the moment. Now, when you're a commander and you take soldiers overseas, volunteer sons overseas, you do make a pledge with the family members that you meet that you're going to do everything to bring them home. So none of that meets up with code of conduct. None of that meets up with rules of engagement. So whatever happens at those moments will dissipate into actual reality, and it'll be common sense wagered by those from lounge chairs that didn't smell the mud, that didn't understand that the pledge to bring home the other 8 soldiers had been made spiritually, and this was the only solution where feelings didn't come into it. There's times where it's only action, a binary decision. Am I going to carry with me a secret? Am I going to carry with me an action? At least Bilston actually chose to use and lead from example and do the dirty work himself. But ultimately in that story, he saved the lives of 9 and gave them back to their families and every other child that's ever born as a result of. He's kept mothers from kneeling beside coffins by taking the life of one. It's a tough one. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Is there no right answer? Is this just one of the horrors that can occur? I think so. Yeah. It is one of those dilemma stories there was. We've done ones before where some of the soldiers I was with shot across a border in East Timor when there was militia killing civilians, and he shot across at them, okay, and was nearly court-martialed over it, but he was just trying to save them from being targeted by the militia. But it was an international incident because of it. Johnny Diggs, hey Kaz, I'd like to talk to you about homicidality. I'm a former grunt from 2 and 1. I'm studying medicine at JCU and will be doing a thesis on homicidality. Johnny Diggs, make sure you jump on the Patreon. I'd be more than happy to do anything to help you, mate. Yep, I can support any project you have, man. I look forward to it. Johnny, come on over to the dark side. Cas, even the people who lived as a result of the boy's death would still feel the guilt and question themselves on whether or not their own lives were worth more than his. And I would argue, in that case, sad, but I'd be willing to do that to save your boys' lives. Your boys' lives. Hero of Troy. Royal Marines had an incident where a sergeant executed a wounded Taliban fighter with his branding. It was handled internally and he was charged and faced trial before it went to the media. Yep, that's the way it should happen. No retracted information. It should be everything going into put on the table where that person also gets to say, this is what happened, this is what it smelt like, looked like, these rules did not fit in. The circle didn't go into the hole neatly. Hero of Troy. Nutsu Cow as well for that yellow. There's so many of these situations, and by giving a story, what it's done is probably put in the back of people's mind that there is no logical answer. And if you weren't on the ground, you wouldn't understand the goddamn fucking fear that those soldiers like Strauss had when he's looking up guns. Just someone do something I'm not willing to do myself. But then for him to actually see, I like that little bit, the engraving of proud of your son from his father that had been put onto his knife. Yeah, that made him have that reflection with home and probably made his decision decide, no, I can't do it. Johnny! For those that don't know, whenever I see the name John or Grace, it has an emotional feeling to me because I lost a brother named John. Hey, Kaz, not sure if you know this, but you might find it interesting. There's been some confirmed changes towards recruitment due to change the civilian company administering it. John, it'd be very interesting. I won't have much faith in it, but yeah, I'd love to see. We need to completely restructure the HR department, the way they go about things. But if this is meeting the way that the civilian recruiters are there to basically make sure that the military recruiters do the same thing, and it's about equity and inclusion and quota, I shake my head. Wazzy, you ever seen the cartoon image of the people lying on the train tracks and a child has to choose where to direct the train based on the number of people who will die? No, I haven't, I haven't. That'd be hard hitting, mate. Dilemmas are a great way of making people look internally and realising that life ain't simple. Hey, Dwayne Duffy, you're not late, mate. You're fine. Mate, thank you for being here, and thank you for your early donation too, my friend. KP, no life should be taken lightly, and no life is taken without a toll. It takes something from you regardless of the life taken. It meant my brothers getting home. I would do it, but I could never forget. That's a great comment. It should never be taken lightly. And to read this story to a politician, imagine that. Imagine if they said, Kaz, you're a public speaker. You were senior instructor of the year, but no one wants to hear your voice. Now, imagine if I got to go and read that to Parliament, and the poem, I might have it right here actually, that I wrote about Rwanda. I can read to you right now for Cassie, so she understands. She loves history as well. I don't know if you've heard her on this channel. It's called Kabayo. I read it for bikies too, and they really liked it. But if you read that to them so they understand, there is no winning. There is just a decision that's a little bit better than the other poor decision. Yep. And in this story, we all know that Bilston didn't take killing this boy lightly. He just knew it was time for action. Johnny, currently my application process, and there's been a lot of delays because of it. One of the careers coaches leaked a change being that the interview assigned to you will relate to job preference. Okay. That scar would never heal. My scars will never heal. Yep. For experience, equity and inclusion are a disaster. Yep, they are. There's a great scene in the HBO Chernobyl series about taking your first life. What does that mean? I know what that means. Hello, Mama. $2,000. When the other can's open, I'm not going to give you an update on how much it's up to. I want to see if you guys realise. For those guys that just come on here, each Coke can means that my channel's donating $1,000 to this cause as well. I can't ask you to put money in if I'm not taking money out of myself as well. Okay, how many people find this triggering? Look at the name of these. Burger Man, baby. These are fantastic. I got these sent to me while I was in East Timor. And my God, it felt like someone had sent me more bullets at the Alamo. It was so good. These are fantastic. If you're watching the stream right now, leave your computer on, go to Coles and go and get yourself a packet. You won't regret it. Burger Man. Can we get some thumbs up for the second can of Coke? It's one of the feminists aren't having a go at that chip packet company. I'm also, today, is Cassie. She's upset. She's offended. Burger girl. Burger person, they should be called. Today, our only sustenance is Anzac biscuits and Coca-Cola. I'm not going to eat in front of you, but I'm looking for something here. Okay. War series, bam, bam, bam. Okay, dedication to Father's Day. I didn't realise I had that there. Who wants to hear a poem that I wrote for James Meredith Hupp, who is the son of Jody, who's one of our American Patreon members? You know, fantastic lady, her and Maddie. They'd already lost a son to a shooting accident at their home, and then they lost their Special Forces son, to PTSD and a failed marriage at the same day that we lost Ian Turner to Commando, Special Forces, to PTSD. We wrote this poem for him that day. I went down to a park when I found out I loved Ian Turner. You know, I worked with him when he was going through his hard times. He was a great dude, a really great dude. He was stoic. He's the guy you needed, you know, to get jobs done. But he was a tough, tough man. Yeah. But he was never hard on anyone, harder on anyone than what he was on the Taliban or on himself. Conan Peppers, Kaz, I'm a hunter, will not have a shot if it's not ethical. I don't plan on harvesting the meat. Pest species are always taken out with minimum suffering. I know it's not human life, but still important. Absolutely. Burger Man pronouns are Burger Man. They are, Brady. So here we go, team. This is going to be a poem that that we wrote. Some of you are going to have heard this before. Okay, but this is dedicated to one of my dead friends, you know. And this is, you could say, fitting to read after that story of the burden that carries on with the man of the stories that they don't share with their family, and people wonder why they don't quite fit in ever again. All right, so this is what it is. Won't happen to everyone, you know, but when it happens, it's a solo journey a lot of the time. This is called What Can Save the Brave. Do we get a, how do we go? Do we get a $2 donation out there, team, to start this poem off? Of course we did. I opened the can. So here we go. Don't mind the narrator here, team. My mind is homeless, hopeless, desperately and psychologically holding on, trying to make sense of all of this. As I slide down this loose tiled roof, there's no proof. My invisible scars, they're emotional bars. I'm time rich, socially retired, career, purpose, and identity expired. My physical self, I'm still here in the present, but my heart, my soul, my mind, too far behind. Back in time, 1995. I should be grateful, I'm still alive. But what is living? I'm still stealing air while nighttime sitting. Nightmare sitting. My phone full of suffering brothers and not answering jilted ex-lovers. As I ring through that brother list, I make sure not one is missed. The roll now called, I'm appalled. So many brave men answer with silence by their own trained hand, self-administered violence. These internally scarred wounded survive the conflicts they face abroad, return, scream help, yet still feel ignored. The safety net is pocked with holes, ripped apart by the falling, hope-losing souls. Families scream, why? Please, Daddy, don't cry. I don't want you to die. I shrug it off. I don't need to lie. See, I didn't think you can win that battle within, but I just can't hand the black dog his win. The black dog's bite, it's worse than his bark. He circles in daylight and attacks in the dark. He waits till your family are snug in their beds. He creeps past the sheepdog, then enters our heads. He whispers in ears and devastates dreams. Sanity, resilience pulled apart at the seams. Just one stitch today, one more stitch tomorrow. No warrior left to give, just a case of contagious sorrow. How can I think this is all just in my head? So many uniformed brothers that made it home are now dead. It's goddamn pathetic. Pills and booze, the veteran's only anaesthetic. See, I don't live in your world, but I won't survive in mine. I lift glasses to forget, and I can't say I have regrets. I've seen the beast. I've lived in his lair. You weren't there. Don't stare. Our lives, they're different. Don't compare. I won't share. Your never-ending goddamn advice, it feels like you think you've lived my fucking life twice. I don't know who I am, so how can you? I do know what I can do, but I won't. The pain I still go through, I do it for you. I'm actually surprised you're still here. Can you go get me another beer? You head off to bed, throw a backhanded wave. I grab my own beer and head for my cave. As I sit on the picket, I wait for the black dog to come, and I ponder out loud, is there anything or anyone that can still save the brave? That was dedicated on the 14th of July to James Meredith Hubb and Ian Turner. Two great men who did their job, who came home, who weren't perfect, and paid the price by their own hand after surviving a war. It's a tough one, team. It really is. Timeline start. What's this one? Let's see. It's a war story. Okay, what else we got? Come on, team. Come on. What do we got here? Okay, it's the drafts of these. Are you still there, team? It's the Rwanda one that I really find hard to read out, and it's long. But sometimes by having these candid, open moments, it gives you a chance to understand who you're talking to, who's representing you in the conversations as well. I hope you like that, or I hope you heard that is what I should say. Hey, John. John has just come to Patreon. John, that is going to get you, bam, number 2 sent to you. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you. It sounds like a very interesting subject. I'm just writing his name down, team. He's got a very Cool sounding name too. And you know what that means? That means we've only got 35 positions left on all of Patreon. That'll be coming to you, mate, and I'll write a beautiful message on the back for you too. No, it's not OnlyFans, you dirty bastards. Right. Is there anyone that'd like to do a call in from Patreon and have a conversation and answer some of the questions with me? Johnny Diggs. These have all gone quiet. What else have we got here? Right, well, okay, has got OnlyFans. Not my thing, just asking for a friend. No, I don't. I wouldn't do that, mate. Unless it paid me. But what would they want me to do? Give them some of my old man skin? Maybe we need to watch a video, do a reaction to a video as well. Yeah, look, I've killed the mood. I read some handwritten poetry to you and now you're upset. We're still here, says Cane and Peppers. How about someone give me a phone call so it's complete mystery and then I'll answer it. Team, someone asked me the other day, why do you call Adelaide the home of single mums? Because that's what it is, Cass. You know, everyone's escaping Adelaide, but when they opened the battalion down there, the guys, when they turned up, they said all that was out, there was single mums everywhere you went. It was like it was the plug hole where they all go down to and then sit and wait. Play five-finger death punch? No. If you're going to date a single mum, make sure you got kids of your own. Okay? Make sure you got kids of your own. You know, because there's nothing worse than getting attached to someone's children and actually, out of responsibility, feeling like you're staying for the wrong reason. You know, and if the breakup happens, it'll be devastating not to be in the kids' lives. You know? And accept the fact that if you go into a family, you know, with a single mum that's got animals, you're coming last from the jump. Someone's thinking of going there, so what's the appeal? I don't know if there'd be any appeal going to South Australia. Any. I can't think of anything, to tell you the truth. Johnny Diggs, I am not an OnlyFans. Hey, Kristen, how you going, mate? Afternoon to you too. You notice we always get the least amount of views when we have something like this because people are scared we're going to ask for money. It's weird. Whenever we do something nice, it always gets the least amount of traction. No power in South Australia unless the wind is blowing. There you go. Hey, have you heard about, this is terrible, terrible. Have you heard about what's happening with South Africa at the moment? I had no idea. I'm not talking about just the farmers being targeted by people that are traditional landowners, as we call them in Africa. But they've got a power problem over there, which is something to do with politics, where their power can be off up to 16 hours a day, every single day, where your fridge, there's no point in buying food for a long period of time, which means a couple of days, because the fridges will be turned off. The security gates to your gated community, because of the dangers you may not be able to get into. Petrol pumps stopping halfway through, okay, filling up your car. You know, industries, hospitals, power just goes out in sectors. You know, sometimes for days at a time. It's incredible. Or the information about the downfall of the collapse of the red corn chips population. You know, I don't really like to believe everyone at face value. But listening to one of the scientists that was talking, and they were saying that because of the one-child policy and the Great Leap, etc., that happened in the red corn chip, that their prognosis for the population of the red corn chip is to go from 1.3 billion down to under 650 million by 2050, because they're not replacing their population. Guess who else isn't? Australia, New Zealand. Guess who else isn't? America, Britain, Canada. Canada's becoming one of the most dangerous countries in the world, alongside London, England City. It's out of control. This is what happens when you reward bad behaviour with no punishment. Lad, you sound like you got abs. 2-2. My understanding is that RAF Basic is pretty cruisy compared to Kapuka. Of course it would be. I'm proud of him that he is organising everything himself to sign up. He hasn't really needed my help on anything. There you go. How's that for a name? Lad. Oh, there you go. There's one on top. Hey, Kaz, my young bloke, age 17, is joining the RAF for the gap year as an aviation support tech. Hopefully he'll sign for the trade after that. Any advice on RAF Basic from what you know? Mate, I would imagine that the Air Force is very much like a civilian enterprise, to tell you the truth. You know, there's not a real regimental requirement for them to move fast, if you know what I mean. And those that do tend to go to AGIs, and they've convinced themselves that they're special forces. Now, that's not to say that our most lethal arm of defence would be Navy, Air Force in combination. Now, every part within the box of Lego is very important, and any individual can become the most important person on any given day for a mission, etc. But the Air Force is still not going to be easy, because you may not be near your phone. You know, the accommodation might be better, but there's still going to be a requirement to do that 8-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour day, and be able to learn about instinctive command. When someone wants you to do something, have it done. You know, I don't know. Maybe we're going to learn from your son when he comes back and says, okay, I'll tell you what it was like. But the perception of someone that did it while they're doing it is it's hard, regardless of what it is. And when it's finished, they say it's easy. Elon Musk built a solar battery in South Australia. Yeah, he did. And I don't think it's doing as well as what they thought it would. Lighty, how you going, mate? How do you remember your RIs from Kapuka? Did you ever come across him again? Mine was called Corporal Pyre, and he was from Transport, and he was a fantastic man with a very seedy mustache. You will remember them, okay? Lest we forget, as they say. He was a fantastic guy, actually, and he did teach us a lot. He was a really good guy. He'd worked for my father at one stage, actually. There you go. Wrong side of heaven, says Robbie Wool. Will I am the NRL referee. There you go. Who is more despised than a referee? All they're trying to do is keep things civil. Hey, Kaz, since you were a DS at Wonko, sub 1 corporal, there was this chick that hassled the DS that she wanted her own place for privacy to change outfield. What are your thoughts on this, mate? Okay, wait 2 seconds. I'm going to read this one again. For people who don't know, I've also been an instructor in an all-core environment for males and females, as well as being on operations and the dysfunction that happens by having a portion of the female soldiers in any operational area. It becomes a shit fight, believe me. Hey, Kaz, since you were a directing staff at Wonko, sub 1 for corporal, there was this chick that hassled the DS, the directing staff, that she wanted her own place for privacy to change outfield. What is your thoughts on this? No. You're out in a field environment. Now, there's a difference between a tactical environment and a field environment. If it's tactical, then no. Change in the middle of the night if you need to. You're not getting anything. It'd be like, Willie, it'd be like if someone's going to do a shit. I'm the guy that gives the shovel to the person as a platoon sergeant of a tactical patrol where they're going to dig a shit pit, and it's normally near me. I don't want to see you dot. You know, out of fascination, I might look over and laugh at you shitting as your legs start to cramp because you haven't got enough salt left in your system. But man, no special treatment. If you demand special treatment, it should be off the leadership course, go home. You know, you showed a character flaw there. Now, for this young lass, there's always a time during the day where you can change. I don't know why you're changing at all. If you are changing and it's a tactical environment, there's no reason why you can't change in the middle of the night. When you're on picket, before you go in there, put the dry clothes back on. Put the wet clothes away or put the wet clothes back on. That seems like a power play to me. I'd be very interested in seeing whether that was facilitated or not, to tell you the truth. We had a predicament actually at a leadership course where a female lieutenant went and did a pee outside the actual tactical position, the harbour position, and the DS that allowed her to walk off that tactical position to go and piss in privacy got his ass kicked, absolutely savaged, for giving special treatment to someone and giving the impression that a female should be given extra this, that, or the other, on top of the other soldiers in a tactical environment, not to be mixed up with an administrational environment, which I'd say absolutely. There's a time and place to get everything done. Lightfoot, my sleep pattern is all over the place with inconsistent work. My fitness routine is out the window. That's all right, Lighty. You just got to get hold of that, man. Cane and Peppers. I have to say the idea of public change terrified me, but it is part of what you sign up for. KP, and that makes sense. The first time people get changed, it's a very weird situation in front of other people, but it's like the dance floor. No one's truly looking at you. No one gives a shit. You know what? I don't even get changed out bush. After you've been out bush for 3 days, if you change anything, it'd only be your shirt with another shirt. You're not changing the shirt underneath. You live in your filth. And after 3 days, the animals walk basically right on top of you because now you smell like them. You don't necessarily stink unless you're a filthy smoker. Trying to claw it back and look for more work. Life is a struggle there, Lighty, and that's why we're doing this today for good Chanda, the guy that doesn't have the opposition, the possibility of improving his lot in life, because all of his finances, spare finances, is about trying to save up to get his daughters married, to give them a chance of having a life, etc. That's why we're doing this today, okay? Donating money to not just a cause, but a family of colour. That should give me some brownie points in California, shouldn't it? Willie says, exactly right, man. Wonder what she is going to say to the course review afterwards. At the end of the day, no special treatment. Everyone's equal. Yeah. There's already enough double standards as it is, and I suggest it's going to get worse when you actually look at the ads, the Little Mermaid, the toxicity that's coming from this grievance economy. Changing out bush is bad, but nothing worse than changing it Cerberus. You know what? If anything, it's a horrible feeling getting changed into clean clothes when you've actually smell like the world around us, sort of thing. It's a horrible feeling. What else were we going to say? I forget. 3 cheers for the king for tomorrow too, by the way. Even though it's not his actual birthday. What questions we got, team? Let me look and see on here if we've got a Patreon member that wants to talk. Okay, where's it? Yeah, she requested. Don't say your name, son.
Hello, Kaz.
Hey, buddy, you able to talk?
I absolutely am, mate. I've got a good 10 minutes, mate.
Okay, you've got 10 minutes. That's good. That's how long a coffee should last. Here we go. Wait, you're about to go loud. You hear?
Yeah,
Okay, don't say your name.
Yep.
Okay, so you're about to join the military one day in the next 6 months. Why do you want to join?
I wanted to seek a different life for myself, basically. I wanted to be able to get paid, to be able to keep fit and see the world as someone who's 29 and he hasn't travelled yet, it's definitely been on the bucket list to do. So, and being able to make lifelong friends and being able to do something that's more than myself. So that's the main reason why I wanted to join.
And what do your family and friends think? Are they? Yep, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, Mum's very supportive. Mum's had a couple of cries, has had a few cries recently about it, but she's also very supportive.
And mate,
Grandma's very proud.
Much
very proud
respect
grandma
owed to your mum. It must be an extremely hard thing for a mum to watch one of her kids who she's used to having in the house daily suddenly pack up and then leave. You know, it's tough.
It's as quick as it's been. That was the more so. Like I'm mum's only son, so it's it hits a little bit harder because I've always been the man of the house. So and yeah, you know, I'm the one who mows the yard, or you know, he comes up and spends time and makes sure that like cleans out the gardens and everything. Like that was what I do. So
okay. And you've got to make sure, mate, that you don't forget your mum and that you keep her in the loop, communicate with her. You know, maybe grab her phone and leave a video message on that and tell her she can't touch it until you've left so that she feels like you're there. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with being a mummy's boy, mate. Nothing wrong with it.
No, 100%. No, if you don't love your mum, then there's something wrong with you. So
yeah, or something wrong with your mum.
You only have one mum on this planet, so
yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Yep, there you go. Cassie's saying, well done, young man. And Foxy's saying she joined at 27, mate. It's whack being around kids and you're all doing the same task. There you go.
Exactly.
So that leads me on to, what are your fears? What's your fears of going to Kapuka?
My biggest fear is not being able to, you know, nail my drill or make my bed properly and watching it get tossed out the window as such, or tossed down the corridor. Just the fear of failing, I guess. Yeah, that's as I've discussed is, you know, I don't want to get back squatted and I don't want to get injured. They're my biggest fears. So
back squad and discomfort would be my two biggest ones, or not being accepted by peers. That would be a tough one. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that
absolutely.
Would be.
But hopefully, being someone who is a little bit older, in the late 20s, a little bit of life experience might be able to help others who might be struggling in my room. Hopefully, they've watched the channel so they understand what's happening a little bit. But being able to help the younger ones is definitely one of the things that I want to do mostly. So
it actually really, really surprised me that more people don't come to this channel to prepare themselves for what's coming ahead. It's sort of like in this day of futuristic technology and assistance and coaching, you know, it should be a no-brainer that all the answers you ever need are just at your fingertips, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But when going through my process, I've only come across very selected people who have heard of the channel.
Yep.
Not many, but I've had a couple. Yeah. And the people who've heard, I'm not sure if they're Patreons or not, or watching the stream, but they know the ones I've come across have been very squared away, administrationally, physically, mentally, and medically, obviously.
Yep.
But they've all been very switched on individuals, so
that's good, mate. And they're going to be surrounding you very soon, mate. What's going to be your last meal when it's your time?
My last meal, or
the last bit of food that's going to hit the toilet bowl. You know, when you get there.
Whatever buffet breakfast they got on Tuesday morning. So
okay. Well, William has said something very smart here, which is very true. The army is not designed to fail. It's all attitude. That's why we had a video, William, ages ago, and it basically said the only people that fail at Kapuka are basically quitters, because you've already been checked for IQ, problem-solving capability, and reasoning. You're there as a volunteer. You've been checked medically. You've been checked there emotionally and psychologically, and then you've been screened through fitness. So how could you possibly not pass Kapuka unless it's a shortage of resilience, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And, when you go through everything, they're very thorough with who they want and what they're looking for. If that be positives, they are very, they know what they need in a person.
Yeah.
So, like I said, other people, signing on the dotted lines is the accumulation of all the hard work. Because you've already proved who you are. You've proved that you're physically up to the challenge. Everything's done, And like I say to people, the best part's when it starts, because you sign that piece of paper. That's it. Like you are the soldier. You have been accepted, and you're getting paid to try. Like you're getting paid to learn and paid to keep fit.
Mm-hmm.
Like what else? That's pretty good. Like if you ask me, that's a pretty good. It's a pretty good gig. Not many people on the planet get paid a comfortable income to keep fit and learn at the same time.
So this is still about and I wish everyone could know who you are. I wish they did, because the job you're going in for, although it's not infantry, I really, really think it's going to be exciting. I really
Absolutely. And and it might be the little boy in me, but who's not keen to put on some face cream and put some webbing on and run around the bush? Like, what, that's part of it, that's probably one of the, it's going to suck, but it's going to be probably one of the best parts of it as well.
Yeah.
How many people do you know you can walk down the street and talk to about weapons handling skills? Very little.
It is true.
And be able to work in a team under strenuous conditions, being an 8-man section or whatever, learning how to do attacks. There's not many people on the street that have done that.
Yep.
And not many people will probably understand, but when you come across someone who knows and understands that, you're going to have an instant bond that will last a lifetime.
And what are you going to
experiences?
What are you going to be like not having a mobile phone?
It's going to be interesting, but I also remember what it was like as a kid not to have a mobile phone. I'm old enough to remember, I think I got my first mobile when I was like 13, about 13 when I got my first mobile phone. So,
yep.
You had to, and you wanted to go down and get fish and chips for lunch. You better get on the bike and get on the pushy. You wanted money for,
You're showing your age now, getting on a pushy to go and get hot chips. Guess who just turned up?
Exactly. And, you want money to go get more food? Oh, you better start mowing the yard by hand, with the push mower.
Yep. Nicole Kay's just turned up too, mate. Great to have you here, Nicole. Hope that you're going okay. Nicole's been having some medical issues lately. She was a pay clerk, so you'll be working with those guys. Make sure that you get a Defence Bank account. It slimlines everything as you go through training, etc. Mike Blakey says, quotas, Cas, quotas. Yep, I totally agree.
That's right.
And all we really need a quota of is the right people, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And I personally don't think that that's an issue in the country. Like, we do have the right people. It's just about having to find them. They're here. Every country has enough of the right people.
Do you know what soldiers are like, mate?
They're just everyday people.
Soldiers are like children. If you give soldiers an easy life, they'll take it, they'll get used to it, they'll complain when you take it away. So the whole key is to keep the standards up, okay, to keep the testing, to keep giving adventure, just little things, man. And they will stay in the zone. Yep, that's what works so well for infantry. Jay's just saying he's here for my garlic prawns, which are, they're getting better, Jay, all the time. I've got some downstairs actually. For those that don't know, I love cooking. The way to a man's heart is cooking. So I cook for myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Sam, the cooking guy's the best one. Well, I'll let you go, mate. You haven't got much time left. But
no, I don't.
You're about to have some very unusual people around you.
Oh, absolutely.
But they're sharing the journey. You wanted this. You asked for this. Now you've got it.
Exactly.
Never any quitting.
Exactly. Because it's not just about quitting. You're not quitting yourself. You're quitting your family name. It's your name on. It's your name on the cams. It's your name on the polys.
That's right. Your family name.
Have it. You can't have it because then you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Yep, that's it. Mate, exactly. Is there anything you want to say to the channel before you get out of here? Anything you'd say to Chanda if he was here?
Well, I'm sure Chanda's chuffed that he's got his tut-tut and he's good to go. And his life will just become infinitely easier for him and his family. And, you know, how good's this country? I love this country.
Well, imagine being the receiving end if you were Chanda, for example, and I'm speaking to everyone here. Imagine being in a position where the thought of having a tuk-tuk and supplying your family with $20 a day for 6 days a week, that is your pinnacle of a good life. And then to have someone get into your car and then to say, remember me, because I'll remember you. And then people from a different colour, different culture, different religion, okay, with military background, okay, then start a financial plan to improve your family's life. You know, it'd be a very hard one. It affects my heart when people make donations. You know, imagine what it'd be like for him when this money starts flowing into his bank account, because you don't do it in just one hit, team. You've got to go through XC or whatever it is. Hillary Clinton is doing that side of it for me. But we're going to make a change to his life, and it looks like it's going to actually allow for his children to actually get their weddings and then have children, and then the circle continues around and gives back to Chanda himself. So what we're doing today, under no circumstance should we ever underestimate the power of change that we've affected today on one person from a population of 1.33 billion people. He's literally won a kickstart lottery.
Exactly. That's it. He's won the lottery. So
it doesn't sound like much, but if you saw how much, they don't know how much is going in today. But if they did, I think they'd appreciate it. They'd understand.
Yeah,
okay, mate.
I'll be on the stream in about 10 minutes, mate.
Yeah, you take your time, man. When in doubt, put it on something and just kick the device over and just let it keep running. Yeah. Thanks,
absolutely.
Mate.
Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste, sir. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. Life is still breathing. Life is trying to keep you in the zone. I think life is like my fitness, not a straight, consistent. You know, we do our fitness for ourselves, to tell you the truth. That's who we do it for. The byproduct is it helps with our career. Once you get into the military, hey, Robbie Wall, how you going, mate? Look at that. The tuk-tuks. I didn't even realise they were there. How good's that? What were we going to say? There we go. I'll meet you with a tuk-tuk. Ed B from the USA. How you going, mate? How cool? How we going, team? We're doing well, mate. We're doing well. Coke cans, Ed, represent $1,000 donations each. You know, we've made 2,000 so far today, and I'm not going to spin the camera over, but I'll have a conversation the next few days, and we'll let you know how much we're coming up with. I don't want to let you guys know exactly what's going on at the moment off to the right of the camera here, but he's going to be happy. Had you going in the background as I've been talking to Quinn. Okay, he's about to start final exam at the School of Engineers. He is off to 1CR in Darwin for his first posting. That's going to be hot. I've heard they're talking about anywhere up to 200,000 US troops coming to Australia. Have you heard of that, Ed? Hey! Okay, so how you doing, mate? Steve-O, Big Blue One. Love your work. Steve-O, great to have you here, mate. Great to have you here. We're Van Brothers, and I spent a week at it the other day. It's fantastic. Ed B is a serviceman, a veteran as well, who found us through the channel. He had a channel as well, but now he's discovered a love of Morse code, which doesn't make sense to me, but anyone that's ever been in Signals Corps would probably love it. Yeah. I'm trying to think. we should have had a list of videos to do reactions to. What does the Coke can mean? Rouge Division. All the Navy guys, the 80 guys that just graduated. Well done. For those that don't know, we're about to go and just quickly place the intro here for Ed B, so he understands. Hey team, how you going? Welcome. This is the introduction to today's marathon stream. I hope that I've got enough water, Coca-Cola, to get rid of the cotton mouth, which is already set in. Today is about you. It's about Chanda. It's about people power. It's about faith in humanity. It's about us coming together and for a cause that is greater than ourselves. For an individual named Chanda and his family in a country where it is almost impossible to have mobility within your financial position in society, which matters. And we're going to do what we can to help him. Now, I've already raised and throwing in a lot of money myself. This will be signified with every time you see, bam, a Coca-Cola get opened. That is a $1,000 donation from me to the Chanda cause. Sounds like a lot. How much Coke will I have? Who will keep up with the stream, which goes for 343 minutes? Thank you very much, Daz, for the suggestion. And how can you help me? Well, all you need to do is have the balls, so to speak, to reach into your pocket and donate $5, $10, and put that down as a pledge to our Commonwealth brothers in India, or to become a member, or to become a Patreon member. Or whether to put a donation or a PayPal link in comments that allows you to make a donation there. This is about giving a little bit, but a lot of people giving a little bit. When in doubt, leave your iPad with the stream on and walk out and go away for 6 hours. Come back. You're still contributing to AdSense revenue. Guys and gals, this is about us making a difference as a channel. Now, Patreon members will be able to call in. We're going to talk about subjects. We're going to answer your questions together. So let's do that and know that people are predominantly good, especially from our channel. And sometimes the sheepdog, looks after the sheep when they least expect it. Chanda didn't ask for help, but we chose to help him. So let's do that and let's be proud of it and let's make a difference. Thank you very much to all of those in advance. And that's about it. See you later. That's Cas in the trenches, about to gob off for 343 minutes. See ya. So team, while you were watching that new intro and listening to Ed B talking about cutting people's grass in Sydney, we all know what that means. Bam. Facebook update. Okay, we're sitting at $140 there with 12 days to go. In case you don't know, the money goes to Chanda on the 1st of July. Okay, which will be everything that's ever donated to my YouTube channel and what you're throwing in there now. So thank you very, very much. Ed found out what mowing the lawn meant. I'm sure you did. The girls love those American accents. Nicole says, hey, Brady, yep, all good, thanks. Just settled back in the hospital again as I'm having a spinal cord stimulator inserted tomorrow. I probably need one of those, Nicole. People have told me I'm spineless sometimes. Can we get some thumbs up there for Nicole K too, please, team? Back pain is one of those things. It's a real thing. Scotty says, I'm sure Quinn said he may only be going to Darwin for 6 months once Sierra is moving to Adelaide due to the Marines taking over Darwin. Pretty, I love living in Holsworthy, charcoal chicken. At Battle Grove, Cane and Peppers, you're showing yourself there, mate. We're about to commence the third hour, going into the third hour of this stream. So we've got like 3 hours 45. We're going to have to get some videos in a minute and do some reaction videos, I reckon. I was at Holsworthy, but it was out around King's Cross. That's a shithole. But King's Cross is right beside Potts Point, which is also where the naval bases are. Some of the most expensive real estate in Australia, if not the world. Oh, that's where you woke up. That's also the gay precinct, Ed. That makes sense. Lighty says, I wish it had been 20 years since I mowed that kind of grass. There you go. I wonder how many ladies that said yes to Cas are still singing my praises or damning me with a voodoo doll. Ibrahim, his nephew or son was it? I can't remember. Josh was actually went through Singo. He was a real nice kid, to tell you the truth. Yeah. Remember, the sheepdog and the wolf have got a lot in common a lot of the time. Yeah, we're about to restart the clock. Guys and gals, you don't have to be here the whole time. I really appreciate the respect. No, but you don't need to, because this is your day too. Just leave your device going and allow the ads to do the rest. What are you doing, Ed? Cas was his son. Okay, it was his son. He had a beautiful scar on his face too. I'll make this shit up. It came from an ice skating fight. You know, where they're gloved up with the skates. All right. There we go. The timer's reset again. We're in the third hour. Oh, what's behind the green screen, Cas? That's my display table. We've got Carl is out working at the moment, so he can't actually be with us at the moment. Let's have a look at something here that might be very interesting for us to look at. Okay, where are we? Population. Okay, this might be an interesting one. Where is he? There's a particularly interesting video. This is it. This is it. This is the Peter Zion channel. Wait 2 seconds. I'll get you through the ad here. Where are we?
Against the US dollar. It's an amazing time to be a currency trader. And it got me thinking. So last night I decided to my team the same training I did last night to show them how to pick a currency pair using a simple piece of...
Which countries at the moment?
Okay. We're going to watch this together, okay? I'll just make myself a little bit smaller here. If anything goes crazy, this is just interesting things that you need to know about, team. It's always important to have a open mind. Okay, what I'm going to do is make myself a little bit smaller, she said. Now, this channel is called China's Population Collapse is Imminent. Here's what you need to know. Okay, I'll give the guy a thumbs up. There we are. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my headphones in and we'll kick it off. If you just like this sort of stuff, let me know. Give me some thumbs up if you want a few videos we can listen to. So wait 2 seconds. Where are we? You just happy with this? Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to treat this like it'd be a video that we're actually doing this to, and then I'll cut this bit out later, and this will actually become a video that goes up for our channel. Again, any financial AdSense benefits that come from that will go to Chanda. Here we are.
Moment have got the worst demographics. Which countries Which countries should be very concerned about the ratio of young to old?
The worst in the world is China. They've been in the process of updating their data over the course of...
And team, there's one thing you need to understand when we look at these things. Let's not wish ill will on any nation of earth. You can dislike their politicians, you can dislike their policies, but the people of those countries are living under sometimes regimes that you just don't want them to suffer. If they're your next door neighbour, they could be your best friend, cooking you great food for their traditional cultural holidays. So let's not clap our hands too much for the demise of anyone.
the last couple of years, and they're now starting to publicly admit that they overcounted by 100 million people. All of those people would have been born since one child, so age 40 and under, the young worker demographic, the childbearing demographic, and 2/3 of them are probably.
Guys and gals, if you haven't heard of the one-child policy, that was when in China it became illegal to have more than one child, which meant they didn't have a replacement cost to their population, which meant you're going backwards. And they have zero immigration, despite the fact that they try to buy real estate in countries, despite the fact there's also no ability to do that in their country. It's too late to turn it around.
Women. So best guess is that China only has 1.3 billion people now. The population probably peaked more than 10 years ago. And by 2030, there will be more retirees than workers. And by 2050, the entire population of China will have dropped below 650 million.
That's wild.
It's beyond terminal. Yeah, so the Chinese system.
650 million when their population at the moment is around, 1.3 billion, so they're saying. That's horrific, because what that means is that all of the older people have now died off. But with the young people, will they actually start breeding more? They're stuck between communism, socialism, capitalism. The younger generation is going to be like a grass fire that is going to take off. And the first thing they're going to do is buck the system. Believe me, you wouldn't want to be the leader, Xi Jinping, of the corn chip.
System collapses this decade for sure. Assuming nothing else goes wrong. And there's plenty other competitors to put the bullet in China's head.
Dude, that is crazy. Okay, so...
Yeah, all the way from pre-industrial to post-industrial collapse in 45 years.
Just for the people that don't understand about how the one-child policy and the preference for boys over girls and stuff created this landscape, what's the high-level view of that?
Sure. Well, there's two things. First of all, of course, is one child. Mao was concerned that they had a young upcoming generation after World War II that was going to eat the country alive. So they went to a two-child policy, ultimately to a one-child policy, and that was not loosened until 2015. But by that point, the damage was already done because there was a second factor. Remember, countries that industrialize later can follow the path of those who came before. They can skip some steps. So China was the fastest ever industrialization experience. What the United Kingdom did in 7 generations, the Chinese did in 1. And so they crammed 7 generations of economic growth and development into 1. And that's why their growth rate has been so impressive. But you can only do that once. And now it's behind them.
It probably is in the CIA, causing, seismic shifts in people's way of thinking. But that's why I say don't 100% believe what you see. This is just an interesting story. If some of the facts are true, and a lot of this sounds like it's fairly common sense, that drop in population is probably fairly accurate. I'd imagine, as when you see the average age of actual people in China is significantly older than what it is of their neighbour India. 2.2 is how many kids you're supposed to be having to replace yourself, your partner, and actually keep the population moving forward. So this perception that there's going to be too many people in the world is absolutely incorrect.
And now they have no children, and they have very few people under age 45.
Is population growth and collapse similar to an R0 number in a way, that more people allow you to have more children, which gives you more people to have more children, but if the reverse is happening, then it causes a nosedive?
You're absolutely right there. Now, I don't want to say that unchecked population growth is necessarily the way to go. That's not what I'm after here. I mean, you require a balance between children, young workers, and mature workers. If you don't have enough mature workers, you don't have the capital. If you don't have enough young workers, you don't have the consumption. If you don't have the children, you don't have a future. China is already out of those last 2 categories. And so we know where this leads. It leads to 0.
Look, guys, it's tax time. But what a lot of Aussies don't know is that there are legal rules that you can use to reduce your tax by tens of thousands of dollars. Now, imagine instead of getting a really small tax refund this year, imagine getting a tax refund of 5,000, 8,000, 15,000, even more.
Given the fact that humans are being, I think it's every 3 generations lives for another generation at the moment. Around about every generation lives 8 years longer than the generation before. Increased healthcare, health span, better access to.
That is only true in the shift from pre-industrial to industrial.
So you get that once.
Well, it depends upon how you apply the lessons to your system. In the case of Europe, I'd say they got it 3 times. But there's definitely an upper limit. One of the things to keep in mind, especially when you're talking about European demographics, is that in Europe, people are not living longer. Overall lifespan has not improved.
This is a really interesting point that you're bringing up, that we've got this perception we're going to live longer and longer and longer and longer, when the actual size of our population obesity is spiraling out of control. So although people are going to live, are they actually living? That's the thing. Are they breeding? Are they working for the sake of working? And what is it they want to buy? What are they inspired by? Which is the reason why I say to people, if you're going to be living a long life, some of it should be exciting. Some of it should be story creation, giving back, doing all of these different things that can inspire others, including those that call you mum and dad. So let's not hope for a long life with nothing to live for, because that'd be a tragedy.
What's improved is we've gotten rid of a lot of mortality.
Mm-hmm.
So the things that used to kill you when you were 0 to 65 don't kill you anymore.
The wooden spoon. Who's been hit with one of them? Brussels sprouts, boiled vegetables with no butter or black pepper. Disgusting. Poisoning. Food poisoning.
Right, okay. That is going to change the shape of demographics as well, right? The fact that young people are able to get old more easily, say.
More safely.
More safely, yeah, precisely. So I guess there's just a lot, over the last 100 years, we've seen such change. It's not just been technological change, but downstream from that is what's happened demographically and how that's influenced the demography. Okay, so if
modern medicine, electricity, sewage.
Yep.
Yeah.
If China's got the worst, what are some of the areas that have got better looking demography?
The 3 countries in the world in the advanced.
Who's it going to be? Is it Sweden and Switzerland? Don't know. Let's see. Is it Australia?
World, actually, in the advanced and in the developing world. New Zealand, France, United States. And largely for the same reason. They're countries that have a little bit more physical space. So their cities tend to be more of a sprawl.
What? I wouldn't say New Zealand is much more rural than what Australia is. Huh, interesting. Canada, slipping into socialism, the most police powers for any country, heading more towards China than what they are towards Australia.
You're more likely to have a backyard. More people can live in the countryside and be economically viable. So when these 3 countries urbanized, they did it at a slower rate, and they remain the 3 advanced countries with the lowest urbanization rates in the world. In the advanced developing world, the closest one is going to be Mexico, and for similar reasons. Central Mexico, which is on a highland massif, is just one giant suburban sprawl. And that means that people can have more children. Now, all of these countries still have their own demographic hiccups. They all have the baby boomer problem. It's just that they all have replacement generations.
I had a conversation with Jordan Peterson about this at the start of the year, and I did some research before. Has
everyone noticed the multimedia is almost exclusively always saying you don't have to have children? Have promiscuous sex, but you don't need many children. I understand the reason why we needed children before was not just for agricultural reasons where most essential labor was physical. That's why you needed as many people as possible to actually feed the machine. But you also need people to be able to look after the aging population. And the longer our lifespan gets to, the more old people out of the workforce that need more of the young people through responsibility to prop them up, and look after them, etc. It gets scary when our actual family values are dropping. Who knows? Is it too late?
Country with the highest current birth rate per family, Chad. Could be somewhere in Africa, I'm going to guess, with around about
Probably
8.
somewhere in Central Africa. Yeah, Chad.
It's South Australia. It's definitely South Australia, where people actually treat Centrelink, like it's Tinder.
Nigeria, that cluster.
But I'm going to guess that just lots of children isn't necessarily a good answer either, because you then lock yourself into potential futures. You can't birth any more or fewer 5-year-olds now. It's whatever happens this year
5
is now.
years ago, yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
So in the case of sub-Saharan Africa, and this is a very broad array of countries, it's very difficult to make a generalization. They've started to industrialize. And so they're going down the same path that everybody else did. And the first step of that path is lowering infant and child mortality. And so when 1 out of 3 children don't die, you have an explosion in your birth rate. But if you play that forward 10, 15 years, then you start having adjustments in family planning, and you get smaller and smaller families as urbanization kicks in. The danger for countries that are in this category who've taken the first but not the second step is that they've imported a lot of the technologies of industrialization, which has helped them out, but they have not developed the systems to sustain that themselves. So if something happens to the outside environment, they lose all of the benefits.
What like?
Okay, team.
We are so excited to show off our latest edition.
Where are we? I didn't want to get lost in the woods with that one, okay? But I find that sort of stuff very, very interesting because it paints our future for us. But if it came out, we had done something pretty bad, so Mum went and told Dad. Is this about the wooden spoon? Last time I remember, my brother had the police come around because he was shooting a rifle in off our roof. Holy shit. Kaz, when the 24-hour stream, by the way, you saw us open the can. Or imagine doing a 24-hour stream, the cottonmouth you'd have. It's a military-industrial complex. To be honest, I wish I had more time. Look, life is better now than what it has been for so many. Our medicine is fantastic. But there's too many people that choose to have a life that, I don't know, it's just not conducive with a long life. It's calling different things a disease, bad choices a disease, rather than a byproduct of bad decision making. Where we actually start to make heroes out of those that are dangerous to us instead of those that are actually helping us. Hey, there we go. Media manipulation. I like that one. Mate, you've just unlocked the third one. Can we get some thumbs up there for media manipulation? And you're going to have this coming out to you, mate. Thank you very much. Media manipulation. That's going to be an interesting phone call that I'm looking forward to tell you the truth. Thank you very much, mate. I'll be sending this out to you. When you go on Patreon, you'll see that all you need to do is text the bat phone, BAM, as we know, and I'll be able to have a phone call with you, and I'll be doing that potentially today and tomorrow, if the time is good for you. Guys and gals, just while this is on, let's change the out of the tuk-tuk. That's what we're hoping to buy. Pardon me. But is there a video that you'd like to watch? Do you want to watch something military? Technology has a massive impact on population. Just look back at the Industrial Revolution and the shift from cottage industries to the move to cities for work. Yep. It's the opinions of the people that work in big cities that scares me. that thought that they don't need anyone, while at the same time, okay, they sort of need everyone. You know, you'll never hear me saying I don't need a girl and I don't need dudes. You know, we're a tribe here, and that's what we're doing. Mike, industrial complex, never forget the political part. Yep. I'm trying to teach my kids to bush skills. Sounds like a prepper. How to grow and feed themselves. You'll never be able to grow enough nice tasting food, eh? Scotty, I still, Romberg, getting the cane, I remember. The wooden spoon was a walk in comparison. There we are. James, phone calls with Cas on the bat phone are very insightful. They are, and you know what? I'm the real winner in it. I love it. I get to hear from different people we've had politicians, we've had pilots, we've had all sorts of interesting people, sportsmen. It's been great. Remember Romberg? I don't even know who that is. Guys and gals, help me out here. You know, give me a subject. Do you think the United States is in terminal decline? No. Massive national debt countries are hedging away from them, very divided politically. Lard, I'd say the political side of it, yeah. But the danger of that is those that choose to stay Republican or Democrat, whatever it is, the danger with that is the people from Democrat states hate being in a Democrat state, so then they go and poison those that don't think similar to them in a Republican state. And then what they do is they demand that everyone then thinks like them. It doesn't make sense. If you're a Democrat, stay inside your border, stay in a Democrat state, and then let the tribes watch each other. And I guarantee one thing, you know, you're going to be a lot happier in a Republican state. Am I allowed to post a link to a music video, Cas? Yeah, of course you can, Dougie. Life is what you make it. US has got some big problems, team. They have. And one of the biggest problems, one is integrity, and the other one is handcuffs that come with their social and cultural victim mentality. Yeah, I think the guns is the least of their problems. Yep, it's the drugs. It's the punishments are not steep enough for some crimes. I think the criminal the Justice Department, I think, is corrupt as hell, and it's already too late for it's been weaponized. You need TikTok, Cas, so many good army videos. I just can't bring myself to do it, mate. I can't. I think that someone with ADHD, which I think I have, I think that it is so hard to concentrate the best of times. The last thing I want to do is lean into something like TikTok that would just make it speed up. Yeah. This is a weekend, team. We haven't got too many people here, have we? This is the lowest amount of people we've ever had at the most amount of people have ever been on this channel. Anyway, Romberg was a spelling mistake. Okay. Well, had Smart Soldiering article about navigation. They changed Grandma Sucks and my great aunt to Grandma Sleeps, my great aunt for converting magnetic to grid. What? That doesn't even make sense. Grandma Sleeps. What they mean, their team, is my great aunt. And it's. I'm not going to get in navigation with your teams because it can be quite difficult for some people to comprehend. But the compass, when you go to the military, this can be one of the hardest things for people to understand. This is a silver compass, a silver prismatic compass. When we work with navigation, okay, and you will be required to do so, it's another reason why it's hard for some people to understand why colour perception can actually prevent them from getting in the military, especially into a tactical or an arms corps. Instead of having 360 degrees, which you're used to hearing as a skateboarder, or for orienteering, etc., 6,400 mils. 6,400 mils. The subtension rule means that over a kilometre, if you are out by 1 mil and the least you can measure is 10 mils, that you're out by 1 mil is 1 metre over 1,000 metres. So the reason why compass and navigation is so important is quite often, when we're using that, is to map our exact location on a observation post, not an observation post, in a CP, so people can track indirect fire nets, gun nets, CASEVAC procedures, location reports, where people are with each other, so there's no blue on blue, or if someone actually goes over one of their corridor boundaries, etc. Okay, do you think the police are being given too much power in the USA? No, I don't. I think in some areas they're not given enough power. Yeah. I think there's rogues. I think the level of teaching to a US cop is probably a lot lower threshold than what it is for an Australian cop, for example. I think one of the problems is that if you have military where their primary off-ramp is into law enforcement, there is the potential to, be heavy-handed, I guess, to get the job done. Interesting. Okay, I'll talk about that, Cassie. Aspects of ancient warfare that are still in place today. Combined arms. Something they're not actually doing at the moment very well from a Russian perspective. Working with your artillery, your armour and your infantry in combined arms, paper, scissors and rock to defeat the Ukraine. Now, that is something that has been going since India was fighting Alexander. It's been going back that far. Now, that's something that we still do today. It's something we practice all the time, but not enough of. Right? You need to understand that armour doesn't hold ground. Infantry holds ground. At the same time, the protective mobility, manoeuvrability and speed, as well as lethality that you get with armour, you can't go past. And you've actually got people on the ground that are seeing the atmospherics of what's happening there. The potential role of Australian Army in Taiwan. Ukraine, I don't think we should have touched that at all. If you're going to go in there, you go in there penny for a pound. Don't just hand knuckle dusters and say you're on your own. Also, if it pulls away from our budget, what about us? You've got to look after yourself first. You've got to secure your area, make sure there's no danger. And then from there, do we have enough spare to give? Now, maybe the Bushmasters, etc., were stock that we don't need anymore and they wanted to get rid of them and it's costing us money just to have them there. So it was cheaper to give them away. I don't know. Taiwan, I think the situation in Taiwan, what I would advise to Taiwan would be to start a multi-force organisation complex of bases on Taiwan. So there's actually American, English, Canadian, New Zealand, Australian, Indian, Japanese, Malaysian, Vietnamese, South Africans, etc. forces on little shared bases like El Gora in the Sinai Peninsula and actually have that in Taiwan itself. So an aggression against Taiwan is an aggression against a NATO-esque kind of situation. It's a tough one. Are we looking for a fight more than we're preparing to defend against a fight? Yeah. Anyone else? Brian, GPS is on Dagger Green Means radio and phones now. No need for 10. The only way to get a 10-figure grid for starters is done by a mechanical means. You're not going to be able to do it yourself. Okay. 8-figure grid is all you need for a casualty on the ground. 6 figures means within 100 meters accuracy. 8 means within 10 metres. You don't need any more accuracy than that. You know, if you get a 10, that means within 1 metre. You don't need a 10-figure grid, and you can't calculate it anyway. Did you know when I was on the chat, Cas? Did you know when I was on the chat, Cas? I'm not sure, mate. But Nutsu Cow, thank you for your dineros there. We've just knocked over $150 there, which means we're about to do a scroll here. 2 seconds, guys. Where are we at? There we go. 150 and 150. And I use a neck and neck with those on Facebook. I can't believe the first person to actually donate some money was my first section commander from 30 years ago. That was excellent. Okay, Lardlad says, I'm totally wrong about the Ukrainians. I thought that the war would be over in a week and they would have folded quickly under Russian onslaught. Glad you're wrong. Yep. But you know what? The vast majority of everything, they would have been knocked over in a week without external support. You know, but also this is one of the benefits of the fact that they're not a disarmed nation. Now, we've got all of these nations saying, let's help Ukraine, you know, giving them weapons, while at the same time disarming our own countries and not learning from the benefits of having the ability to defend your own homeland, you know, without mobilisation. Crazy. Where are we at? We're getting not that far off, halfway. Put a thumbs up if you've been here the whole time. I need to do a wee, I think. Too much Coca-Cola. Is there anyone that wants a phone call? Is there any interesting points? You know, if you don't feel like getting on the phone, you can just send through the interesting points if you want. You know, Cassie's done a good job so far. Cannon Peppers, Kaz, do you think that historical military figures would be as effective if events happen in modern times? If so, who do you think would be the best? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to do a wee and I'll be with you. Coming. That's a really, really good a really good question there, Cannon Peppers. As you know, Julius Caesar is one of my favourite commanders. You know, Marius, probably even more so, Gaius Marius. Then you've got Trajan. Okay, you got Genghis Khan. You know, all of these great people, Orgadai, Subutai, you know, Jebe. You know, you've got all of these commanders. Custer didn't end well for him. But the one thing in common was they were all individually great men. They weren't just a great leader, they were a great man. Now, you might not like it, but Donald Trump was a great man. He was one of the most loved celebrities in the USA until people were told that they didn't like him. They didn't make that decision themselves. They were told you're not allowed to like him. So today's society is not conducive with identifying greatness. Great doesn't mean good. Great doesn't mean nice. Great means when you have the mantle, when you have the tiller, the control, then there's a good chance you're going to come out on top. You're going to prevail. You're going to come back alive. Your country's not going to be taken over and watch your daughter get taken away by a marauding version of events. Now, if that's the way we treat people that are great, you know, then these people, they wouldn't have even got to their level of success because they would have been destroyed by their own people. The same happened to Hannibal. You know, he was a master tactician who got killed by his own people when he went home. Spartacus, great leader, okay, killed. All right. It never ends. Great people get ripped down by those around them with small poppy syndrome. Should we, halfway there, as built in Shui. Yeah, who were the people you're thinking about, mate? Little Rommel, yep. You know, he realised that at the time that the guy with the mustache, you know, it was not good for the nation. And when he went to take actions, yep, he had to take his own life. Love that. Hey, Kaz, what books you been reading lately? Just finished Where Men Win Glory, the story of Pat Tillman. I love the Pat Tillman story, who played in the NFL and gave up a $7 million contract to serve in the US Army. If you hear something enough, you'll believe it. Absolutely, Foxy. And sometimes, Foxy, we don't think what comes out of our own gob, you know, is far worse than the judgment we give people that speak on a lower level of, offence. Now, I would rather always have my friends surround me that are people that are actually honest with their feelings. That's what I prefer. So I don't read, lad. I can read, but I don't. I tend to listen to biographies and all that sort of thing, and sometimes I write. But I get so tired, man, that if I go to read, it's like getting shot in the arse with a sedative. Pat Tillman, for those that don't know, he was a professional football player, as Lad said there, and he went over and joined Rangers. I believe he was even in the 75th Ranger Regiment, okay, which is not the Ranger tab; it's the actual Ranger themselves. And they were in tick in a contact, and he was killed by friendly fire when he went up to an advantageous position to put it in fire support, and was killed by his own men. Because I heard a term the other day that I found quite interesting. Heavy is the crown. Is that the burden of command? I like that, KP. Remember Mick. Specify, Joshy. Mick who? Mick who? How are we going here? What we got? All right. Do you want any videos, team? Do you want to go and listen to Combat Channel for a second? The problem is when I've got a video up and we're listening to it, I can't actually see your comments as such. That's the hard thing. Yep. For those that don't know, I've got a bit of an anger management fuse, and there's now big cracks, and the picture is destroyed on about a third of my 34-inch screen here. I actually thought that a lot of people from Patreon would have been calling up. Oh, yeah. Josh, that's Mick is the one that sent me the donation. Mick Rice. He was my first section commander at the School of Infantry. There's a naval ship right now, a Navy historian visiting Sydney this week. Is this the one that fought against the Cormorant where they sunk each other? That was an amazing naval story. Absolutely amazing. Where are we? It is insane to see just how much Australians have been part of history in the last 100 years. Absolutely amazing. Really hitting above their weight. What else we got? I'm waiting. I know you probably don't like the idea of it, but I can't wait to actually watch that 100 Island or whatever it is. I want to get rid of this for a second, team. I want to put something else on. What about good nicknames around the workplace? Example, Lantern. Not very bright, has to be carried. Foxy, that's one of my favourite sayings, to tell you the truth. And I remember watching that in a social media one of those reality TV shows, and how offended they were getting by being called the Lantern. Geez, it made me piss myself. Because what made your section commander good? My section commander or me as a section commander? A lot of my section commanders weren't good section commanders. What made the people I worked with exceptionally good as section commanders, platoon sergeants, etc., is when we joined the military at the 2nd 4th Battalion, there really was a culture of brutality and treating the men in many ways like shit. Now, it would be different if years later I'd had time to reflect on that and say, hey, you know what, I just did not acknowledge what they were trying to do at the time. So, yeah, and now I can see it. That wasn't the case. You know, we had a lot of commanders we didn't learn anything from that treated us like shit and lived in the same barracks as us, you know, and life wasn't good. You know, my section commander made me call him corporal when I got to the battalion. I was the only one. And he couldn't answer, and I never even asked him why. You know, yeah, and even now, it's a really weird situation when we run into each other. You know, you don't call people corporal in the battalion unless you're about to get charged or you're about to tell them you've done something stupid like lost a spare barrel. You know, and I was the fittest member in his platoon, in his section. Yeah, didn't make sense. Dwayne, I hope this helps a bit. I'll give more if I had it. You don't give any more than that, Duff. Not too cow. Thank you very much. That's going all the way to India. Guys and gals, I'm actually very, very happy with the donations that have already been done over the last 4 months. You know, whether it be Patreon, whether it be memberships, okay, whether it be donations, whether it be AdSense from YouTube, all of these different things. They've added up to put us into a position where we can make a massive difference to this guy's family. And I could not imagine what it would be like to be on the wall when, as a very, very spiritual family, they realise foreigners have stepped in to change their lives. I think it's going to be a really, really beautiful moment. Hit the like button if you can, team. One of the sad things about these sort of things, and you've probably seen it all before, is when you try to do nice things for other people, people keep away like it's the plague, you know. For example, we've been on for 2 hours and 42 minutes, and this is the lowest views of any video I've made in 3 years. I would rather there be 10,000 people turn up, you know, sometimes than 100 people turn up and put a lot in. I don't want you to go and put a lot in. The people power, you don't want to know, I'll be honest, you don't want to know that you've got a channel where people come and get only what they need to it, you know, and which sometimes can be considerable, you know, and then turn their back on it when it's not convenient anymore. You know, you got to remember where you came from. The people that give you respect and give it back. Is it Foxy's birthday? Birthday cake. Everyone has had a slice. Oh. Yep. So this has already been a success, team. It already has. You know, and I'm just glad we did something about it. Yes, I can't wait for that island show. Good. It's not just me. Put a thumbs up there if you've got the balls to admit that you like the TV shows that are about, what would we say, like Survivor, you know, and that sort of shit. I love it because I like looking at human behaviour. You learn so much from it. So much. You look at people in the workplace. Joshy, you're always with us, mate. Everywhere I go. Yep. What do we got there? Happy birthday anyway, yeah. The day before the King. How's it going to be for the people that are putting their hand up tomorrow for the King? It's going to be great. Yeah. I can't believe there's people that are watching this that are going to Kapuka tomorrow. How's that? You know, they're going to be waking up in 2 days' time on the king's coin, not the queen's, 4 feet from someone who's looking back at them, maybe a mouth breather, and that is your friend for the next, 13 weeks. Foxy, spotlight only works when the light's on them. I don't know what you mean by that, but I think I like it. Okay. Got ya. I got ya. What else we got? And team, if this is your first time here, understand you've got to be subscribed before you can actually make a comment, so make sure you do that. But not just that, give us an update, Sarge, on how much race so far. What's this, James? What's I talking about? I can't remember. Peppers, let me have a look. I get scared of actually turning on, while we're live, any video that might put me in a position of embarrassment. Okay, so you're beating Facebook. We've got Facebook sitting on 150. We've got the chat revenue on 170. Fantastic. Okay, and each can. Okay, we know how much they're worth. Righto. I can't believe I watched CHQ try intelligentsia. He's too cocky on the gun. What do they mean by that? Yeah, Summer. That's a great name, by the way. Yeah. Let me tell you about Singo there for a second. We'll talk about Kapuka then Singo if you want. Without you, I'm not trying to solicit any answers or questions off you at the moment. When you go to join the army, your life changes. It really does. All of a sudden, people around you that normally take you and say goodbye to you, you're going to go in there, you're going to do your oath of affirmation, you're going to be dressed in probably a suit, okay, the worst clothes you could possibly be sitting on a bus before you actually go down to Kapuka itself, getting in there at night time to get your tracksuit that probably won't fit you. But all of a sudden you feel the air has changed. I spoke to Cassie this morning, and one thing I explained was, regardless of whether you go to Army, Navy, or Air Force, all of a sudden you make a believer of everyone around you. Put yourself in the position that if you're in the Army, Air Force, or Navy, your mum, sister, cousin, friend, whatever, now when they hear someone say something disparaging about the Army, they've got a vested interest in the fighting three, Army, Air Force, Navy, same with police, same with paramedics, etc. And they will actually sing your praise and communicate that it's not cool to talk disparagingly about something that you've never done. So in actual fact, your success becomes a contagious victory for all of those that share your name, support, care, and love for you. That's why it's such a great thing to consider national service. Okay, so all of those people, like Lighty before, that wishes that he had more time and fitness, etc., to be in the uniform. This would give people an opportunity to go in, especially if they haven't had male role models at school, etc., or even at home. And before they know it, they've gone for a year. They've got people that have spoken sternly to them, not put up with their shit, not let them have that mullet at the back and the fun at the front, and told them, not here, mate, and learn how to get told by older people to shut the fuck up. This is the standard, meet the standard, or it's going to be painful for everyone. Group punishment. Why group punishment, Kaz? Because that is how you make people mold together as a team, work together as a team, and make the mission more important than their own comforts. So when you get to Kapuka and you've suddenly got someone who's beside you in your section of 10 to 12 men and women, then you have to get along. It's like kids in a station wagon going to the Gold Coast from Victoria. You have to get along. So even if you don't like each other, you eventually find some symbiotic way to be able to have a code of conduct that allows you to finally be able to relax. It'd be like a prison cell buddy as well, I guess, your cellie. So you get to Kapuka, and then everything's going to be about instilled sense of urgency training, taking your mouth off the tit of the mobile phone, living in the moment, succeeding at timings, which is your mission. Okay, using teamwork, putting your buddy first before you, looking after your buddy's mistakes, having communication with someone, not judging them on what they were before they joined the military, but understanding they're a tool in your toolbox now. And then from there, it's all about management. It's like a dog that doesn't understand how long is this walk going to go for, so it starts sprinting from the start, gets knackered before it realises you're being a good dad and you're going to take it for a good walk, People's true colours, you can't hide them. You'll see who people really are at a place like Kapuka, and what you don't realise is reputations are building. You're already making a reputation of who you actually are. Yep. And people can be quite unforgiving. They can be, especially if you bring down the ire of the instructors upon yourself. You can't act who you truly are will come out. But then as the time starts going on, you're going to have the arms corps start to divorce themselves a little bit from the support corps, because they know they're about to go together, okay, to the School of Infantry. And then it's all going to become real. And they're new brothers. Guess how many people at the moment are in Gallipoli platoon at the School of Infantry? About 150. So that's at least 3 platoons full of people that are waiting, treading water. So the perception is that, as soon as you finish Kapuka, 2 days later, you're getting ready to do a BFA, when in actual fact now it's about Thursday, so it's about 4 days into Singo, you're doing a BFA and being held account for your actions. But now you're in a new gathering where relationships and hierarchy at the private level needs to be recreated. There's always going to be a runt, You have to be prepared to fight, for your existence, righto? You can't become the pushover guy, the back alley Sally. You've got to be able to become a man, per se. You'll know when it's time to fight, and I don't necessarily mean physically, team, but when it's time to stand up for yourself and take no more shit, because otherwise you will get walked over. And the thing is, if you stick up for yourself, you probably won't need to fight. Someone else will see that you've got some ticker, and they will step in, and they'll become an ally of yours. But one of the things that really has soldiers get into 3 things really that can really make a problem for you at the School of Infantry is if you're an underachiever at PT, okay, if you're unable to take or communicate with your peers, right, or the other one is alcohol related. Alcohol related means you can make enemies on the piss, and that will follow you all the way back to the barracks, and it can be with you for another 3 months. But when people get to the School of Infantry, they think their course is going to start straight away, but it might not start for another 3 months. And you'll be doing other tasks. So there should be some priority in some ways of family guys, those that have de facto partners, those that have children, that you get them into session if they're fit straight up. And that's not to reward one soldier over another soldier. You're doing it for the children, and you're doing it for their family, because they're along for the journey as well. So things won't always make sense, but it makes sense when you're the instructor on the other side of the table watching the experiment. Cas, were you offered an alternative position in the army prior to being given the yellow envelope? No, it was all over. Okay, when I was handed the yellow envelope, 24-year mark, that was Cas. Your career is done. Yep. And I'm glad they did now. I miss it every single day, but I'm glad they did. Brady Cars. No, those shows are so manipulated and structured behind the scenes. Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. Nicole, Kaz, when you are given the envelope under Kaz position, you can't be core or trade transferred. No. And you've got to agree in many ways that they're trying to help you. And when they gave me such a beautiful send-off from the School of Infantry, you know, it was a really moving experience. It really was. KP, Kaz's instructor, do you have people you have trained that have had an impact on your life and taught you something that you still carry with you? Any stories you can tell us? I've got heaps, mate. It's okay, Joshy. See you, buddy. Thumbs up to Joshy. As an instructor, I always learnt off the trainees. One of my favourite trainees was the Choco, actually. I remember there was this officer, and I think I've spoken about this before, and this guy, every time I looked up in Marianne Sang lecture room, which I like to consider myself the lion of the floor there, he always used to have this tough exterior look on his face. He was an officer cadet. Oh, not a cadet. He was doing his RBC, Regimental Officer Basic course. But I remember then taking him for his defensive package where he was doing a training exercise with our troops. And I said, mate, sir, before we start, how about you explain to me why every time I look at you, you got this like shit smell, you know, like you're angry at me. What have I done something to piss you off? He goes, nah, Sergeant, no. He goes, no, I love it. I really love it. All I want to do is be full time. I said, well, before we start here, what do you actually do as a civilian job? And he goes, oh, I'm an airline pilot. And I went, like a Cessna, like a little one. He goes, no, as big as you get. And I go, what? And he was working out of Japan. He had a apartment in Japan. He had a missus in Japan who was a mistress, not a missus. He was doing everything right. And he was on big bucks, and he just wanted to be in a portion of the real world that gave balance to the clinical side of what he did for a career. And we just spoke through things, and it was like a friendship forged. There's so many section commanders, you know, not an officer so much, because I had some great conversations and developing periods with officers, but mostly staff. Pollinisation of ideas, you're learning off them all the time, and you feel gifted just to be able to hear them speak. But a lot of the corporals, when they come in to do their sergeant's courses, I understand that they didn't come there looking for promotion. They got on the schema wheel, and now they're pushed into that position over a long period of time. And you actually really, really like them. You know, some of them used to be SAS, some were commandos, some were Royal Australian Regiment, NCOs. The SAS don't turn up for that course anymore. But you'd be talking to them and you're just thinking to yourself, please do a good job. Can you please do a good job? Because I don't want to give disparaging remarks to soldiers that are the top of their field from their battalion. You know, it's like telling the guy that comes last in an Olympic marathon that he can't run for shit. He's the best in his goddamn country, but he's just shit compared to the rest of the world. You know, but there was times where really, really great section commanders, you know, went on to disappoint me because they took the course for granted. Pot kettle, I'm like that. You know, and there was other people, you know, who were not very studious, but absolutely tried their absolute hardest, you know, and they prevailed, you know, and it was amazing. And I learned a lot from their resilience. I learned most from staff members, to tell you the truth. You know, I forged relationships with trainees, and I don't mean sexual, but friendships. You know, and that will go on with you forever. Everyone will always remember their instructors. You know, you'll always remember a bad instructor, and it tells you don't be like that guy. Cane and Peppers, I hope that answers a little bit. Working with Americans, working with British, it was always a really good thing. Lightfoot, I had to get an appointment within half an hour. I knew it took 50 minutes to walk, had no money for taxi, no car, no cash for the bus. I ran out and got there right on the dot. 3.2 kilometres, 21 minutes. 43 seconds. Did you smell like sweat when you got there? Dude, I hope you're okay there, Lighty. No money for the taxi? What's going on? Yeah. Anyway. I hate to tell you, but it looks like the battle of the regulars. I don't think it's going to get much bigger than this team, and you guys have already been very gracious. But I guess the show must go on, hey? Guess what we're about to go into? The fourth hour. So that means we've got 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. You don't have to stay here for that, team. You know, I really appreciate you being here, and I do love his sending some questions to me. We managed a reserve soldier who became a multimillionaire overnight when her grandmother passed away. She would always show up on Tuesday nights and would always be the first to do her 100 FTS. Okay, 100 days. Yep. She loved being a soldier. Absolutely. It's rare that people join the army for the money. They join for the adventure, and sometimes we let them down by not giving them the adventure. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is tough. So we're about to start again. There we go. I actually don't like that. Even the Coca-Cola's getting a little bit annoying in the background. Another reaction video. Yeah, let's do that. Just going to click this over. Where are we? There we go. So we're in the fourth hour. Start of the fourth hour. We're over halfway. Well done, team. Well done. Who wants to look at something from Combat Arms channel? The Marine. Okay. Or do you want to watch something from, what do you call it? Would you like to watch something from Jordan Peterson? I'm sure you guys, when you're not on here, already have a whole bunch of channels that you already appreciate. Holy shit, we're down to 11 viewers. 11 viewers from 15,000 subscribers. Not what I expected, to tell you the truth. I only give myself $200 a week to spend. The masseur didn't complain. There you go. Sorry, I've been in and out. I need to go at 16:30 for some x-rays. That's all right, man. Just leave your... we're down to 11. Dude, what's going on? What is going on? Okay, don't be afraid to put your devices on and just leave it on and go for a walk. Got to tell you, team, it makes you wonder why we bother with the channel when it's this sort of turnout, to tell you the truth. 12 people. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Don't show 'em it's getting to you, Cas. Because you didn't, you didn't meet a notification. Maybe that has something to do with it, mate. The notification's been out since yesterday, man. That this was going to be on today. Yep. Oldest Josh. It's a beautiful day right across the country. Maybe some will tune in, mate. We've got less than 1,000th of our channel is on. Yeah, that's a good comment there, Cas. Bad day doesn't make a bad life. I just hear people every day talking about making other people's lives good. You know, how they wish the life was better. But then, yeah, when they get opportunities, it just doesn't work out that way, does it? I'm having a good day, to tell you the truth. I just expected more, I guess. Not finances. I mean more showing is all. You know, there's nothing better than giving. Giving is a great thing. You know, when we walk through the shopping centre and we give to families, you know, and you see the reaction, it's amazing. Dwayne, that's all right, mate. That's all right. Well, let's have our numbers pump back up again. Are they feeling sorry for us? You put something on how to make fitness easier for people, how they don't have to do any exercise, but how they can still pass. You need to have 20,000 people on here. Yeah? Life hacks. Yeah. What do we got? Let's have a look. What's it? Oh, what happened then? I love the Combat Arms channel. Where are we? I'm just going to have a look for his channel here.
Which countries at the moment?
Awesome. Wait. Moroccan Special Police, Recon Under Fire, Smash Russian Mercenaries. Not so much. Australian School of Infantry, Netherlands. Range Reactor, Bushfire Assist, no. Tries an Australian MRE. Mogadishu. Oh, that's 35 minutes. That would have been a good one because we've got Somalia veterans as well. 22 doesn't use. She's kind of suck. Brandon Herrera, I believe that's he doesn't come under commons. So if you react to that, it'll hit your channel pretty hard. This might be a good one. Let's do this.
Is it possible to invest in property for less than $30 a week and create financial freedom? Yes, it is. I'm George Markowski. I want to show you what the wealthy investors have that the struggling investors don't have. When you have this process, you'll be able to...
Возьмите семечки, положите сырые, чтобы хоть подсолнухи росли, когда вы здесь ляжете.
Right, y'all, welcome back to Combat Arms channel. Okay, so again, with everything going on in Ukraine right now, I kind of wanted to shed some light on some of that Ukrainian spirit and some of that Ukrainian humor that we've been seeing all over social media. So I have a couple of videos that I pulled up. These are some of my favorites that I've seen so far, and I'm sure you guys will have seen these already because, again, it's kind of hard to miss. Even on, normal news media outlets, you'll see a lot of these videos. So it's kind of transcending social media, especially since, obviously, this is such a big topic right now. But yeah,
this guy is a really good channel, Team Combat Arms channel, and I believe that he does basically the same as us, but he's got a much bigger population to pitch to. He's a very likable guy. He's very genuine, handsome bloke, looks fit as hell too. So enjoy.
I wanted to shed some light on it, kind of cast, a positive light and really highlight some of that Ukrainian spirit that we've been seeing. So yeah, let's check it out. Again, these videos are good, and I'm sure you guys will have seen some of these previously. Okay, so I think this is the first one that I remember seeing, and I think this actually started showing up on the first day of the invasion, but yeah, we'll get right into it. I'm not going to try and explain them too much. Again, you guys will see them. I think they're pretty iconic at this point. And there's a lot of actual memes.
Team, curious. What would it take for Australians to completely decide, that's it, I'm signing up now? The 9/11 sort of recruiting drive that they had in the USA. I wonder what would have to happen to Australian soil for people to put down their tools and say, not on my watch, I want a uniform, I want a weapon, but also to have those of their family go, I agree, off you go, son. That'd be interesting. I don't think it'd be something abroad. Cheers for that, KP. Cheers, dude. We'll stay focused.
Memes about this already and actual illustrations and stuff.
This lass confronted the Russian soldier. But again, the reason she could do that is because she knows by his posture that he's not going to take her out for it. Okay, so brave, no. Okay, media worthy. There's a camera on it. This was all a setup, but.
Also, before we start, I gotta say this is like, of course, you know, the videography isn't going to be fantastic, but this is such a cool thing that we're seeing today with the availability of, you know, smartphones and cameras and whatnots. Everyone pretty much has a camera and a computer to post whatever pictures and videos in their pocket. So we're seeing a lot of pictures come up more and more. And I think it's really interesting for the Intel perspective as far as just having all this open source sort of information out there. But also, again, like if people are trying to show one side of the story, they can use that. They have the power to do that.
Які вчення? Звідки ви? Які вчення? Ви що, росіяни? Якого хера ви тут робите?
Ну, сейчас наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет.
Ви окупанти. Ви фашисти. Ви прийшли.
Tim, when you're overseas, sometimes you get people come over when you're a soldier and try to give you shit for no reason. But it's not because they're brave. It's not because they're tough. It's because they understand that you fight by rules of armed conflict, that they are not part of the victim herd unless they actually take up a weapon themselves. It's like people being tough to police when they know the police rules. Okay? Having said that, you know, this lass, you know, she's not letting them get away with it. She's letting them know.
На нашу землю. Какого хера вы пришли с оружием к нам? Возьмите семечки, положите сырые, чтобы хоть подсолнухи росли, когда вы здесь ляжете.
Сейчас наш разговор ни к чему не приведет. Давайте не будем усугублять эту ситуацию. Пожалуйста.
Как усугублять ситуацию?
Пожалуйста, не будем усугублять ситуацию. Наш с вами разговор ни к чему не приведет.
Ребята, положите в карманы семечки.
Наш с вами разговор.
Я поняла, положите семечки или семена цветов. Вы здесь семенами и ляжете. Вы пришли на мою...
Okay. You're also talking to people that didn't have a choice, that were pushed by conscription, into a country that they thought they were still friends with. Used to go there for holidays. You know?
Землю. Вы понимаете? Вы оккупанты. Вы враги. И вы уже с этой секунды прокляты. Я вам отвечаю.
That would affect me. That would actually affect me. If someone said to me, some village woman with grey hair and face with more crinkles than a corn chip, okay, Smith's chip, and they said, I curse you, that would affect me. I'm a little bit superstitious like that. That would really put me on the back foot.
He's just saying, yeah. I get it, he's not trying to escalate it,
Я
but...
вас услышала. А куда уже усугублять? Вы пришли, блядь, непрошенные твари.
I really wonder what they were... Because we've seen a lot of videos already where the Russians didn't even... Some of the Russians didn't even understand, like, what they were doing or why they were pushing. And, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wonder what he was thinking. I think he said that there was, like, a training drill or something going on, but... Yeah, you can see she is not having any of it. She seems really freaking tough to say that to a dude, you know, with an AK. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see, especially when you have multiple camera angles and whatnot. I didn't realize she actually had her own phone. So normally I saw this perspective, but this is kind of cool because it shows both of them. And of course, it's even more symbolic when you realize that the national flower of Ukraine are sunflowers. So yeah, I gotta say, really, really interesting to see this come up. Again, this is just a start. There's a lot of really cool videos out there. So let's move on to the next one. So this was a more recent one. Again, you can already see you have a former president of Ukraine who's out there wearing body armor. And it's really, really badass to see them, you know, rocking body armor. You're going around with the troops, doing what they're doing. And yeah, there's not many leaders I can say, or at least I could picture here that would go around and do that sort of stuff. So I gotta say that's pretty cool right off the bat. But this one is a little bit more humorous, and it's gonna focus on this gentleman right here.
Brave and heroic is Ukrainian to protect our soil, to protect our
beard.
future, to protect our freedom and our democracy. We are in the center of Kiev. We are here.
Oh man, oh dude, I didn't realize he actually looked back at it too. That makes it so much more awkward. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I was looking at this dude's magazine. I'm like, geez, she's got like a 40-round magazine or something. And then once he moved his hand and I saw it, I was like, Oh boy. I mean, you can see with this video, there's like a slow pan and zoom, so you kind of understand what's about to happen. But yeah, I don't know if he knew, because it looks like he's holding his weapon a certain way to make sure. But
to protect our freedom and our
oh
democracy.
man,
I've missed something.
We are in the center of Kiev. We are here to.
He's got no mag. His mag fell off.
All right. Look at that. He turns his helmet down. He's like, oh,
so he's
come
an actual
on. We're trying to look cool
team.
here, and then you go and drop your magazine right behind the former president. And I gotta say, some of these guys look pretty operator, especially with the beards and whatnot.
About a little bit more than 2.
Getting someone else pick up your mag.
This is very difficult
to
explain.
What a dick.
What does it mean in the 21st century?
If I was him, I would have just, thrown that sucker back in, because now he's just standing there awkwardly. Of course, he's a dude that you can see the most as well. But you can kind of see early on. I don't know if you're
team. We were doing an activity where we were doing an exercise with the civilian community up at Mariba, I think it was, or Atherton Tablelands, and we were at a school ground with Black Hawks coming in, explaining weapon systems to children, like an open day, impromptu open day, including all the locals. And it was a beautiful thing. But I was just standing there, and I got it on the comms link was coming on, and at the stage I was holding someone else's machine gun. It was a Minimi, okay, light support weapon. And I don't know how it happened, but I let go of the barrel to grab something, and it fell down on the cement, and everyone looked around like the section commander of those guys is the biggest cluster of them all. Team, things happen, and it always happens when you least want it to happen.
You're trying to look all stoic in the background. You can't be moving around like this. If he just would have stayed still, that wouldn't have happened. Because now, he's a meme and whatnot. Okay, so that was one of the more recent ones. Now, another one, the next one, is another pretty recent one, and it's also pretty funny. And again, this one sort of shows, like, the guts that, some of these Ukrainians are speaking with.
Okay.
Сломались, пацаны.
So for background, this Ukrainian citizen was driving down the road, and I guess they saw some Russians that ran out of gas. So it says after tank runs out of fuel, but yeah, it's the Guardian, so I imagine they're not too savvy. I think this is like an MTLB or something.
I think this is the first time that I know of where the actual Russians have gone into a foreign country and tried to win the hearts and minds, tried to go in there under the laws of armed conflict, rules of engagement, etc. But the aggression, once it kicked off, it couldn't be pulled back. They lost the moment, and now we're in the position we are now. What are your thoughts at the moment? How can this possibly end, other than with Putin basically being taken out of the equation? Now, I can't see where any of them are going to allow an off-ramp to the peace table. I just don't understand.
It looks pretty old, so I'm not exactly sure. So if you guys know exactly what it is, I'd appreciate it if you put it in the comment section. But yeah, I don't think it's a tank.
Сломались, пацаны. Сломались. Можно оттащить на Россию обратно. А вы хоть знаете, куда вы едете?
They got a sense of humor with it too, though.
На Киев хуярите, да. Ну, у вас пока все на нашей стороне. Ваши плен сдаются хорошо. Потому что тоже пацаны не знают, куда едут и ехать. И я вот всю колонну пообспрашивал таких, как вы. Никто не в курсе вообще, кто куда едет.
It's crazy. No one knows where they're going.
The fact that a vehicle can run out of fuel means you're normally advancing way too quick. But team, if I'd say this happened at the very, very start. I think I remember this happening. But if they knew what was going to happen to them over the next year, they're probably glad they broke down, to tell you the truth. What's going to happen to Ukraine when this is over? Is it going to be the breeding ground for mercenary forces for contractors throughout the rest of the world? I don't know. I wish them the best, but I don't see how they're going to settle back into normal society without feeling like their country owes them But what could you possibly pay for people that have given so much to defend their homeland? It's a tough one.
I wonder if he's going to stop for... I didn't actually watch the rest of this, so I wonder if he's going to go and stop. There's just a column of vehicles that, you know, were inoperable or ran out of fuel or something. Maybe some of them are just staying behind to support or something.
You could stop and start taking photos and try to sell that guy's vehicle on Marketplace as you're going.
But we have here. Okay, that's a tank.
Yep.
But yeah, we can see here some of them do have an understanding of where they're going. I mean, he's saying he's driving up the column and they're saying that they're not understanding where they're supposed to be going. So I'm not sure if it's just because it's a little bit awkward that they're in their country and someone is approaching them and asking that.
This is not one of the better videos of his. Yeah. Hey, look, there's us. Oh, this might be a good one. SAS in Afghanistan. What say you, team? Hey, see you later, Nicole. KP, I have seen that. I have. I believe it will take Putin being removed by uprising by other means. Something's definitely going to occur. Something's going to occur. Yeah, it's not going to be good news for them, put it that way. Let's have a look at this one for a sec, shall we? We'll just get through the ads.
I designed the grip.
Guys, gals, this guy, Combat Arms Channel, he does a pretty good job. Now, if we're going to be in here for a long period of time, it makes sense that we do something that's easy for you too, where you're going to learn something as well. The whole point of this today, in your time off, thank you very much for giving that to us, because that's a donation itself. You could be anywhere at the moment, anywhere. And it's about to get to that time of day where people are probably feeling like, is it too late to even have an afternoon sleep? What are you having for dinner? Let me know in comments. While we're waiting for this to start, where are we? There we go. There he is.
Videos about the Australian SASR, or the Special Air Service Regiment.
We're all going to learn something here, I believe, team, and I look forward to this. And one of the hardest things that I would say, and absolute mucho respect to all of our Afghanistan veterans out there, is like Rwanda. You know, I've had my trip where I come back and go, dude, did we even succeed? I'm never going to use these words because we lost more than 40 Australian men, okay, in the Afghanistan conflict. I know some of them. But also we've lost so many more that came back and lost their life while trying to struggle with the demons within. People are trying to lounge chair, coordinate what should have happened from different units from a point of view of someone that's either never served or thinks they just know better. From a political point of view, I think it's wrong to do that. And we always need for them to remember that the lives that they changed on a micro scale across Afghanistan, you know, was a beautiful thing. You know, they gave a life to children. They gave a life. We took refugees. You know, it wasn't a complete failure. Neither was Rwanda. But sometimes it can become very hard for the members that actually did the fighting, did the time on the ground, saw the things that they can't relate to others, to be able to reconcile with that as they get older and understand this is not the kind of story you can tell people. And especially when they say SAS, people are already starting to look for the criminality in their actions if they're a that kind of person. So mucho respect. I love this guy's fashion. It's similar to mine. And let's get ready to learn something. To our guys from the Special Air Service, okay, and to our commandos, okay, without warning. Pleasure. Pleasure to know you. Pleasure to serve with you.
Now, I have to say I haven't really got any exposure to the Australian SASR. I know they're generally based around the British SAS. I mean, the name pretty much sounds the same as well. So we'll probably see a lot of similarities as far as like...
Not all Special Air Service are the same. In New Zealand, they've got mountain troops as well.
The overall function and, you know, foundation and training that they actually go through. But yeah, I haven't really gotten any exposure as far as any of the operations they conducted. So this video is about them operating in Afghanistan in 2010. So it should be pretty cool to check out. Now, I don't know the actual background too well.
2010, okay, that's right in that cluster of deployments that Robert Smith actually made. Yep, Benjamin Robert Smith.
Hopefully this video will give a little bit of context, but this is from Liveth Forevermore, which again, as you guys know, is an awesome YouTube channel. They do a whole lot of military history, and they go over specific units and their operations, so should be pretty cool to check out. Again, I have very little knowledge about the Australian SASR, so it'll be cool to learn a little bit about it and see how they actually get things done. But I think a Victoria Cross came out of this operation, so should be pretty good. Simple intro, love it. Alright, so Tizak? Not familiar with that.
In the summer of 2010, the US-led coalition in Afghanistan commenced offensive operations to weaken the position of the Taliban in the province of Kandahar. They were using safe havens and strongholds throughout the region to exert influence over the local population. A supply route which ran through the province was fundamental to this expansion of control, as it facilitated the movement of fighters and equipment into central and southwestern Afghanistan. As part of the coalition offensive, an Australian Special Operations Task Group operating out of the town of Tarin Kot was ordered to conduct an operation into the Shah Wali Kot Valley, through which a section of the supply line ran, to disrupt Taliban activity in the area.
Okay, so it seems like these guys are operating in the same places as the US would operate, around Kandahar and Jalalabad, maybe Bagram and whatnot. So I'm sure we do get a whole lot of exposure with the Australians. It's just I personally haven't worked with them at all. So it's kind of cool to see that. Again, they do run different operations because they're special operations. And yeah, they're pretty high up there with special operations. So it seems like their job is pretty important, especially in this region, as far as disrupting the enemy so they can't just keep their supply routes going. So that's a big thing.
So, guys, remember that SAS, the Special Air Service Regiment, it doesn't just mean you come from the air. They've got water troop, they've got their jump guys, they've got their long-range patrol vehicles, etc., counter-terrorism. They've got all this stuff like all tiers of special forces have throughout the world. But these guys don't get used for bullshit tasks. Press like if you can, team. What they get used for is surgical, strategic operations, something that is going to affect the entire battle space outside of that area of operations, that allows them to basically push home the win, to be able to target the center of gravity for the enemy force, to take away his will to fight.
That's always a big issue, is trying to locate supply routes. That's usually that's kind of easy to actually locate the supply routes, but actually finding out, who's in charge of certain supply routes, who's pushing all the supplies, where they're pushing it, where the caches are and whatnot. So it's a little bit harder when you start getting into stuff like that, but it's definitely a mission for special operations.
Beginning on the morning of the 10th of June 2010, the operation started with approximately 100 Australian commandos from A Company 2 Commando Regiment being inserted by several CH-47 Chinook helicopters onto a landing zone in the valley.
Sick pictures.
Moving off the LZ, A Company established themselves in the village of Shinatu, where over the course of the day, the commandos, with air support provided by US Apache helicopters and A-10 Thunderbolt aircraft, held their positions against repeated attacks by a numerically superior Taliban force. Eventually, with casualties mounting, the Taliban decided to withdraw to the village of Tizak in the evening of the 10th of June, to regroup and reorganise before resuming their attacks the following day. However,
is it bravery or lack of education that these militia / tribal people have got the balls to go up against the world's best trained, financed, lethal soldiers in the world, and not just the Special Air Service of Australia, but at the same time going up against Delta, Navy SEALs, British SAS, New Zealand, Canada, Dutch, all of these different countries, they're in the mix, with no formal training against the best soldiers in the world. Every day. They don't get to go home.
In the morning of the 11th of June, Australian intelligence had strong indication that several high-ranking Taliban commanders were also present in the village, and keen to develop off their success at Chanda, the head of the Special Operations Task Group, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Burns, ordered for a kill-capture mission against the commanders to be launched immediately.
Oh, okay. Now this is definitely sounding like a mission for Special Operations. So it looked like the 2 Commando Regiment was also involved.
Key leadership engagement, it's one of the jobs. Cut the head off the snake. And when you're seeing a cooperation between the Commandos and SAS, chances are it's probably a cordon and search with an inner and outer cordon. Okay, preventing those from leaving, preventing those from coming in. High profile targets.
I'm not sure where they actually stack up as far as like special operations and whatnots. It's weird. In the U.S., we don't really have commandos per se, so it's kind of hard to usually make that distinction. But
Rangers are very close.
Yeah, this is definitely an operation for special forces kind of guys. But yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing whenever you push guys back, especially with the A-10s and the air support that they had. Whenever you push guys back, you can sort of see where leadership might be located, especially if, all their forces push to one specific village or one specific city. You get a good idea of, where they're trying to go and why they're actually going over there, because they might just be trying to reorganize and whatnots. And if they're reorganizing, then there's probably some form of leadership there. So it seemed like their intelligence was pretty spot on with finding that. And yeah, these guys are about to go.
So some of the danger is when you are fighting against people that don't have centralized command, where they're fighting in cells, which means they're not dependent on, like we can be, of a logistics train that gives us our ammunition, our water, our food, our medical supplies, the ROTM system, fixing our broken equipment, etc. When they are decentralized, that means they can be just sleeper cell and watch you come through a village 100 times before they realize this is the time we get to take advantage. Very, very dangerous.
Go to work, so it should be interesting to see how it goes down.
60 kilometres to the north at their base in Tarankot, a force of 5 Afghan policemen and 25 Australian SAS operators from 2 Squadron, the Special Air Service Regiment, loaded up onto 4 US MH-60 Black Hawk helicopters and took off for their objective.
Okay, so they're working with the US a lot, it seems like. Makes sense.
At 09:30 on the 11th of June 2010, with an armed escort provided by 2 US Apache helicopters from the 1st Battalion, the 101st Aviation Regiment, the assault force arrived over Tizak. Side of the village, 2 of the Black Hawks touched down under withering enemy fire to enable the 2 assault teams to get onto the ground. However, no sooner had the SAS operators exited the helicopters did they become pinned down by Taliban gunfire.
That's okay. So, yeah, when you get like pushed down with a helo, a lot of times you'll go to like higher elevation, and that's cool and all, but it looks pretty sketchy. You can see with this helmet cam footage that when you're sort of skirting down the side of a mountain, you're not silhouetted so much. However, there's a huge lack of cover, and especially with Afghanistan, the terrain can get pretty weird, where like sometimes there's foliage, sometimes there's not, and sometimes you just have a region like this where it's just like small rocks, and the cover looks a little bit scarce here, so looks kind of sketchy. Again, you can imagine the helos would draw a lot of attention, and
something you need to take into account with that as well is if you come with helos, you can land off the target, or you can land on the target. Naturally, on the target means you're in more danger of the entire call sign getting taken down by a weapon system. But the thing is, if you land off the target, you'll never beat the goat herders. The people on the street, they will always know that you're coming, no matter what time of day that it happens, in winter, in summer. They'll detect you, and then surprise is gone. Now, if something goes wrong, you can't just call in a helo to come and casevac your wounded members. They're too valuable. They need you to get the wounded to a location, a CCP, casual collection point, to be able to get them to out of harm's way. And that has to happen within the golden hour. You know, otherwise your chances of saving their life is probably going to be minimum because the damage has now become permanent. So not only do you have to have the job done, you know, but from the first moment someone is a casualty, the hour starts, you know, depending on the severity of that. And when you're wearing body armor, ballistic helmet, there's really only 5 places you can get hit. Arms, legs, face, neck. You know, not pretty. And the new ammunitions will be able to pierce through body armor. Yep, we're becoming Ninja Turtles.
You know generally where the people are going to be coming from, so it's always rough to be trying to do something like this where you're coming from a higher elevation and attacking downward. I mean, it sounds like it makes sense having the high ground and whatnot, but yeah, sometimes it can be pretty sketchy. It looks like it's pretty sketchy right now.
At the same time, another Black Hawk landed and dropped off a third SCS team on the top of a ridge, whose task it was to ensure no one left or entered the area, whilst the 4th MH60 flew out from Tizak for 4 kilometers to secure an entry into the valley.
Nice.
This 4th Black Hawk, which was carrying a 6-man sniper team that was also acting as the reserve assault team, reached its objective and neutralized.
Even Royal Australian Regiment, go to infantry, this will be one of the workhorses of the way you get around. No doors on them, you know, and you'll have your load masters out there out the back and your pilots in the front as per normal.
The Taliban outpost,
Good
before
stuff.
being ordered to return back to the village and reinforce the assault teams, who were still pinned down on the landing zone and sustaining casualties. Approaching an improvised LZ, the Black Hawk, under heavy fire, touched down, enabling the 6-man team to exit the aircraft and engage the enemy.
Some solid pilots.
From their position, the reserve team identified the machine gun nest that was pinning down the assault force, and was able to guide one of the supporting Apache helicopters forward to silence the position. The assault teams, now able to maneuver, briefly linked up with the reserve team to safely evacuate 2 of their wounded, before resuming their advance on Tizak. However, no sooner had they moved off were they pinned down again, this time by 4 Taliban machine gunners, reinforced with a dozen or so infantry.
Sheesh,
assessing the situation, the reserve team found a way to outflank the MG nest, which they discovered to be centered around a mud-walled compound that had been turned into a Taliban strongpoint, with the 4 machine gunners located around its exterior.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. Like, I mean, even special operations will use conventional tactics, like when you need to, especially flanking. That's just like a common sense sort of thing. So a lot of times you will see stuff like this where the terrain doesn't necessarily look like it'll permit it, or people don't necessarily think of Afghanistan and whatnot.
Picture this too, Tim. They're talking about these villages. There's children in these villages. There's women in these villages. There's civilians in these villages. You know, if you've got fire coming out of a building and then you throw grenades into it, it just so happens that's where they had the children and the women holed up while the fight was going on. You just became a war criminal without even realising it. So it's messy, okay, and it's too hard to try and look at something and go, did you mean to do that or not? I don't know.
That is conventional warfare, but you're going to utilize those tactics all the time, and flanking the enemy just makes sense. So it's nice they're able to actually find a good route, because sometimes it's just like mud walls or what have you, used for flanking. But it's cool to see the relationship between the U.S. and the Australians, because you can imagine the U.S. has more facilities and more infrastructure and whatnot in Afghanistan, just because the U.S. is more invested in Afghanistan at this point. So you can imagine a lot of the support is going to come from the U.S., but it's nice when it all comes together and works out. And yeah, especially when things get rough, it's nice to have that extra support, especially the gunships and whatnot.
Leapfrogging their way forward to the compound, providing covering fire for one another, the 6-man team was eventually forced to get down and crawl forward as the insurgents began to pour heavy fire in their direction.
That's sketchy.
Forced to use a small mound for cover, Corporal Ben Robert Smith, one of the 6 operators in the reserve team, realised that there was a small hut adjacent to the compound that had to be secured if his team was to continue forward. Corporal Ben Robert Smith remembered, Jay got up on his knees and sprayed the compound, whilst I sprinted to the outbuilding. Just as I reached it, an insurgent aimed an RPG from the window. I killed him and cleared the building.
Hell yeah. Good stuff.
Shortly after, another SES...
See, this is what makes me angry. You know, the hearsay, but as well, some of it may be factual, that's happening here. Now that the danger is out of the way, now that the conflict is over, now that we're home, no one's doubting that what he did just there was real, that he did that. But they want to expunge all of the good things he did, the one that chose to actually storm the building, which ultimately probably saved his friends, but also his colleagues and those that may have been wounded, got them to medical facilities quicker. You can't accept both sides. You can't judge the hero one day. You know, you can still take out whatever punishment would happen through a court-martial if that was to occur, but you don't get rid of the accolades that they achieved as well. You know, you can't reverse or rub out bravery.
Operator threw a grenade which knocked out one of the machine gun positions and momentarily stunned two others,
nice.
Providing Corporal Robert Smith a brief opportunity to move forward and take them both out. Corporal Robert Smith continued,
If you have a sore back or a sore body, you probably thought about your mattress. But what about...
I started moving from the outbuilding and two AK-47 guys peeled back into the compound. I don't know whether it was poor training, panic, or whether he found it too awkward to swing his MG around, but the machine gunner couldn't seem to get onto me until I reached a break in the wall.
Nice.
By then, I was already down on one knee and I shot him twice in the head. I then spotted the other machine gunner, moved a little further along the wall, dropped down, and killed him as well.
Good stuff. It's like a one-man army.
With three of the machine gunners down, the corporal was joined by two other operators at the entrance to the building, who made the decision to storm in and clear the compound.
Alright, so now we're moving into like room clearing and whatnot, and this can go crazy like really quick.
Once people are doing CQB, you're walking into ground where they know all the niches are. Think about if you try to scare your family member, you know, where you hide in somewhere in their house and wait for them to come past. You know, and that's when they know the layout of a house. When you go into one of these areas where all it comes down to is reflexes, who's going to win? You know, this is why we try to keep the fight at a distance. But unfortunately, most modern warfare is happening in built-up areas. Fibula, fighting in built-up areas. You know, 3-block war. 1 minute you could be walking along. You know, the next minute you're in some sort of policing action. The next one you could be humanitarian. The next one you could be in full conventional Ukraine versus Russia conflict. And there's not always warning.
Because when you're talking about room clearing, you don't really have the support like air support and whatnot. That's not really relevant when you're talking about stuff like this. So it all comes down to you, your buddies, and the enemy. And you need to make sure that you're, you know, cover each other's backs. And when there's not that many guys operating, especially with like special forces, there's not as much support to do like a cordon of the compound or the building. Then it is just up to you and your guys using your initiative and your violence of action to make sure it gets done safely enough. But at the same time, it's just all about making sure you're taking out the guys as soon as possible. And that's what they're doing. It's good to, you know, cover your buddies back, but in reality, you know, taking out the enemy is going to be a better alternative. Your buddies are going to appreciate that a little bit more when there's less guys shooting at them than you just, you know, covering danger areas and whatnot.
Corporal Robert Smith detailed this phase. D saw one insurgent inside but had a stoppage on his weapon. He made way for me and I burst in and killed the guy.
Nice.
I saw another insurgent in the room but had a stoppage myself. I moved along the wall while Jay entered and shot him at point blank range.
Nice, there you go. It's the initiative right there.
Making their way further into the compound, clearing each room, the 3-man team.
This is another thing, team, where I think about where we're seeing this emphasis on secondary firearms, having a pistol sidearm. I don't believe in it. I don't think we should have it. We even saw then that Robert Smith, okay, when he had his IA, you know, you're followed up by someone. They're not going to be having the same IA. If they do, then you've got to face that. But you're not going to stand there in the fatal funnel and then drop your weapon on a 3-point sling, take out a pistol, then engage without him doing something in return. You know, I think it's a fantasy. You know, I don't know. You know, it sounds cool, but I tell you what, when you're overseas for 8 months, you know, you're already carrying enough crap without something being tied to one of your legs. You know, and anyone that's ever carried a pistol as part of their job before, you've really got to warn people, whether they're police, whether they're soldiers or security, you know, you've got to be real careful when you do a shit. Because if you undo your belt and you've got a pistol on, it's going to the floor. Gravity's got hold of it real fast, and you sound like an idiot when you're in the shit house with weapons clanking around the floor while you're trying to sit on frigid seats. Yep, it's happened to me.
He made their way to the rear entrance, where they found the 4th Taliban machine gun post already taken out. Simultaneously, as the 3 operators cleared through the compound, the other 3 members of the reserve team secured the right flank of the building, during which they engaged and neutralised an unknown number of insurgents who were attempting to flee from the area.
Got him.
With the main enemy strongpoint in Tazak eliminated, the assault teams linked up with the reserve team and began clearing the village, storming each building one by one in search of the high value targets.
Okay. Let's finish off on that one and ask you this question. We'll ask you this question. Thanks, mate. So what happens if you're doing that assault, while we're talking about what the right thing and the wrong thing to do is with rules of engagement, etc. What happens when you're doing that clearance and they realise the writing's on the wall, that they're also been, you've got other call signs that have outmaneuvered them, okay, flanked them potentially, and then you find out that the highest ranking, okay, rebel fighter, you know, potentially in your on your list of VIPs, key leadership engagement targets, throws his weapon away and goes, okay, what are you going to do? When you know that when you take him, and he might be responsible for well, at least hundreds of barbaric activities. They're not a conventional army team. What's going to happen if that guy goes, okay, hand me over to the cops, and you know the cops are already corrupt, which they were, and he's going to get handed over to them, and then they're going to release him. Do you know that every single person that got detained is now free? Every single one of them, including the Taliban that did the green on blues, etc., and took the lives of Australian forces. All of them got released when Bagram Airfield was deserted, and then Kabul was the exit point. All of them got released. Everything, every bad guy that was ever taken, instead of eliminated because of rules of engagement, code of conduct, rules of armed conflict, every one of them came out and become a reinforcement. All of them. I think you need to do a show with him, Kaz. He's trying to look like you, man. But don't worry, you have the looks. I've got the hair. Cameron Baird, yep. Legend. Cameron Baird VC. Unfortunately, the court of public opinion gets it wrong all the time. Yeah, and unfortunately, the public opinion, you know, has absolutely no understanding of what they're looking at or talking at, and unfortunately, they don't get the facts. That's the worst thing. We give them only a little bit of the information to make lifelong lynchings on. Sounds like there is no man's land. Over there, no man's land? No. No, because they don't wear a uniform. When they don't wear a uniform, but you do, and you cover the laws of armed conflict, and you travel in formations that then become predictable, they can sit back watching for fucking 2, 3, 4, 5 years until they actually have won your trust, then turn on you. Yep. It's a tough one. They can choose when to take up weapons. Yeah, they can choose when to give up. Yeah. They know they're going to get released. They know they can buy their way out. They know they can use terror tactics against the families of the police to get their people back. Yeah, it's very, very sad. I'm going to play this for a second, team, because there's people that have probably just got on here. Thanks for being here today for those that have come here, guys. This is just an introduction of what we played at the very start of the day, so you understand that the family we're helping is Chanda. He's the guy that this is all about. Here we are.
That's it, how you going? Welcome. This is the introduction to today's marathon stream. I hope that I've got enough water, Coca-Cola, to get rid of the cotton mouth, which is already set in. Today is about you. It's about Chanda. It's about people power. It's about faith in humanity. It's about us coming together and for a cause that is greater than ourselves. For a individual named Chanda and his family in a country where it is almost impossible to have mobility within your financial position in society, which matters. And we're going to do what we can to help him. Now, I've already raised and throwing in a lot of money myself. This will be signified with every time you see, bam, a Coca-Cola get opened. That is a $1,000 donation from me to the Chanda cause. Sounds like a lot. How much Coke will I have? Who will keep up with the stream, which goes for 343 minutes? Thank you very much, Daz, for the suggestion. And how can you help me? Well, all you need to do is have the balls, so to speak, to reach into your pocket and donate $5, $10, and put that down as a pledge to our Commonwealth brothers in India, or to become a member, or to become a Patreon member. Or whether to put a donation or a PayPal link in comments that allows you to make a donation there. This is about giving a little bit, but a lot of people giving a little bit. When in doubt, leave your iPad with the stream on and walk out and go away for 6 hours. Come back. You're still contributing to AdSense revenue. Guys and gals, this is about us making a difference as a channel. Now, Patreon members will be able to call in. We're going to talk about subjects. We're going to answer your questions together. So let's do that and know that people are predominantly good, especially from our channel. And sometimes the sheepdog, looks after the sheep when they least expect it. Chanda didn't ask for help, but we chose to help him. So let's do that and let's be proud of it and let's make a difference. Thank you very much to all of those in advance. And that's about it. See you later. That's Cas in the trenches, about to go off for 343 minutes. See ya.
Hey, let's change this background for a second, team, so you can actually see Mr. Chanda. Where are we? Ukraine background. Wait 2 seconds. Here we are. Let's change with the talk. Give me 2 seconds, team. We're just going to change it out so you get to actually see the fantastic man that is wallpaper. Okay. I know what I'm doing here. iPhone. Here he is. Okay, so that's Chanda there in the background. That's my buddy there. That was when we first got to India. Naturally, you get told time for a 5-minute break. Josh, starting to dribble again. Hey, Lloydie, great to have you here again, mate. Thank you for that. But don't spend any money, man, when you're not in a financial position yourself, my mate. When we first got to where are we? When we first got to India, that food there, we'd been warned, don't taste the local food, the street food. Now, I don't know if I've explained to you before that when I got to India, what I didn't expect was everything I thought about India was wrong. I thought everyone smoked. I saw almost no one smoking there. I never saw a single person vaping that wasn't a tourist. For some reason, I thought you could eat all sorts of meat at every restaurant except cow. Almost everywhere felt like it was vegetarian. It wasn't cheap. It was still expensive as fuck in restaurants. This wasn't expensive. But when I saw this and all of it looked like dysentery, I was nervous. And Chanda took us here. This is day one. Day one, team. And Chanda took us there. And that piece of bread has got a massive globule of butter in the center of it. And it's as hot as a wok. And it was amazing. You're just dipping it into these foods, not knowing exactly what it was. And I tell you what, it was some of the best bloody food. I loved it. And it was the cheapest we had the whole time we were over there. I still feel like I can taste Indian food, every time I go to dinner now. The people were fantastic. There was when guys and girls are in groups, the guys aren't trying to pick up the girls aren't trying to pick up guys because their culture is naturally arranged marriages. It was all family. The one that would annoy some of yous, I just chucked in 20 for Chanda. Wait a sec. Well done, lad. What was I going to say? It's about Chanda. Okay, yeah. So you see guys getting around, and one of the things, if you're like me and you've got a, what do we say, a short temper, the one thing that really spun me out is people will walk past you and just shoulder check you all the time, just bam, and not even look at you. It's like there's no offence. There's no foul given unless you look someone back in the eye and say, is there a problem, sort of thing. So every day you might get 20 or 30 people just shoulder check you, and that's a normal thing. You can drive down the highway and have a road train on the wrong side of the road on actual separated lanes, and no one cares about that either. Absolutely fine. You're supposed to have a seatbelt on, but you can also sit on the top of another car on the roof racks, and that's fine. It's like there's no rules, and I don't believe they pay tax. I believe the police can come by and they can say, give me some to leave you alone or whatever. But other than that, their government actually said to them, if you open a bank account, we'll give you $100 or $50, depending on how much you put into it, just so they can track some of the money. That's insane. Benster, why? When I went through Kapuka last year, the corporals had very obvious favourites. Did you notice that in your time at Kapuka? It happens in everything, man. It's everything to do with the military follows the path of least resistance. Those that aren't fuckfights, those that do what they're told, those that are competent, they don't end up on your radar. Those that don't try to stand out and be dickheads at inappropriate times. Those that don't drag their mates into, into strife. Those that are high achievers, those that are best at weapons, those that fully give into the experience of learning about instinctive command, teamwork, resilience, turn up prepared. Of course, you're going to favour them over the people that turn up unprepared, fat, combative with their teammates, low performers in PT, dress, standards, bearing, or just have one of those puffy faces that you want to punch. That's just a normal thing. Yeah. Went through Kapuka last year. The corporals had very obvious favourites. Did you notice that? Yeah, I had my favourites. And there was people I despised. And that was when I was a private, when I was a recruit, but also when I was an instructor. So, Benster, which one were you, my man? Were you one of the ones that was a favourite, or were you the opposite? Why did you think, as an observation, as human nature, why some people were favourites and some people were not? Because that'll happen in every single industry. Is there something wrong with the? Is there something wrong with the actual sound here? Is there? Where are we? Hello. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Geez, I miss that food now. We're about to go into the next hour. It's funny when you do has anyone ever considered actually starting a YouTube channel? You know, if anyone ever wants to have a YouTube channel discussion, I'd be more than happy to do that too. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good side hustle, and it's a really good way to actually have passion and a voice in an industry that you like. You know, unfortunately, mine is not a big or a popular subject, but it's what I was good at. So I've got to stay within my lane, don't I? Thanks there, KP. Thanks, my man. So we've literally got an hour and 43 minutes to go, Daz. We didn't know how long this was going to go for. And Daz was one that said 343 minutes, which made it just sound like it's 3 hours and 43 minutes. But then I did the maths and realised, no, that's 5 hours and 43 minutes that we've got to be here. That's okay. You know, you guys, any questions? Foxy, not anymore. It's good now. Okay, cool. Do you guys have anything? Is there any questions? What about getting to the battalion? When you get to the battalion, it can be quite scary because then you're going to everyone where the minimum standard they have is a skippy badge. So every single one of them is able to do the physicality required to get that skippy badge. You're going to be with people that have been on operations. You're going to be with those that are also disgruntled. There's going to be a whole power mix. You know, normally when you're in the battalion, there's Alpha Company, Bravo Company, Charlie Company, Delta. Delta has now normally been made a training company for most battalions. You know, they were full when I was in the battalion, all of them. So as a minimum, you used to have 12 full platoons of 30 guys, which is like equivalent to an NRL competition, with each one of them being a franchise. But there's always going to be someone that is the wooden spoon, and there's always going to be someone who looks like they're going to be the premier contenders. So you don't know whether you're going to go into the wooden spoon platoon or whether you're going to go into the best. But in every single platoon, there's also awesome blokes, and there's always a couple of dickheads. You know, you just got to not be one of the dickheads. That's your job. Okay, and when you go in, you're going to be a lid for the first 12 months. You know, so when you first get to the battalion, you need to make sure that, one, you represent as being in the top third, at least in fitness. You know, and you also need to be ready to go out field from day one. You know, unless you're going to Townsville or Darwin, where they might give you a period of acclimation to get ready for the heat up there. And the way they get you ready for that is to expose you to hard work in the heat. And from there, you need to finish everything you start. But you don't know, if you, at the start of the year, you might walk in and it might be individual training. Or you might come middle way through the year and you might be going straight on a platoon activity. Oops. We know what that means. Oh, yeah. They just keep on coming, team. I'll have to brush my teeth after this one. Have you lost count of those cans so far? So, you need to be ready to go. You know, one of the best things that can happen is that you turn up to the battalion, you know, at the very start of the year. So you start fresh when all these people come back to work with a great attitude. We're back to work. We've had a rest. We want to come back. You know, we want to have a drink with our buddies. And who's the new guy? Because they want to be your friend, but you've also got points to lose. You don't turn up with 100 points, you know, because they can swing both ways. Some people are looking forward to someone coming in and then being at the bottom of the rung again, you know, competing with them if they were the runt. But you might shot put past them with good weapon skills, good fitness, good administration, the fact that you're a robust, tough guy, you know, or the fact that you're a key player that marries the platoon straight away, goes outfield, shows that you can carry your equipment, shows that you can finish, shows that, that you're just someone they want to be friends with. Okay, Cas, why are there so many in Gallipoli? Why is the slow push out people just trying to understand? Okay, Cas, so what happens is when you go to the School of Infantry, Cassie's asking about Gallipoli platoon, which is a holding platoon at the School of Infantry. So when you come from Kapuka, you get to there, and then you've got a holding cell where you have to prove that you've got the fitness, BFA fitness, not PFA, to go into mainstream training. So once you achieve that, then what happens is you're now eligible to do normal training as a general service soldier, but not elevate with those weapons qualifications like XT was talking about with his mum that works in the Q store. It's about to fire 84s. I don't even think she could hold one up. And do advanced training like the assault grenade range. But there's always a concertina effect. There's only so much ground at their range facility where the automated bookings occur where they can deal with a certain amount of platoons. So what will happen is, all of a sudden, in a 3-week period, you're going to have bang, 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 3 platoons will march out in 3 weeks. But then what's going to happen is, then 3 platoons will start, bang, 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 and you need 150 people to fill those 3 platoons. So it's just a concertina effect. It gives the perception, I'm going to be here forever, but in actual fact, it can go down to having no one in Gallipoli platoon very, very fast. Yep. But if you were 20 people, I just spat on myself. If you were 20 people that came from from Kapuka, and you feel like you've just graduated, had your parents watch you, cried, all this sort of shit, bought you a gift, the K-bar with love your son, proud of your son on the blade, and then you rock up and there's 20 of you feeling like you're on the top of the heap, and then you turn up and there's 130 guys waiting, and you're getting ready to do your fitness test. Holy shit, seats taken. Seats taken. What if you're the runt of the 20? Holy shit, you better find some other runts to hang out with. Mr. White, when I went to Kapuka, yep, Joshy, coming through loud and clear. Excellent. I thought about it, but my life is pretty vanilla, so it would be boring. I'm not sure what that was about there, man. All these people in Gallipoli, yep, got that one. How's it going? Hey, Smokey B, how you doing, buddy? Oh, here we go. And this is a good time if you're going to join Patreon to join on, because then joining Patreon is also going to be a financial pledge to Mr. Chanda, who's standing in the centre there, man of colour, to give yourself some good brownie points too in social conversations. Oh, wait a sec. Can I read this one out? Okay, I'm not going to tell you who this is from. My father-in-law is formerly Navy. Okay, yep. Got diagnosed with cancer. Okay. So I have a question you might answer if you want. But have you noticed that former defence find it hard to stop, especially when not by choice? Is it by design of the training to teach resilience? It is. Okay, so what occurs is, that's a great question, is we become our own worst enemy, all because we actually end up being taught stoicism, to put the group first. Okay, to not, not to be the liability. So when you get an injury, you go, it's fine. It's like a dog. Let me go under the house for a couple of hours or a couple of days, come back, I'll be fine. I'm okay. I don't go to the doctor. I don't eat well. I don't worry about me. I'm too busy worrying about the actual crowd itself. Cancer, it's a star sign. It's the same with the stress. If you go 100 miles an hour and you've got the mental, gymnastics occurring in your mind, the best way to put that out is to be busy. By being busy, it feels like there's nothing wrong. I don't have to address this problem, medical, administrational, relationship right now, until the wheels fall off. And then, our job is to come up with solutions, and sometimes those solutions aren't tenable for anyone. Jen, after the next tactics. I've been in for about 11 years, Kaz. I really don't like my job. The more I progress in rank, the more stressful it is leading troops. Should I stick it out for the retirement or go a different route? Well, Jen, after next tactics. Okay, mate, what I do fully recommend to you, mate, and I recommend this to all military personnel for starters, is get on the bat phone. This is not just for people who are trying to join the army. The bat phone is there so that we can communicate, so we can war game a situation that is close to your heart, sensitive, that you don't want your family, that you don't want your hierarchy or your circle of brothers to know about, so that we come together. You will come with the emotion, I will come with the judgment and logic, because it's not affecting me other than through the eyes that you are relaying to. And then from there we work out on an advice somewhere as a group average between your emotion, my judgment, and then when you go, okay, you've offered me a club, do I choose to use it? The golfer and the caddy relationship, the sniper and the number 2 relationship. So if you're a military member and you're watching this, and it doesn't matter if you're a colonel or whether you're a lieutenant or whether you're a lance corporal and you just want to know a different way of skinning a cat. I've just had an officer actually give me a text message just then. Congratulations if he's watching right now. The best thing you can do is go to where the answers come. You pick the puppy that comes to you. I'm the puppy that came to you. It makes more sense to have someone on your side that has the time to investigate through communication the ordeal that you're currently facing. So now it's 2 heads that are dealing with one problem, okay, rather than just you yourself. Because if you do it by yourself, you're fucked, if you get it wrong. The grass is not necessarily greener. Okay, our job is to come up with a plan together. Jen, after next tactics, I look forward to you coming over. Come on to Patreon. Let us have a communication. Let's talk for an hour tomorrow and discuss where you're at and what we could do, what a plan B, C, and D are. Because I've done nearly 8 years out of the army now, and I tell you something, I've calmed down. I'm more logical. Hey, Dave D, how you going, mate? Yep. Jen, after next tactics, he can answer that question, but the problem is you can't go backwards once that gate is open. What you could do is do a off-ramp into Army Reserve and then go, Kaz or crowd here, what do you think would be an excellent stimulant or side hustle to go with Army Reserve that would meet the wage that I'm at now and the lifestyle I'm at, but allows me to go to a postcode that I want to live out of? That'd be an important subject as well. I thought the church had the same Stoke mindset, but I was very wrong. Every church is different, man. That food you have in the pic looks choice, mate. Smoky B. It was absolutely beautiful, but it came out the same way it went onto that plate. Dwayne Duffy, I'll tell you about those in a second. Let me go and do a wee. And for those that came in late, don't be offended by the name of these chips. A feminist would be fuming at that. Is that Urge Man? Burger Man. I'm Urge Man. The party pack. Cotton Eye Joe. Dwayne, I'd like to hear about your tours overseas. Great Canaan. And you, mate? I bet it did. It did, mate. I didn't get the squirts until the last 5 days of my 17-day tour of India. If you go to India, the places I recommend is go to Rishikesh. Rishikesh is where one of the highest points of the Ganges is before it goes into the Himalayan mountains. Absolutely gorgeous. As a matter of fact, let me quickly, I'll see if it's there, put a photo up for you. And I'll come back to this one after. Wait 2 seconds. There it is. So this was at the base of the Himalayas. Where are we? Okay. That was a beautiful, beautiful location. It really was. The impression is that the Ganges is really dirty, and it is if you get really far south. But up the top, anything that's in the water was simply tributes that was in the water. It wasn't actually, sorry, that's the Himalayas there, okay, over the background where the sun is. It was absolutely gorgeous. This is a photo. This one almost makes me emotional, to tell you the truth. This one here is, I'm actually blessing, Chanda was just over from us. I was actually blessing the beads to my daughter in the Ganges there. Yeah, it was a really beautiful. I had to cross the Ganges to go and buy them. Very, very expensive, the ones I got. I bought a beautiful Pashmir scarf for my ex-partner as well, which felt really nice to do that. This is also where I got the beads from here. Did you get the runs bad from the food in India? I did, but only in the last 5 days, and it was only happening between 12 at night and 7 in the morning. So it was an absolute pleasure, to tell you the truth. One thing I couldn't get rid of was the taste. Was the taste of bloody Indian food. I just couldn't get rid of it. I'm going to show you a couple of photos here while we're getting ready to talk about operations. Some of the things that happened when we went to the Taj Mahal. This is, oh, wait a sec. This is one I loved. This is my buddy. One of the things about India, because the cow is a sacred animal and no one owns them, you could walk over to a cow whenever you wanted and just give it a hug. Friendly as hell. I never got so much as butted by any of them. So you just have a cow come over to you with a bit of affection. Bam, latch on, give it a hug. You know, I love you, steak. You know, it makes it good for your day. My sister recently went to Nepal to climb to base camp on Everest. I wonder what the similarities are with India. She brought me back one of those cookery knives that the Gurkhas use. Yeah, that'd be a good place to get them. They're a beautiful people. It all comes down to the religion as well, doesn't it? Whether you're with Hindi or whether you're Buddhist or whether they're Muslim as well. There's cultural differences between them. Yeah. Okay, what's another one? One of the photos that I really, really liked, because there was probably a good 50,000 people at Taj Mahal on the day that I was there. But there was a split moment where this guy was doing the photography of this chick, and for one moment, everyone was off to the left, off to the right. So I swept in and got this photo of this gal. And for those that don't know, I'm a photographer now. What's a photographer? Someone who takes photos, I guess. So that was beautiful. So she's looking at the photographer, which meant I got the better angle. Have we got any other photographers out there? Love a good cookery knife. I wouldn't want to get stabbed by one. Got to step away for a bit and prep my curry. There we go. Where are we? To tell you the truth, India was a really fantastic experience that I didn't realise until I got back. And now that I've got my rug in position, it's so good. You know, people come into my house and the first thing they do is go, holy shit, look at that. All right, let's get something pertinent. What are we looking at? What are we supposed to be looking at? Look at this. This is my buddy here. He is going to love this. He does love this photo. You're like a celebrity when you're in India. Yeah. Look at these girls. I can't really zoom in on it there. But those girls, they didn't realise I was taking a photo of him, but they were also taking a photo of him and didn't realise I was looking at them. So look at them, the excitement on them. They're quite cute too. And he's just stoically standing there like, yep, happens all the time. India is a trip you do to discover yourself, team. It really is. Okay, this is a better indication of what it was like, I believe. Oops, let me get you out there. So we're on a tour here. If you're ever going to go to India, make sure you give me a call and sort out a time so we can tell you the rights and the wrongs to do over there to save you a hell of a lot of bloody money too, I tell you. Could we get your recommendations for getting into photography? I would love to, but there is so much to learn. No idea where to start. All right. This is a tough one to explain to people, but what I do recommend is that you do get yourself the best mobile phone you can, because if you're gonna take a photo, right, but you're not going to crop it down anywhere, taking a photo early in the morning without a tripod, and you've actually got an Apple computer at home, $2,500 for this phone, the Bat phone, is absolutely a bargain. Absolutely. Mark Reasons, Smithy's one of the best looking blokes from the regiment. He thinks he is. Yeah, but so the mobile phone is your best one. And then from there, I'd say just watch out, man, because like I use an A7R3, you know, and each lens costs about $2,000 to $3,000. But outside using that for, what would you say, for long exposures on tripods in the mornings, catching the ocean, all that sort of stuff. You know, almost everything for pleasure photography you can do with your mobile phone, and not be as nervous about getting it wet or being out in the rain, not having to have a tripod, you know, not getting people go, oh, what's that guy taking photos of looking like a creep? He owns a van as well. Give us a lolly. But with this, I've also got the downstairs, I've got the Axis Go. Can you give me 2 seconds? I'll quickly grab that for you, because what that allows you to do is underwater photography as well. And you can use the pistol grip to fire that off. And that's going to cost you about $400, but it'll allow you to go into the ocean. Photography gives back to you in the way that if you've got mental health, if you've got limited amount of friends in your circles, if you've got an active brain, you can't sleep, all of these things, and you like to get outdoors more or communicate with others, get Lightroom. You don't need Photoshop, you know, and just take those photos. Get out there, because part of the mission is taking the 100 photos that allows you to pick one. If you're in the army now, the best thing you can do, if you're wondering about, oh, I'd love to take photos, but I don't know what to do, and I give this advice to people all the time. If you're an infantry platoon, you know, then what you should do is say to the platoon commander, because he'll love it, because then he gets photos of him. For this one trip, can I spend an hour a day for photography, getting candid photos of all the soldiers in this platoon that I can have, that I can give you the photos of you. I can get those moments of the gunner. I can get the moments of the disembarkation from the armoured vehicle, from going to get into the helos, from the helos, all of those sort of shit. Any platoon commander, platoon sergeant probably go, as long as I get a copy, dude, or a choice of the copies, yeah, hell yeah. let's do that. They'd love it. In Tully, something like this in Tully would get the most beautiful photos that you could possibly get. Candid photography of men in their most discomfortable moment, with that green backgrounds and shadows and sun rays. You get a photo that's a keeper. And there's nothing quarantine about these photos. There's nothing about them that matters. They're not classified. Smithy's one of the best looking. XT, hey mate, I'm back. Just had to go to the gym and shops. How's the money going? No, the money stopped a long time ago, mate. Facebook is sitting at 170, and so is this. But I'm actually pretty happy. All I wanted was for people to turn up and care, to tell you the truth. So where are we at? Oh, look out. You're in trouble. Okay. Fantastic news for Chanda. So, update. Bam. $240 for Chanda on Facebook. We're sitting at 170. Having said that, for those that don't know, that every time I open a can of Coke, that is another $1,000 that goes from my account. Unless you've been here the whole day, you're not going to know how many cans there has been so far. G'day team, how are you going? That'd be a good thumbnail right there, actually. That'd be a good thumbnail. Guys, let me know. Right now, there's 30 of yous up there. Put positive, type in positive, negative, or neutral for what you are as a human. Don't judge yourself harshly, but are you a net positive to the tribe? Are you a net negative? Do you just take? Or are you neutral? You're not actually sure. Because our world would be as close as you could get to perfect overnight. This is an arrogant thing to say. Fucking arrogant thing to say. All right. Someone throw up $5. Someone put $5 up there, and I'm going to say something extremely arrogant. Very arrogant. Enough that could get me in trouble. Dave D, positive. Josh Fawns, positive. Okay, good job, mate. Good job. Okay, let's go, team. Rate yourself. Rate yourself here. Positive, negative, or neutral. I need to see a $5 donation so I can tell you something really, really arrogant. And time has allowed me to be what I'm about to say. Come on, dudes. Someone can do it. $5. Neutral. Oh, Cas. Neutral. Okay, Lighty. Neutral. Neutral will be somewhat honest. Okay. So it can swing both sides. But we all know what negative looks like, don't we? And we all know what positive looks like. Guardian. Here he goes. He's delivered. Say it, Cas. Okay. This is what I'm going to say. Have you ever seen it before? Indian money, by the way, team. Rupiah. My favourite one is the 200 note. There we go. Okay. So this is my arrogant statement. I believe if everyone in the world was the same as me, our world would be magnitudes better than what it is right now. I believe that as a person, I am not always easy to understand, but I believe as far as net positives go, I'm way up there. Okay, the reason why I say that is I have the time, one, to be positive. But not just that, I have the ADHD, which means I never give up trying to do the right things. If I see papers on the ground, I can't walk past it. I'll let my dog shit stay on the ground, but no papers, no garbage. I look forward to a woman getting on a train or a bus so I can stand up and give her the seat. I'm always protective. I'll always try to make sure you are looked after when you come to my house. The first thing that happens, you'll get hit between the eyes with the Wi-Fi code. Here you go, mate. Just in case you need it. Netflix for free. You know, hey, you dog, how you going, mate? Won't let me do 5. Not so cow. Oh, thank you very much, mate. We're back off to the races. So, although I've got a dark sense of humour, and I say it straight, there's only males and females, there's nothing in between. Okay, there's mental health. You know, but, hey, Jenny, how you going, mate? But I've got to tell you guys, I've always been this way. I've always been there to try and not just be a pleaser, but to make sure that I have a positive reflection on everything. I don't look at what's in it for me. I always look at what's in it for the fucking tribe, for the country, for the suburb. Everything I do. Everything I do. And that's why I believe that I have such an empathetic anger reaction to things, is because I don't understand why I always have to be swimming against the current when it's so much easier just to swim with it and be a good goddamn person. Not judge someone because they're spiritual. Not judging someone because they're a cop. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Every time I see an ambulance, I get upset that someone's parents are now getting called, that their life is about to change. I look at a little beautiful dog's face, and although I live in the moment, I still get a little bit upset thinking, man, that dog's only got 12 more years. I give tips to people that sometimes don't deserve it. You know, over in India, Chanda came up to me after giving, if I take a photo, for example, if I take a photo of like this gentleman, for example, of a beggar. Wait 2 seconds. If I take it, most of my photography was of beggars team. You know, if I take that photo, I'm giving you money. You know, you're not there to entertain me. I'm going to give you something to improve your life. I don't care if you're a voluntary victim and that's how you make money. But if you're part of my life, you get paid. In either deed, in friendship, compassion, or fortune. In for a penny, in for a pound. If I haven't got enough money to buy 1 cup of coffee, guess who's getting it? Chanda, not Cas. Yeah. I wanted to give this guy a haircut for free. Yeah. Peace out. A-Town. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sorry, I'm getting excited. So that's my... This was a, what do you call it? This was a lovely photo of the Ganges. None of that's rubbish, team. All of that was tribute that's been dropped up there and ends up around these beautiful rocks. You know, living the life of adventure is fantastic. Where are you going next, Cas? Interesting point. You might be very surprised. My mum doesn't know this is where I'm going. Do you know where I'm going, team? Do you know where I'm going? I'll tell you. 2 seconds, I'll be back to your comments now. I love that shot, actually. That was a marketplace. Okay, so tactics, lots of laugh. Anybody want to say negative, but some of us are thinking it. Yeah, and we should be self-regulating, and if we find that we're a negative, then we should do something about it. The inflation rate has gotten better. Well, it's hard to know, man. When Trump was in, you know, I had $130,000 in shares. Now I've got 136. Thank you, Mr. Biden. We aren't liked very much. Joshy, I reckon, bro, I wish I said that, but that's how I feel too. I like you thinking, Lighty. Vietnam? No, not Vietnam. Afghanistan would be great, but I don't think my head would stay on my shoulders long there. Sydney! says Guardian. Adelaide, says XT. Now, funny enough, I'm probably going to go. I want to go to Antarctica. That's where I want to go. But I think the average age is about 86 of people on that. And it's so racist because it's so white and every animal is black that's in the water. It looks like it's a racist place to be. No, I want to go to Bali. I want to get Bali belly. I want to spend my days beside the pool. I want to get a tattoo off one of the, a big tattoo, a tribute to my daughter as well, and also Rome, two of the things I love the most in the world. And yeah, I just want to go over and spend time not so much with the cameras, but actually just living life a little bit, just relaxing. Go big or go home, straight to North Korea, you reckon? You know what? I'd love that. Imagine the photography in North Korea. You don't go to a beautiful beach for photography. You go to somewhere and get candid photography like this place here. Amazing. After all these cans of Coke, I can't wait to brush my teeth after. Oh, shit! Where are we? Where's the counter? Where's the counter? Where are we at? So, team, for those that don't know, today was a 5 hours and 43 minute stream. So, I do apologise if where's that countdown? No, where are we at? Yeah, so we've got an hour to go. An hour and 8 minutes or something like that. Okay. Is it respectful to get a tattoo of the rising sun if you served like how Olympics do for those things? Thoughts? Normally people don't get the rising sun, man. You very, very rarely see it. When you see the rising sun, you always think of people at Kapuka. When you join infantry, people will get sometimes a Skippy badge used to be very popular. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen too many people with the rising sun. If they do, it's normally part of an Anzac Day, an Anzac tribute tattoo with the red poppies with some darkness in there and stuff. You don't need to say sorry here, team. I always want you to speak openly and candidly. That's what adults do. That's one of the reasons why I love being positive, Dwayne. Yep. I'll put positive in there too, actually. The reason I like saying positive is because you can talk about anything to me. There's not a single subject you can't talk about. I don't necessarily agree with it all. And I can't stand almost anything that comes from the left. And when I say I don't like the left, I mean I can't stand the left. But I do like traditional liberalism. I like that. I don't mind that at all. I don't mind anti-war, whatever. But I'm not going to deal with late-term abortion, open borders, what is a woman, LGBT mafia, and all of the different things that are starting to happen in our society. It's killing me. Dwayne, no more from you, mate. No more. You've already been really good today. Where are we? Got to go too, bro. That's all right, Joshy. It's all right. You've been here all day. Is there a tattoo that people get for serving? Or not really? No, not really, XT. Not really. Yeah. Some people get them, some people don't. But your body is your art. If you, there's people put a hell of a lot of work every single day into having a carcass, a chassis that is worth boasting about. So if they want to put a tattoo on it, all I'll say is be careful about putting a dominating tattoo on a part of your body that is actually really well developed and looks great. Because you might cover the greatest canvas of all, and that is what makes you you. Jennifer G, I've some massive scars on my belly. I want a tattoo saying dingo stole my baby. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, I don't even know if people would remember Azaria Chamberlain anymore and Lindy Chamberlain. Dave, lefty woman got angry at someone in an electric chair idling for damaging the environment. Yep. In time, they'll all eat their own. Yeah, they will. They will. I've had a lot of people recently where they take kindness for weakness, and you be nice to them in the street, but they meet you with a cold, hard gaze of ignorance and arrogance, and you feel like going, dude, you don't know who's in front of you. When you've been nice to someone and they replace it with arrogance, you feel like going, where did that come from? Where's that point of hurt? And I tell you what, when I look around Australia now, I'm wondering where have the manners gone? In Australia, it seems like the only time people have any confidence whatsoever is once they've had a beer, a rum, a tequila, or a cocktail, which is me walking backwards. It doesn't make sense. Say good day to people. Look them in the eye. That's how you let another man know when it's just you and him on the street. I mean you no harm. Disarming him from fucking 10 feet away. G'day, buddy. That's the way you should do it. There's a crime epidemic happening in Canada now, which is called, what is it? Crime on strangers' crime, which it means that there is no reason for it, but it's become cool and trendy to go and perform acts of violence on someone with absolutely no reason to do it. And that's become cool. I think if the world gets any different, we need to build one of the biggest jails where there's no visitation, 3-strike policy. If you show up for 3 violent acts, you should be going to jail for the rest of your life. I reckon that's fine. Once you've shown that you're a savage, that you can't deal with normal society, oh shit, you better hope you're not unlucky 3 times, where you're actually helping other people. Yeah. But for those that don't know, okay, every time you see a can of Coke in my hand, that's $1,000 that's going to Chanda from India. Absolutely fantastic. It's exciting. Where are we? Where's the Coke deck? I want to put a picture of him back up here. Which one is this? Okay. We've got that. We don't need Cas to be up there. I'd rather Chanda be there. That one can go, I reckon. That one can go. Wallpaper. No, that's that one, isn't it? Wait 2 seconds, team. I just want to put this picture of Chanda up here. What's going on with your lives anyway, team? No, that's the one I want to get rid of.
Hey, Tim, where you going?
That one. Not that one. That's what Tully looks like. Anyway, lad, many of the residents up there are afraid in their own homes at night with all the break-ins and car thefts. Never thought I would see that happening in Oz. Whereabouts, man? Smokey, the thing I hate the most in the world right now are the children having all the agendas pushed on them, and even worse, the trafficking of children. Man, Smokey, how is it that we've got to a stage now where we know that the top people know who the bad actors are and they're not doing anything about it? That's the dark thing. Yeah, we actually have the LGBT community and I don't mean gay people here, I mean LGBT community parts of that are actually pushing for, okay, the exploitation. That doesn't make sense to me. Life has been great. Been working out and dieting, living life more positive than ever. Smokey B, how good does it feel when it's not about trying to do the biggest rep, 1 rep max deadlift or bench press, whatever, and you get into just practical movement of your body, being able to do the chin-ups, do the dips, go for a run. When you see stairs, there's no reason to walk up them. You jog up them, you bounce up them. Have some energy. Look at another man's wife's eyes before you bound up the stairs so she realises that man is the best man. Best weekend in a long time for reasons I can't disclose. I saw your message before, mate. No one knows who you are on here, Dave. Where are we? Wait a sec, 2 seconds. That's a fair list. That's a fair list of things ticked off. Well done, sir. Be careful that ovulating ring. What weapon does that come off, team? Let's see who knows. The ovulating ring. I'll give you a hint. It comes off a Venturi. Very interesting. 1 hour to go. 1 hour. Let's start the clock again. Oh, get off clock. There we go. Sorry we didn't have any noise in the background either, team. Guys and gals, it is the Carlos Gustav. If you ever want to watch a documentary that will absolutely knock your bloody boots off, it's the sinking of the Wilhelm Gustav, which was a German ship that was set up for holidays for Germans by the guy with by Hitler, we'll say it. Okay, and it got commissioned into the war effort to withdraw civilians away from the coming peril of the Russians in winter. And basically what happened is they managed to squeeze 11,000 people onto that ship when a disgraced Russian captain, had this ship turn its lights on right in the middle of the shipping channel, so to avoid hitting rocks and crap, etc., that made the mistake of having a couple of anti-air weapon systems on its deck, which meant now it doesn't matter, you're allowed to sink it. Guess how many died on that? More than 9,300. About 500 were military. So over 9,000 civilians were killed, and that was classed as an honour because it also had military on it. So when you put things into context of Robert Smith, but then you don't look at things like Hiroshima, like Nagasaki, like Dresden, like the bombing of Berlin, like the bombing of London, the bombing of Darwin, Pearl Harbor, all of these different things, yet no one was found accountable. When the Nuremberg trials happened, after Germany fell, almost not a single person was held accountable. They were actually given a new job with a pay rise in the USA and other areas. Did you know that? So next time people want to stamp on the guy at the bottom, always remember that there's so many that are complicit, that are doing the damning. Smokey B, I'm jealous. I'd love a coffee. A McDonald's coffee would be fantastic. It'd be really good. Yeah. Do you know what? It actually smelt good down in that street. You wouldn't believe it, eh? It smelled good. I had thongs on for most of the time there. Never kicked me toe once. Can't believe it. 17 days in thongs without kicking me toe. What are we doing for the King's birthday tomorrow? Even though it's not his actual birthday, what do we think? You know, some are going to Kapuka tomorrow. Some people are on the channel right now. You know, I wish them the utmost and the best in their career, in a life on a path less trodden. I hope that reason comes back in. You know, I hope that divides and the deep state either prevails and we live under their realm or is defeated. Did you see Tucker Carlson has had more than 110 million views on Twitter in just 2 posts? That's how hungry people are for truth. It's crazy. Imagine being a TV antenna repairman in that town. Insane. Everything is, they just, what would you say? What they do is they fix problems and they fix them fast without the bureaucracy. Some of the things in Thailand that are so amazing now is Thailand used to be a jungle of exposed wires, power lines, all of that sort of shit. But now that's all been removed and it comes down to these junction boxes that have had beautiful artistic painting on them, which has now freed up the all the facades of the buildings to be absolutely beautiful. And if you're going to have a choice, honestly, if you've got a choice of going to Thailand or going to Bali, go to Thailand. Do go to Thailand. Yeah. Sadly, Bali can be partly ruined by just bad Australian tourists. Yeah. Something happens to people when they go to Bali where they just take the dickhead pill. I don't know what it is. Happened to me. I was in the Bursa, the Surrey Club just before it blew up, actually, less than a month before it. Yeah. What do we want to speak about, team? I've got my second wind happening at the moment. Press like if you haven't already. You know, now's the best time, like we said, to get on Patreon. Safest place to live in Townsville is Laverick Barracks. There you go. How's that? Scotty, I'm working tomorrow night. No day off in Queensland. Yeah, you've had it already, haven't you? I went to the sushi train and it went from being $37 for 6 plates and a Coca-Cola now up to $43. Killing me. Wait a sec. Hillary Clinton just sent me a message. I just got a photo. I just got a photo from me mate. Now I know why we've got a couple more subscribers. Look at that. You know, he's got it on 2. He's got it on 2 to make it look like I'm more popular than what I am. I'm such a dick. For those that don't come here regularly, what's this? Show and tell. Do you know what that is, team? Do you know what that is? King's birthday tomorrow. Dave D, I'll tell you something now. The retention bonus can be the death of an organisation because you just created mercenaries. Now, even if they don't want to get out, you know, they're going to say they do to get the retention bonus. It used to happen. When you got the sergeant in under 15 years, because they understood that that was the time, the flexion point where most people get out of the military, but you still had a few more years to give. In the UK, 20 years is your mandatory exit from military unless it's a special contract. Yeah. What's the plan post Chanda, Cass? Oh, that's a good one. No Queensland celebrities the 2nd October. Post Chanda, I don't actually know. It'll depend on my tax time as well, because naturally all the money that goes through either Patreon, YouTube, all that, I've still got to pay tax on that on top. Okay, so we'll see what happens at tax time. It's normally a fairly lucrative thing because I get far less money than what I outlay with kilometres, with trips, with equipment, with the different apps and requirements that I use. But I don't know what's really chapping my ass at the moment. Where do I want to help next? That's a tough one. Leave that one with me, Cass. I still think Vietnam. I'd still love to go to where Nui Dat was, where Australians had previously been, created economy, then withdrew that economy. Some part of me would like to go to Timor again, even, or Rwanda. Do you think you would ever do a trip to Africa and vlog it like you did with India? I don't know, man. Africa's not really where you want to be going at the moment. You know, I love Africa. You know, as you know, I used to live in Africa. I don't know. I've always got my daughter to think about too these days. I've always wondered why we don't send more platoons or whole companies over to the USA to do exercise with the US Army. We do. They seem to come here. Yeah, no, we do go over there, mate. Normally, every year there's 2 or 3 trips of Gold Eagle that used to go to Kaneohe Bay or to Schofield Barracks in both those in Hawaii. Who ever thought of doing something like the Man Shed type group? Nah, KP, I can't, man. I go in, I spread myself too thin as it is, you know. The last thing I want to do is go somewhere and then end up going there year after year after year. Yeah, nah, it's just not my thing, I guess. Do you have photos of your time in Africa? Wait. Oh, wait up. Let me see. Wait 2 seconds. Naturally, we didn't. Cameras were a different thing in 1995 too. Remember that one? Where are we? I had one here this morning. India. For those that haven't seen it yet, this is the rug that I brought back that dominates my lounge room now. Absolutely amazing. Changed my life. This is one of their stepwells that I thought was absolutely ingenious. So no matter how the rain is, okay, well, which one was that? Wait 2 seconds. All right. So this is a step well. So what happens is when the water is high, you just don't walk down as many steps. But when the water's out, okay, you just walk down further. It just deals with all climates. It's fantastic. I'm just trying to find this photo for you, Tim. There's another one. That water was agony. Absolute agony. That's in the Ganges. You're looking at mountain water from Mount Everest there. Very, very cold. New folder, reaction video, top 10, Ukraine. Band trip, no. Where are the photos? They're all, I've got a whole bunch of Rwanda photos too. A whole bunch. All right, enough of that. This one. Oh, look at this one. I've never seen cows not only eating garbage, but that became the cool place to hang out. Yep. The sanctuary's not the same over there, team. The rug is amazing. Noel and I would be interesting too. Yeah, there's an event called Red Flag in Alaska that the RAF attends regularly. That'd be awesome. Oh, look out. Look what's going on. The alarm. Bam. So we've now got 43 minutes to go. And I've had enough Coca-Cola for the day. Never thought I'd say that. Given deployments are limited, I think there should be more opportunities for soldiers to travel with defence, example, doing exchanges, incentives for high performers to do courses in the States, UK. And the shit thing is, Lardy, they have that for a lot of officers get that. I think that there should be in every battalion. How's this one for you? We're undermanned, okay? Delta Company is meant to be up there every second of the day. The reason it's not is because of leadership, because of recruiting, because some people aren't turning up because of the quota system, the double standards that is occurring. It's now affecting, and the woke agenda is affecting recruiting. Same as being back from operations. People want to join for the adventure and can't see the adventure in front of them, so they don't join. But then they miss out on the adventure when it comes because they're not in the unit now. But what better way around this than to say, okay, we always hang on to history rather than create history. How about we put the invite out there through the operation cell, through the Army incentive program? What do you reckon about this, Dave D? Where we actually say the 101st Airborne. Okay, a platoon of you guys, we're going to fucking reward you. And you're going to have a rifle company that is now part of, 6RAR. Okay, now who else? Princess Patricia's rifles, or whatever it is. Come over, and a company of you is going to come to a company of and take up a company of Australia. But we send a company to their locations too for diversity of training, and also the embrace of the Five Eyes, of AUKUS, and all of these different things. So we have one rifle company. So every 3 or 4 years you will be going to spend a 1 year trip away, which is classed as some form of rifle company Butterworth exchange system, because then you don't have to have people salivating, waiting for the next fight to have, only to realise, what is this about? This is not what I begged for. You can have incentives where people are travelling overseas using different interoperability, armoured vehicles, ships, etc., liverboards, or the USMC. Those sort of things would make people join and not necessarily cost a cent extra. And what it would do is it'd make our allies stronger. It would bring them together. It would get rid of ignorance. It would give diversity of training. It would give pollinization of great ideas. It'd be awesome. Diabetes incoming, says Cas. Yeah. Coca clock. There you go, Mr. Price. Larger scale exchange program would be great. It'd be a lot cheaper than paying every goddamn soldier $50,000 to stay in. That's what it'd be. And you know what else? Imagine how nice it would be as well if they said, and there's going to be married quarters that are there. So if guys have got their girlfriends or wives, not that I'd want them to come with me, Okay, because we saw how that worked for the cricket team. It almost destroyed their bloody sport overnight. You know, it would be great to potentially have them as well. Oh, my little girl's doing something. She's at Luna Park, I think. Got to tell you, man, she's my kryptonite. She really is. I love that little bugger. Join the army, see the world. Yeah, but they meant a map, Dave, not actually go over there. I've had enough of looking at this dump in the background. Those cows aren't scared. This is one of the most deep. Are you ready for it? This is the most disgusting sight that I saw while I was in India, because I'm a carnivore, baby. Look at that. God. Disgusting. We could do an exchange program with the RAF, hotels, and field pay. There you are. Reward good digs with a trip to Ranger School. That'd be great to go over and get your Ranger tab. You know, as we know, there's a massive difference between being a Ranger and having a Ranger tab. There's only 3 battalions in the actual Ranger Regiment, the 75th Ranger Regiment. I've got one of their limited edition rugs that's worth an absolute fortune that's behind the green screen over here. That was the present that I got from one of the 75th Ranger Regiment first sergeants. An absolute beautiful thing. Luna Park is awesome. Kids are awesome. Yeah, but KP, man, I get so motion sick at Luna Park. It's terrible. You know, my daughter only likes the spinning rides. Sorry if today, I don't like apologising for things. I don't really need to apologise for anything. You know, I need to definitely thank yous. But I could have come in here today and tried too hard to try and orchestrate what this was going to be about. Try to be, okay, let's do this, let's do that. But we've got to remember, I'm also an Army of One here, team. Simon Powell offered to give me a hand, but you know, there's nothing really a second person can do. It was always good to have Lauren here with a female voice in the background. I don't know what's going on, but yeah. What that cake mean? What are we doing today? How can you? Yeah. Video reaction call outs. How long are we going for? 343 minutes. I heard something that was very weird. How many estimated slaves is there currently in the world right now? I didn't realise there is, I think it's Libya that still has an open slave market. You know? So why are we talking about hundreds of years ago instead of trying to do something about where it's happening right now? That'd be worth going to war over, wouldn't it? I'm just looking it up for us quickly. Holy shit! Holy... I didn't expect that. Team, in 2021, it is an estimated 50 million people were living in modern slavery. And that doesn't mean husbands. G'day, Aussie Army Ops. G'day, mate. How you going? Great to have you here. Jay, I thought Bucko might have called in for a quick g'day. Yeah, I thought he would too, but he's completely... I don't think he's coming back, man. He's completely walked away from social media, mate. Where are they? Okay. What countries have them today? There you go. Venezuela still has slavery. Haiti El Salvador and Guatemala, 21 more rows. I didn't expect that, team. Okay, so this is a list of the places that still, it says here, on the Global Slavery Index. From the top, Venezuela with 270,000. Haiti, 94,000. El Salvador, 52,000. Guatemala, 140,000. Colombia, 397,000. Ecuador, 135,000. Nicaragua, 49,000. Jamaica, 22,000. Bolivia, 83,000. Peru, 234,000. Honduras, 69,000. Dominican Republic, 72,000. Mexico, 850,000. Paraguay, 46,000. Cuba, 61,000. Brazil, 1,053,000. Trinidad Tobago, 7,000. Panama, 20,000. Guyana, 3,000. Argentina, 189,000. Nah, there's something going wrong here. United States, 1,091,000. Okay, I don't believe this. What do they classify as that? Okay, that just shot it out of the water. That was crazy. I don't believe there's slaves in America. Dude, that's very centered on one part of the world, South America. Yeah. You got to look at the countries that give the most refugees. There's always a reason. Woke Arm is very selective about which facts they use. If it doesn't meet their views, they won't bring it up. Yep. You've only got to look at gun crime in the USA and then look at pro-choice, and one kills 1,000 times more people every year. What percentage of that is kids? Yeah, Jay. Yeah, it's terrible, man. Our world is getting smaller and smaller. Okay, something positive. What do we think about the new Apple Vision Pro goggles that are coming out? The ability, I understand there's going to be a really dangerous precipice there where we've already got social isolation with people with earbuds. Now, you go to talk to them, earbuds, mate, not talking to you. Oh, righto, just wanted to let you know someone took your bag. Okay. But what's going to happen when these goggles come in? They're going to be excellent for people in hospital, okay, that are bedridden. They're going to be awesome for this, that, and the other. There's 100 reasons they're going to be great for. They're about $5,500 to buy a pair in Australia when they come out at the start of next year. But to be able to also record something 3D, imagine your family members that you lose, that you love, that you can go back and put the headphones on and look at memories of them in 3D. You can actually see them running around and smiling and laughing, having their best days. Or, that is true, Dave, if you prevent a baby from living, you're also getting rid of their descendants as well. Yep. Absolutely. Snuffing out the tree, so to speak. Yep. I think the more bad you see in the world, the more you actually love the world. You actually fall in love with the beauty of the nice things. You appreciate them. Are they similar to the Google Glasses released a few years ago? No, the Google Glasses flopped. I won't put it on now because it'd be too addictive to look at. But if you look at Apple Vision Pro, crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. To know that you've got like Dolby sound on your ears, you can watch a movie wherever you are and make the screen bigger, bring it in. Okay, and instead of using your hands and doing all that sort of stuff, all it can simply be is just a tick of the fingers, okay, to select something, and you do the selecting with your eyes. The cameras are on your eyes. So, would I pay $5,500 for version 1, like the iPad, like the Apple Watch, the answer would be no. But when people look at it and go, oh, who would use that? That's stupid. You go, yeah, and people said the same about the tablet. People said the same about the watch. People said the same about the phone. No one will ever pay that. You absolutely will buy the goggles, and you'll be glad the goggles are there, and then there's going to be a time you can't live without them. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, wokeism, man. That's terrible. Makes me wonder where reality stops with that stuff, especially with the rise of AI. It's too late. It's upon us now. They're already looking at how many jobs are redundant now. You go to a shopping centre, and they look at you like you're whack if you want an attendant to actually help you with your groceries. They don't realise they're making themselves redundant from the very job they work in. Hey, Aussie Army Ops. Thank you very much. That Smurf $3 there is going 300. This is Sparta, is going all the way to India. Hey, and that took us over $200. Thanks, team. Thank you. Does everyone know? Pop quiz. Okay, so how many minutes is today's stream? Who's the first one to answer that? First one to answer that. How many minutes was today's stream? How much is meant to be total? Who's going to type it in first? How are we going? A bit slow here, Tim. Yep, Cane Peppers, bam, first. Yep, okay. How much is one can of Coke worth? Next question. How much is one can of Coke worth? You're on live chat, Kaz. 343, but feels like 143. Yeah, there you go, Josh. Well done. Nice one. No, Scotty got it. Scotty was the first one. Each can represents $1,000 that our channel today has donated. Okay. It's not too late, team. Okay. This is all from the funds that you guys and myself, okay, have been putting away since February. So I'm donating today $6,000 to match yours, okay? So we've got Facebook that's running to, will be running until the 23rd of this month, okay? $6,000 I'll be putting with it. You guys are putting $200 with it, okay? Facebook will be putting that money with it. So hopefully we get up to $7,000. That's what I'm hoping for, okay? I was hoping for 8, but 7's still good. So, no, KP, no. So that should be enough, hopefully, to look at getting. We'll have to talk to Chanda before he gets the money, because naturally that's going to be life-changing to him where he is. So it's important that we have a conversation that when he gets it, that he actually has a plan that teaches him how to fish forever before it actually goes into his account and the decision is made that's going to make that difference to his life. He might decide to pay for both his daughters' weddings straight out. He might decide to do that, and that might be the priority to him. Your kids always come first, man. I would like him to get the tuk-tuk. Okay, but let's see what he does, and I'm going to keep you up to date on this one because I think it's important. How much is a tuk-tuk worth in Australian dollars? about 4,400. But then you've got to pay for licenses. You're not entitled to a driver's license in India. You've got to apply for it, and there's civilian licenses, and then there's commercial licenses, etc. And then there's insurances, licensing fees, bribes, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So I reckon you'd be looking at $5,000 total for drive away, $5,000 to 5,200. And if it gets him a tuk-tuk and the oldest daughter married, that is something you can't even explain that you've done for him. Okay? The fact that all the micro donations that go in by people being on Patreon, that people do with memberships, people like Navy veteran that always drops gift memberships to people. Okay, the donations that people do, Nicole K is always throwing money in. You know, there's so many of you that do. All of these things add up with AdSense coming in as well. You know, the Patreon subscription program where people call up and we have those conversations. All of that has now run like tributaries into a collection box. And if you look at it as $6,000 or $7,000 or $7,500, whatever it turns into, you know, don't look at it as that. Look at it as the fact that he's getting a whole business that he'll own with cash. Okay, and can start working for himself, can walk away from the job that exploits him now. Plus, imagine his face, when he says to his daughter, come in here, start arranging the marriage. I've got the money now. Let's do it. All of this happening because he showed us his heart and a lack of selfishness, a net positive in a population of 1.33 billion people that just happen to supposedly have a fucking infantry, two of us, misogynist, assholes, racist, whatever you want to call it, by virtue of the fact that we're born with white skin and blonde hair and blue eyes. Yet we're the ones in India that are actually the ones that have chosen him, vouched for him, and now delivering to him, with him probably thinking, I hope these guys are not leading me on. I hope they're not giving me false hope. This is going to translate into some spiritual manifestation to him where he's going to feel like, you know, all of the actions, all the work he's ever done, this is going to become a legacy that potentially changes his life, his children's life, his grandchildren's life. It gives him grandchildren. This is no small feat. He works for less than $20 profit a day, less than. He was never going to get to the finish line by himself. But you've helped me to help him. We've done a good thing today, team. Today we can all be net positives. You know, just remember that one. I'm really, really proud of you. Every dollar that you give is a bonus that gets closer to his daughters getting married and continuing the family name, taking the stress off him so that he can now save up for his grandkids when they start arriving. This man has worked harder than any of us, team, in areas of no air conditioning, where he comes last all the time, every time. And I felt good that we officially have got the money coming in, that we've kept our side of the bargain and didn't just take this guy on a fool's errand thinking, you know, the folly, the forked tongue of this foreigner. You know, yeah, awesome. So I've got assessment day for the Army on the 9th of this month. Do you have any tips? Aussie Army, you know, there's a perfect day for it. I know you've given a donation already, but I recommend you get onto the bat phone. You know, the money will go to India, and from there you'll get one of the mementos with today's special, okay, special hand signed and message for you. The link is in the comments. If anyone else has got it there, put it up. Hey, ARL, thank you very much, mate. Boom. Nutsu Cow, thank you very much, mate. Man, that's half a day's wages for him. It's hard to believe, isn't it? He will feel amazing, Kaz. It makes me very excited for him. So cool. I like to think of myself as vanilla ice. Lard lad, I might go to India with my brother sometime. Maybe I should employ Chanda as a guide. We can always look at that, man. Kaz, if I do it, I might hit you up for his details. Absolutely. All we ask is that anyone that ever gives, you take a driver on, it's not cheap, team. What I mean by that is you give them a tip. Okay? There he is. There he is. Team, that was the moment he didn't know what was in that envelope. That was the moment we were about to give him his tip, which was 500 Australian dollars, changed into into rupiah. Okay? He didn't even know if he was going to get a tip. Some people don't do it. You know, but that'd be awesome if other people said, man, we're here to look for Chanda. That business would be going, what the hell's going on? I've got him on, where are we? I'll take a photo and send it to him. Wait a sec. So I'm going to send that to him right now because he'll be awake. What's up? Photo. Bam. Wait a sec. He's going to love this. Imagine seeing that there's money being raised for you by a different country. Yeah, so there he is. Little legend. Man, he nearly cried when we told him we were going to change his life. Started praying straight away and shit, as in like thanking the Lord for everything that had given to him. You know, yeah, it's good. Special moment. You know, sometimes when we go overseas, we learn more about ourselves, you know. You know, you appreciate things. You appreciate your family. You know, you appreciate your air conditioning. You appreciate the fact that your fridge is on. The fact that when you turn your tap on, the water's not poisonous. Yeah. Many people say they will come back. I will change your life. Lots of laugh. Then they never come. Yep. Some talk it, some walk it. I sat it today. But you guys have been on the journey today. And we've only got less than 20 minutes left. I hope you feel good about what you have done. I'm not trying to go weird on you. Yeah, but it has been a long day. Long day. Welcome to Army Ops. G'day, mate. Yeah. And now you got something you can say. Yeah, we made a difference this weekend, eh? How many people have been here from the very start? Put a thumbs up if you've been here from the very start, you poor bastards. I gave you the option to jump on. I'm going to call someone now who's not allowed to tell me who they are. I know who they are. I know who they are. We're not going to talk about anything military. Okay? Hey, dude. You there? Yeah, mate, yep. Mate, you're not on loudspeaker. Am I? Don't say your name. Don't say what you do. But are you fine to talk about just life?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, mate. We'll call this guy Patrick for now. Mate,
That's the name I've always wanted.
Thanks for being here today, mate. What advice would you give to people in life at the moment that maybe feel like the world is slipping into the abyss? You know, give them a positive message, something that you would say from your years of being on this planet.
I would have a think about what's really important, and what makes you feel good, and then compare the two. Look for where you can make a positive contribution to life.
Yep.
Yeah, look for areas that you can make a difference, whether they be through a bit of effort, through a bit of coin if you got spare coin, whatever it is. Sometimes it's just turning up and being there. Yeah, just look for those opportunities to make a difference to someone else's life, because when you make a difference to someone else's life, you probably make a difference to your own as well.
Yep. And how important is partner choice with a good life, taking into account they don't need to be perfect?
100%. They'll never be perfect. But what you can do on your own is multiplied by what you can do with a good partner.
Absolutely.
So if you can find someone who shares your ideals and your values, who will go on the journey with you, then everything will be 100% better. And I can attest for that through personal experience.
There you go. You make sure you say hello to Mike for me.
I will. He's pretty gay, but I'm not.
Yeah, that's right. You're what do we have here? Ryth got here for the end. He's in the Newey. He's in the pub in Newcastle. Beautiful place, mate. Go to the Honeysuckle Hotel or go up to, what do you call it? This one in Merriweather. Beautiful place. Great food.
I'll be down that way in a couple of weeks, so I'd love to catch up.
Yeah, mate. Do you want to do dumplings?
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, sorry, bloody hell.
Yep. What's your thought process of this changing lives sort of thing?
Yeah, like I was just sort of thinking, like I love the concept of being able to take some money and change someone's life, but I also like the concept of being able to deep dive into someone's situation and find the levers that will actually make their life better, and pull those levers rather than giving, because sometimes you give some money to people who haven't had money and haven't had the ability to use that to change their life. Sometimes they don't spend it in the best ways.
Yep.
Because they're not knowledgeable in what they should do. But sometimes if you can find that thing that makes their life better, and you can change that for them, maybe, that's really interesting to me, because it means you've got to deep dive into someone's situation, and you've also got to deep dive into what's possible, because it's not always easy, but I'm interested in that realm, in that world.
It is crazy to think that this is an unsurmountable amount. I think what made him one of my logical choices to help, because as you know, I was going to help someone in Vietnam and find a family that we could sponsor and would sponsor and probably will sponsor for a few $100s a month. And that would go towards their children's schooling to allow them to then look after their family. But it has to come from a family I've met, not just one time, because you're vouching for them forever. But the reason why this guy really stuck out to me, Pat, is because I know that he was once in a better position but went backwards trying to help his family, and then it wasn't reciprocated. So he got the fact that he was in a position where his daughters would have been married by now, where he potentially would have had grandkids by now, and all that got taken away.
Yeah, that's a real it's a real tough situation. I mean, like putting yourself in that person's place, to have someone come along and give back some of those opportunities that were missed out is really a really good thing, and something I think we can, as a group, be very satisfied that we're participating in.
Yep.
In changing his life.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd really love to go to Vietnam on that topic. I think there's some fantastic people over there. They've had a fairly interesting history over the last 100 years. There's a lot that's happened in Vietnam, so there's a lot of background and a lot of stuff, and it's very intertwined with the Australian history as well.
Yeah.
Throughout our time there, so that's probably a dear place to my heart through some people that I'm related to and know who've spent some time over there in the late 60s, early 70s.
Bro, I agree with you. I just had the most bizarre thought. Imagine if we did a deep dive and we found out the countries that have legitimate slave markets and went and bought and freed a slave for life. Imagine that.
That'd be amazing. I'd love to know if it was really possible. Like, would they really be free? Like, how would you would almost have to adopt them? But the concept is fantastic.
Yeah.
You have to have some thinking about that to see what can we do.
Man, that'd be out of control.
Those numbers you were talking about before, that was really interesting to me. Like it did.
I believed it, and I believed it until it said America, and then I went, no.
Well, there's a lot of Democrats that you could probably describe as slaves, but
a lot of husbands too.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it would be like that's something that's been a world problem for so many generations, and to be able to move the needle on that would be fantastic as well.
Yeah, and it's not actually about hating a race of people. It happens to people as an indentured service in poorer countries to be used as a free workforce. You know, that's the exact reason why the Belt and Road Initiative goes to countries like the poorer places of Africa. Because now even their own people are getting too expensive to use for the labour component of what they need done. And if you were to ask someone, I don't know if you saw what we were talking about earlier, where they were talking about that demise of the and collapse of the Chinese population, is the fact that they're stuck between communism, socialism, and capitalism.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I was doing a bit of research on the red corn chip recently, just through what I do. And one thing that was really interesting that I found was that what we consider left wing and what we consider right wing is almost reversed in China. And so if you say left wing in China, it is closer to what we would consider a right wing conservative.
Yeah.
So you've got to be very careful when someone says, "Oh, that's left wing and that's right wing."
Yeah, that's right, and that's why I always consider myself a centralist, because traditional liberal views, I'm down with a lot of those, and I'm not down with the radical right, just like I'm not down with the radical left. I think they're exactly the same people.
There's an important thing there that you could draw left wing versus right wing as a line on a piece of paper, where the left is way over to the left and the right is way over to the right. But that's not actually correct. You would be better to draw that as a circle and then draw like a plus sign through it. And at the bottom is the centre. And then to the left and right is the left and right traditional. But as you go to the extreme left and the extreme right, they circle back round and become almost the same thing.
But there's a difference. If you vote, for example, with America perspective, and you vote Republican, there's no bad policies. It doesn't. There is no far right policies. But if you vote anywhere on Democrat, then you're as bad as everyone, no matter how far left they are, because voting for Democrat means you've just voted for late term abortion. You've just gone for open borders on the southern border where the fentanyl is coming through. You're going for defund the police. You're going for the perpetualisation of the woke ideology. You've got all of these things you're just pushing and pushing and pushing just by voting to the left. I think one of the biggest things they need to talk about and work on in the USA is inner city crime. How can we be looking up the videos of someone who took the lives of 7 people and they're a famous serial killer, but you can look up normal gangsters on the street that have killed 17 people?
Yep.
And that's not classed as gun violence. It's classed as gang violence.
I'll give you a great example. As I watch your streams and I watch what gets auto moderated, it's extremely. I often want to take a screenshot because there's some things that people say which are completely normal conversation topics with absolutely nothing that crosses any lines in my mind, and I think in any average person's mind, and they get auto-moderated.
Yep.
And the inference from something auto-moderated is that you've said something controversial.
Yeah, that's right.
Inflame some kind of pushback, and some of those things are very, very normal statements.
There's no way you'd say Tucker Carlson is a far right leaning person.
No, not by any stretch.
2 seconds. Michael Crosby's hail from Kapuka going through the funnel for 343. Awesome, mate.
Lovely.
Okay, feel free to get all you guys to throw $5 in if they can in their ill-gotten gains up to the top of the comments if they want to help us to help others as well, mate. Let's represent for the 343, and let's see if you make a donation, you filthy beast. And Crosby's a great name. Is there any chance that your dad is the same Crosby that worked with me overseas? Let me know. We're in Perth the other week. Australia's only becoming like the US. We had a school shooting in Perth the other week. I think we've got a long way to go before we get there. You know, that's a mental health, not a gun problem. Yeah, we've only got 4 minutes left.
Jeez, mate, excellent effort tonight.
Yeah.
I missed the start because I was, doing work. But this is a great cause, and commend you for getting stuck into it, and commend everyone who's gotten on board and donated money.
I'm just showing a photo.
Shows what good people that you've got in your tribe.
It is a good tribe. You're part of it.
I'm proud to be part of it.
I'm glad you are. So am I. This is K Pepper's dinner. That looks like a bowl of gastro. You just took me back to India with that.
I love the name Cayenne Peppers because I love spicy things. I still go back to, and many viewers may not remember this or have been around for this, but I remember the Carolina Reaper Challenge.
Oh, that was terrible.
I'm glad you never had to suffer it, but I think we should resurrect it in some way, form or other. I've got some Carolina Reapers in my freezer. So let's have a few conversations about what we could do with that.
The hottest corn chip. I always wanted to do that one. People, a lot of people here don't realise that I've done multiple Carolina Reaper challenges, whether it be from the hot corn chips to the Carolina Reaper chicken wing challenge. All of those were part of the first.
Great old school channel stuff.
The first old channel.
I wish we could get back. Yep, yeah. I wish we could get that back. I'm happy to take one for the team and get some Carolina Reaper action happening. So let's talk about that.
I'll do it beside you and see which one of us can handle it better.
Yeah.
Cubby, the kid shot at a window, then called the police on himself. Then they find a ute full of every gun. There you go. He clearly had some problems, and he's definitely calling for what do you call it? he's definitely calling. It's a call for help, which is a sad thing, man. I'm sure there's a story that comes with that for sure. Michael Crosby, I was wondering if he was related to Bill Crosby, who's one of the really, really good blokes I worked with overseas. We used to call him that. Hey, Michael, how you going, mate? Great to have you here representing Kapuka team. You know, guys, it's a necessary step. You got to do it. You got to get through it. Do me a favour, Senor Crosby. Do not let any motherfuckers quit. If they quit, they'll be quitters the rest of their life, or they'll think about what they could have been. And if they quit, chances are it's because there's someone outside Kapuka that is trying to give them the message, or the one that they can't do it. When they can do it. You know, we want them to be able to do it. Hey, Michael Crosby just gifted 5 in the Trenches with Cas memberships to Jamie Bauer, Much, Tiger Lolly, Easy Cheese, Keegan Ronan, and Cas.
What a good man.
Mate, that's a champion effort. And you know, that came just as the cusp of us in the last minute we've got to go. People would donate money to watch that. Yeah, people would donate money to watch Pat eat his bloody, what do you call it, his chili pepper.
They would. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be classified.
Yeah, classified, because if he showed you, you know...
I'm Rob the dentist. I can't show you my face, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, General. Well, I've got to go because I've got to go.
Absolutely.
But I just want to do a basic finish up and a thank you to everyone that's here. So, mate, thank you very much for everything you do in the back play. I love your message. Let's have a talk in the next couple of days about your newest adventures. And thank you for being who you are, mate.
Yep, and thank you for everyone who's chucked in a little bit for this great initiative, and keep it up.
Absolutely. All right, my man.
Thanks, mate.
See you, pal.
See ya.
Bye. So, guys and gals, it is important in conclusion that you understand the reason why we do these things is not just to help Chanda. Okay, it's not just to help me feel good about helping Chanda. It's to let you know that there is people out there that give a damn about you, that give a damn about people. You know, that not everything is negative. Today you came, you gave your time. The average watch time is 25 minutes and 53 seconds. That's excellent. That is excellent, considering some people would have come on here and gone, there's a lesbian talking, me, and then got off. Guys and gals, I had a pleasure talking to you. You know, I wish that more people had turned up. I do. But we've got to put that behind us. Michael Crosby, mate, enjoy that cold down there. Jay, bookending Australia on the West Coast. We've had USA on here as well today. Guys and gals, tomorrow is the King's birthday. Hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray. I still miss the Queen. And I'm going to take my dog tomorrow for the best walk ever. I'm going to look at getting a microphone, another microphone to replace the Zoom, and I'm going to try and give you guys more stories and more, dilemmas for you to consider that make you analyse you and determine whether you are a positive, whether you're a negative, or whether you're neutral. And if you're negative, turn it around. If you're a neutral, do more, become a positive. If that means just picking up 10 papers a day, then do that. Yeah, legendary for Cas, and glad to have been a part of it. Cane and Peppers, thank you very much. I need to piss out of my weasel right now. And guys and gals, there's still plenty of good people here. Quick heads up. At the moment, we're looking at $200 plus $210. Okay. Sure to grow, team. Don't worry about it. Where are we? Oh, I need to go. Bad. Whew. There we go. Awesome, man. So we've got $470 that has come from you guys and also from the Facebook crew, including my first ever section commander from 30 years ago, and plus 6 of these, which means $6,000 from me. So $6,000, let's give it change, $6,500 that are going to go to Chanda, who's on the screen here, and we're going to let him know that another Commonwealth country has raised the money to give him, his family, and his grandkids that aren't born yet an opportunity he was never going to have without us. It's not just about money. It's about an opportunity you've created. You've made it. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you very much. Never underestimate the size of a donation. It all helps. It's not too late. If you decide that you or your friends have anything and tomorrow you talk to people and decide, let's go a little bit harder, then all you're going to do is find my Facebook, Dean Caswell. It's there. Go into the donate button, and this guy's already going to be stoked. He'll probably cry. Okay, all the best. I need to wee really bad. See you later. Thank you very much. Your time was the best donation of all. Thank you.